around the world. You're doing great things around the world. Yeah, you're doing great things around the world. You're doing great things around the world. Great things, yeah.
Welcome back to Diaspora Link, exclusively here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Diallo Sumbri, and I'm your host. We're excited to be back with you for another wonderful episode. Today, our guest, Mr. Jonathan Nkommo from Team CSR, is going to share with us how he's been making a huge impact providing clean, potable water throughout Ghana. Let's get to know Jonathan. So before we get into our interview with today's guest, as we always do, we're going to take him through some choices so we can get to know a little bit more about him. So this is really simple.
Okay.
I'm going to give you two choices.
Okay.
You have to choose one.
Okay.
The only rule is that you have to choose one.
You have to choose
now,
one.
I'll tell you,
okay.
some of my guests are difficult.
Okay.
They refuse, but I'm hoping that you will cooperate.
Okay.
All right, so let's start off with this. You are from Ohio, right? Well,
Okay.
you're from Ghana,
Yes.
but you moved to Ohio.
Okay.
So let's start with this. American football versus soccer.
American football, I'm sorry.
American football all
American
day?
football.
Why? Tell me why.
Because I played American football.
Okay.
I love it. I never really had a chance to play soccer growing up in the States. So, I love American football. Nothing like, even when I, didn't play anymore, or as I grew up, just the camaraderie of sitting down. And it's the same thing with soccer, but I just,
all right, I got you, American football. So you also, since you spent a lot of time in Ohio, you've experienced like a Thanksgiving dinner and all of that in America.
Yes,
so
sir.
how about this? A traditional Black American Thanksgiving dinner versus like a traditional Ghanaian Christmas dinner.
Man, these tough, you got to remember, I grew up in the States.
I know.
So when these questions are like, for me, it's going to always be stateside because that's where I grew up.
Really?
And just the Thanksgiving
mac
is
and
just
cheese, stuffed with
the
black
mac
eyed
and
peas,
cheese.
cranberry sauce, turkey.
Oh my goodness,
You
you're
taking
killing me.
that over
You're
Bronx
killing me.
fufu?
I love it. Mashed potatoes and gravy. Oh my goodness. Pumpkin pie, apple pie, apple a la mode. Don't get me started.
When people see you on the street in Ghana, they might try to take your Ghana stripe from you. They might try to take your
I miss Thanksgiving though, man. I mean, Thanksgiving is just, wow.
It's a part of who you are.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
how about this then? Now we're just going to keep it in Ghana.
Okay.
Wache versus Jollof.
Ooh, that's a tough one too. That's a tough one.
Let's pick one.
Let me go with Wache.
Okay, why Wache?
Wache because there's a lot of stuff you can do with Wache. The different fishes you can add. The shito, the gari, the noodles.
Okay.
Eggs.
I know somebody said. They said noodles on Wache is a no-no. I've heard that.
I love it.
You love that?
I love it. So
okay.
so right. I had to take Wache.
Wache.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Next one. Favorite place to vacation in the whole world?
For me, I mean, it's always be Ghana. There's so many different places to go to in Ghana, but my fantasy has always been favorite vacation place. Fantasy I've never been to is Brazil.
Brazil.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping one day that happens for you.
I got to do it before I go. It's on my bucket list.
It'll happen. How about this? Music.
Okay.
Or dancing.
Music.
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 You choose music over dancing.
Yes.
So I take it you love music.
I love music.
All kinds of music.
I love music.
Okay.
I love music.
All right. I heard you're a pretty good dancer too.
I try, but I love music more, Yeah,
got you.
Music definitely.
We want to thank our guests for participating with this, and remember, we all make different choices in life, but our choices should not divide us and take us further apart. Our choices should help us understand each other and bring each other closer together. That's why we do this. So now let's move on to the next one before we get into the interview. And this is what we call our top five. So this is our top five. I'm going to give you 5 categories.
Okay.
And you just pick one of each.
Okay.
Okay? It's really simple.
Okay.
Number 1, your favorite food in the entire world. Pick one. If you can only pick one kind of food, it could be a specific meal, or it could be like soul food or Thai food, whichever you want to do.
Okay. Fufu.
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 Fufu more than anything.
Fufu.
But you chose Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, that's Thanksgiving
the
dinner, the whole thing. But you talking about one meal.
Fufu.
I gotta have my fufu.
Okay.
That's it.
You earned your Ghana love back.
Thank you.
Your Ghana love back. All right. Favorite sport in the whole world?
Football.
Football. American football.
Yeah.
Who's your team?
Dallas.
Dallas? All the way from Cleveland, and you down there with the Cowboys?
Yeah, I love Cleveland. But I like, I like Dallas right now.
Okay.
And
you change every year? You one of those people?
Yeah, I'm always a Cleveland Cleveland fan, but I change depending on my players. Some of the players I got a little yeah.
Next one. Favorite musical artist in the whole world. If you had to choose one musical artist or group, who would you choose?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I know you love music.
Man, I love music,
and
man.
You came up at the time when they had some of the best, but you
man.
got to choose.
Oh, Lord.
Give me your top one.
Man, I used to love singing. I grew up in the church. My father was a pastor, you know, and so I listen to music. I love singing, and so I'm a crooner. And so because of that, my all-time favorite is Luther Vandross.
Luther! Big Luther or Little Luther?
I like Big Luther.
You like Big Luther?
I like Big Luther. Big Luther, boy, he ain't playing.
House is not alone. Man.
Yep, Luther. Luther, definitely.
Okay, last one. One book. Favorite book. It can be your favorite book or just one book that pops out that you would choose.
I don't really have a favorite book. I have a favorite author, but if I had to go with one book, I have to take the Bible. I know that might sound cheesy.
No, it's not. It's not. It's your choice.
It has everything in it, man.
Go.
I look at the Bible. I don't read it literally word for word. I read it and use it as a blueprint for life.
Nice.
It just has a lot of bases and stuff that if you look at, it just tells you how to live your life. It's a blueprint. So that's why that's my #1 book.
There we go. We have his top 5. Now we're going to dive into the interview to find out a little bit more of what's taking him around the world and back to Ghana. And remember, as we continue to meet people from all around the world in the diaspora, top 5 helps us get to know each other better. So as you begin to meet people, just ask them their top 5. Find out something about them, as we continue to build this bridge. So let's get into the interview and find out more. And we are back. Thank you again for joining us on this episode of Diaspora Link. And I'm here with our guest, Mr. Jonathan Nkommo.
Yes, sir.
My man, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Definitely. So let's talk about Jonathan Nkommo. That's obviously a Ghanaian name, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you were born in Ghana?
Yes, I was. I was born in Ghana, was here from the age of 5 years old.
Okay.
And then my parents relocated to the U.S., so I moved to the U.S. with my parents. And so basically, we started everything in the U.S. I mean, from kindergarten all the way through university. Everything that I've done has been stateside.
All of your schooling has been stateside?
All my schooling has been stateside, from kindergarten all the way through university has been stateside. Like I said, I've been there since I was 5 years old.
Okay.
And so for me, it was a great experience. I got to learn and really get entrenched into the American system and how things work and stuff like that.
Where did you move? Which state did you move to in the U.S.?
Okay, well, we moved to Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
So that was a shock because I came like in the wintertime, and so my mom was trying to put me down. I didn't even want to get down because there was snow on the ground, and I'm like, what the heck is this? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, and it was cold, and, it was difficult, but, as a kid, I adapted, made some friends in school, and, it was a great experience,
And you attended public schools?
I attended public schools all the way through my time in the States. And, in the States, back in the early 70s, it was really different for me. Okay. As opposed to maybe some Africans or Ghanaians who now go to the States where you have, all types of people and all type of nationalities at every school. You know, when I was growing up, I was like the only African kid, you know, in the school system, you know, because, you know, Ghanaians and people weren't really traveling that much then.
Right.
You know, I went to the States like in '69, you know, and so it was like, you know, people didn't really travel that much, you know, and so I was the only African. You know, and it was tough. You
the
know,
only continental-born African.
Yes, the only continental-born African. Yes,
you was over there with some different type of
yes,
Africans.
yes,
in Ohio
yes. You know, so it was an experience. You know, it was really, you know, tough growing up. You know, in the States during that time. You know, where people were really ignorant of Africa and African culture, and so you know, there's a lot of education I had to do with, you know, my my friends growing up, you know, and some of that education was physical. I had to physically, you know, get them, exactly, you know, get them straight. You know what I'm saying?
Like so the boy from Africa, like you said, and coming to America.
Right,
so
right.
You had to deal with a lot of that.
I had to deal with a lot of that, you know, but it was an experience is what molded me to, you know, to persevere in the character that I have now, you know, to overcome obstacles, and so, you know, I wouldn't trade it for the world.
And you went from public school, and then you wound up at Kent State.
Yes, I went through the public school system. When I graduated from high school, I even went to the military, did that for 3 years. And then, from the military.
I didn't realize that. Thank you for the service.
Yeah. Well, you know, I did that. Once I left the military, I actually went to a community college. You know, there's different ways to go to university. I went to a community college for about 1.5 years to get reacclimated to, you know, education and stuff like that, and also to build up college credits that could transfer to a major university. And so I went through that process, you know, so I've persevered. You know, I went through that process, went to university, you know, had a great time.
What made you choose Kent State? Kent State is an HBCU, right?
No, Kent State is
not an HBCU.
No, no, Kent State is an all predominantly white university. I went to Kent State because well, a lot of people in Cleveland, it's close to Cleveland. And so a lot of people went to Kent State that's from Cleveland. You know, it was like the major university to go to, you know, and it's a Division I school. It's very large. It's like 30,000 students, you know, so it's a pretty big school.
So how was that experience being native Ghanaian, right? Moved from Ghana, wound up in a black community, went to public schools with most black Americans, you know what I'm saying? Descendants of enslaved Africans who were there. So you had to go through this whole thing about being the African kid and the boy from Africa. So you went from there to a majority white institution.
Right.
What was that like?
Well, you know, by that time, you know, people were a little bit more open-minded, you know, in the 80s, you know, people were starting to understand Africa and the power of Africa and Ghana, and they were starting to see things through TV and realize that it's not just jungles in Africa. And so the whole mindset was changing. And not only that, you know, you're at a university where people are more intellectual, and, you know, and so there were people that were into the African movement and stuff like that. And so now you went to an atmosphere where Africa was revered, you know, and being from Africa was revered. And so, you know, it was a great experience for me during that time, and, you know, I enjoyed my time, but I didn't really mix with the white part of the university as much, because Kent State, like I said, is a predominantly white school. It was very racist, you know. You know, we had student marches and stuff like that. So there was a Black United Students office in Kent State, and at most predominantly white universities, where we all rallied together, promoted Africanism, promoted Kiswahili, the language, you know, and Kwanzaa and all of that. And so blacks always, you know, joined together. You know, yes. And then, you know, when I joined the fraternity, it even went to another level. You know, that's just all the blacks.
And may I ask which fraternity that is?
Yeah, well, I joined the one and only top fraternity, which is Omega Psi Phi. Omega Psi Phi fraternity is, you know, one of the predominant fraternities in the whole fraternity system. You know, the fraternity system in the U.S. is very, very large. You know, you have white fraternities, black fraternities, you know, but the black fraternities, or the African American fraternities, are called the D9, and it's, you know, it's 4 male fraternities and 4 sororities and another fraternity as well. And so they're really a close-knit family. You know, they help each other, especially at the white universities. It's different at the HBCUs. The white fraternity, the white schools, the fraternity system is really help each other, nurture each other. There was a statistic that was going around that the fraternities graduated more people than those who were not in fraternities.
Right, at the universities.
At these white universities. And so, you know, it was a really close-knit family. You know, we worked together, we helped each other, we traveled, we did so many things. It was just a wonderful experience.
So,
you know.
So from there, what led you back to Ghana? How did you get back to Ghana?
Well, and this is an interesting story. You know, I'm glad you asked. You know, I grew up in the States, as I said, from, you know, the age of 5, and then I was really, you know, wondering what Ghana was like. You know, never really had an opportunity to visit Ghana in all that time, and so in the year 2000, 1999, 2000, you know, they had this big Y2K scare where everybody was like, it's going to be the end of the world, or, you know, computers are going to shut down and all of that.
For
you know.
some of you younger people who may not remember Y2K, it took us about 5 minutes to log on to the internet. So if it takes 5 seconds now, just be a little bit patient. If y'all don't know about that AOL dial-up, then you don't know.
Yes. It was a really, you know, scary time for some people. And, you know, I knew I had relatives and stuff back here in Ghana. So I said, let me take a sabbatical from my work. I was working with United Way at the time, one of the largest nonprofits in the world. And I said, let me come to Ghana and see what it's like. And so I came to Ghana December of 1999, and I ended up staying for 6 months. You know, I mean, I just totally...
Did you plan to stay for 6 months?
No, I didn't.
So,
you know, I came for a month, and I just kept calling my job and like, look, you know, I got to give me some time, you know, because I had the best time of my life. I couldn't believe it. You know, I came here because, you know, you're brainwashed in the States, and I hate to say it, I was too. You know, even because at 5,
as a Ghanaian.
Yes, even as a Ghanaian, because I never really knew Ghana. I came as an infant, so I wasn't really, you know, remembered Ghana. And so when I came, you know, my uncle picked me up in his Mercedes. We went to this big house. My cousins driving cars. We're at the beaches, and, you know, I'm riding jet skis.
This is not the Africa.
This is not the Africa
you saw.
That I saw.
The Africa you was used to.
You know, and so
Ohio.
you know, and the culture. You know, the warmness of our people. You know, and how, you know, we accept. I mean, my auntie was trying to cook different foods for me every day, and I'm like, it was beautiful. You know, the women were beautiful. I mean, I was just like in heaven.
In heaven. Okay, so you came for 6 months.
I came for 6 months.
And then you went back.
I went back to the States. You know, at that time, I just had a divorce, so my kids were young, and so I wanted to be back and support my kids. And so I went back and did that and continued my work. But what happened was I knew I wanted to come back. I was like, I got to find a way to get back to Ghana.
You know what's interesting? Because it's been said, and it's said that you get bit by the Ghana bug.
Right.
But normally, you hear that from non-Ghanaians, Black Americans, people who came to visit, and then there are also so many Ghanaians who want to get out, who want to leave and never come back. So it's really interesting to hear you talk about how something was pulling you back to Ghana.
Right.
So,
and you know, there's two types of Ghanaians. Let me explain that. You know, there's Ghanaians who...
I don't have any authority on this, so whatever...
I'm Ghanaian, so I'm telling you.
Disclaimer,
so,
this is not Diallo Sumbri or Diaspora Link defining the two types of Ghanaians.
But, you know, there's two types of Ghanaians in my eyes. I see Ghanaians who grew up here, they know the hardships, they went through the struggles and all of that, and so they go stateside. When they go stateside and work and start making money and enjoy the life of the States, they don't really think about coming back as quickly because they've lived here. They know the difficulties. Some of them struggled or whatever, and so it's to find a better life. But those who were, you know, left here or wasn't born here, when they come back and see that, wow, you know, Ghana is also a place where I can make home and I can settle. They're dying to come back, you know. And another set of Ghanaians is the wealthy and the poor Ghanaians. Okay. The wealthy Ghanaians, you can't pay them to live in the States because we're here. They have everything. You know, they have a cook, a maid, a you know, everything is at their fingertips.
And it's affordable.
Exactly, and it's affordable. You know, for a very small amount of money, they have everything at their fingertips. They're respected. Yes, amasa, bossa, all of that. But when they're in the States, you're just a regular Joe.
You
know what I'm saying?
Black dude.
Regular.
The police bullets ain't got no names on them, right?
You know,
if the
and
police
so
shooting at you, they're not gonna be like, wait,
exactly,
you got hands. Okay, my
exactly,
bad. No,
exactly. You know, and the worst part of it is really the disrespect. You know, because people from Ghana, I'm a Ghanaian, so I'm telling you how it is. You know, because a person is from Ghana, you know, you could be the richest person in Ghana, you know, but they look at you differently because you're from Africa. You know, there's this mentality, and so wealthy Ghanaians, you can't pay them to stay in the States. They love here, but the ones who struggled here, you know, to find a better life and to, you know, get to the States, those are the ones that really normally don't want to come back. So sometimes people are confused and think, you know, why don't people want to come back to Ghana? Those are the reasons, you know. And for me, growing up in the States, coming back and seeing that Ghana is beautiful and this is an opportunity, my cousins and families are doing great and it's such a beautiful country, so I wanted to come back.
So you left, you came for 6 months, went back to the States, and then you wind up coming back to Ghana.
Yes.
Let me ask this question. What other African countries have you visited?
I visited South Africa.
Okay.
I visited Nigeria.
Okay.
Ivory Coast.
Okay.
Togo.
Okay.
So those are pretty much, yeah.
So what we're going to do right now, this is a surprise. You don't know this, but this is something that we call Africa in 60. It's a game that we play.
Okay.
There is no pass, there is no fail.
Okay.
There is no plus or minus or not keep the score. So what we would like you to do is name as many African countries as you can in 60 seconds. All right?
Okay.
Now you just named some.
Okay.
But you have to rename those when the clock starts.
Okay.
Because the clock wasn't going. So now that the clock is going, just do your best.
Okay.
And we're going to keep count.
Okay.
We got a timer set. We have our timer set. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Senegal, Ivory Coast, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, DRC, Mauritius, Kenya, Ethiopia, Sudan, let's see, Libya, Mali, Botswana, let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of confused.
Don't worry, we at 19.
19.
Let's see if we can get to 20.
Let's get to 20. Algeria.
There we go. We got more time.
Algeria. Man, I'm bad at this.
No, you're doing all right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 20 is a magic number.
Okay.
We appreciate that 20.
No problem. Definitely.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a small break and we're going to come right back and dive more into our conversation with our guest to find out more about what he's doing now that he's returned in Ghana. And I promise you, you'll appreciate the impact that's being made. We'll be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkagroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel. You'll get to travel with your family and friends. You'll get to travel with your community. And the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkagroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. Okay, and we are back with our guests. So, we left off talking about Africa.
Yeah.
You did very well in our game, by the way, because I know it's not easy for people who not used to looking at the map and then being under pressure without giving advance notice.
Right.
So you moved back to Ghana. So
yes,
now
sir.
Let's talk a little bit about your what you've been doing since you came back to Ghana.
Okay. Well, first of all, I have to kind of start with what I do professionally.
Okay.
I've been working in the nonprofit sector or the NGO sector for almost 30 years since I graduated from university.
Okay.
And mostly I've been doing that work with United Way.
Okay.
United Way is one of the largest nonprofits in the world. They have a whole bunch of other nonprofits under them. Salvation Army, Boys and Girls Club, all of these are United Way agencies. So when I came to Ghana, I had an opportunity to start working with United Way. So I came as the executive director for United Way Ghana.
Okay.
I did that for 3 years, and it was really, really a great experience for me to be working with a nonprofit that I knew and was familiar with, and to help them to grow their base here in Ghana. And so we worked with a lot of the major corporates, and I really enjoyed that, And so it just pushed me to, as I'm getting older and things, I wanted to do my own thing.
Okay.
And I was seeing that the need in Ghana was a little bit different. There was all types of different things that were needed as far as nonprofit work that I thought I could do better on my own. And that's what I did. I went out on my own, started my own nonprofit called Team CSR Ghana.
CSR Ghana.
Yes, Team CSR Ghana.
And CSR?
Team CSR Ghana. The team stands for Training, Evaluation, and Measurement of CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility.
Okay.
So that is what we do. We provide training, evaluation, and measurement. And what it basically does is we try to identify companies. Ghana has a different system when it comes to nonprofit work and NGO work, because in the States, if you donate or you give to a company or an orphanage or a nonprofit, you get a tax write-off.
Okay.
But Ghana, there's no incentive for people to give. And so even companies don't really have that incentive to give. They do donations and things like that.
Because they don't get tax write-offs.
They don't get tax write-offs, first of all. It's that the culture is not set up for them to really do donations. So we're trying to change that mindset. We come in and we tell corporates, hey, why don't you do something that is sustainable, that makes a lasting impact in communities besides just a donation of toys or things like that. And so that's what we've been helping corporates do. We've been lucky to work with some of the major companies in Ghana to build schools, build clinics and provide boreholes in communities that need it and things like that. And so it's been great. It's been great for me. It's been difficult because raising money in Ghana is very, very difficult. And so, we've been managing, as they say in Ghana. We've been managing. Yes, we've been managing, but managing to really make an impact in communities. Okay. And so we talked about the fraternity situation, and I've been in my fraternity since '87, which is over 35 years. That I've been a member of this Omega Psi Phi fraternity, and you have great leaders through history. You have Jesse Jackson and astronauts and a lot of famous people, Michael Jordan. I could just go on and on as far as the people that are in fraternities. And so my fraternity, during the year of return, Ghana had this big year of return in 2019.
Very familiar with the year of return.
Yes, and I know you were very influential in that. And you have to be commended for that too. And so that came about, and a lot of African Americans were coming to Ghana.
Okay.
And my fraternity decided to put together a delegation to come to Ghana.
Right.
And so when they were coming, you know, first of all, we had developed a chapter. When I first came to Ghana, I met another brother who was in the fraternity. We organized and were able to get a chapter accepted here in Ghana, you know, called Talkai. And
So you're one of the founders of the Omega Psi Phi chapter
here in Ghana.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Me and Dr. Brian Cox.
Okay.
And so we started the chapter here, and we got some other men to join. And when people, African Americans, were coming in from the States, they joined, and you know, we just kept growing. And so it's been a beautiful thing. And so the fraternity saw that we were here. They wanted to come, and during the year of return, they brought a delegation together. And they didn't just want to come and do a visit. They wanted to do something that would be impactful.
Right.
And since I am a nonprofit that's doing these type of work, we put together a borehole project for them. We did 2 boreholes in Al Capone School for the Blind and another one in a village near there. And so they came, they commissioned it. They was like, wow, this is beautiful.
And I think it's a good time to comment for people who may not be familiar with black fraternities and sororities that community service and service to the community is a big part of why these fraternities and sororities exist. So
exactly. It's all through their history. You know, when African Americans were struggling through civil rights and all of that, fraternities and sororities have been in the forefront of all of that. And so the fraternity came, they saw how much water that we take for granted in the States. I mean, kids have bubble baths and everything, and you know, a person get a bucket of water to bath, they happy, you know. And so they saw how it impacted communities, and it was like, wow, we need to do more. And so they went back and they said, look, we're going to commit to do 24 boreholes all throughout Ghana through your nonprofit, your NGO, Team CSR Ghana. And so we started on that, you know, and it was very successful. And the way that they raised the money was through all the different chapters they have stateside and around the world, and all the individual brothers. You know, we have millionaire brothers. I mean, you know, so many things. And everybody started donating. And so we reached the 24 boreholes so quickly and kept going that, you know, we just surpassed it. And right now, I'm proud to say we've done 60 boreholes in 60 villages all throughout Ghana in the past 2 years.
That is definitely to be commended. Offhand, would you be able to share with us, would you be able to quantify that impact? So 60 boreholes.
Yes, right? 60 boreholes in 60 villages.
60 villages.
All throughout Ghana.
So how many people now have access to clean potable water now through Team CSR's work?
Well, when you look at villages and the area and the people that actually benefit from this water, some villages are 2,000, some people are 3,000. On the average, about 200,000 people in Ghana have received access to safe, clean drinking water since we started this project.
And this is through it's called the
Water for Life Initiative.
Water for Life Initiative with Team CSR
and Omega Psi Phi Fraternity. Yes, it's the partnership. It's been great. You know, we're impacting communities so much. You know, and I have to commend the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, because if you look at how much money has been spent, you're talking about almost $250,000 has been raised by this fraternity to help Ghanaians, you know. And so they, through my NGO, we've made sure that we've impacted these communities, and the sad part, unfortunately, is that when people see me on TV and other places doing all of these boreholes, they're calling us like, hey, our village needs water, hey, what can you do for us? And once they get my number, it's nonstop, It's like, everybody is calling me for water, sending me pictures of their community and what's going on. And so it's just so sad, because in this modern era of 2021, we're still having communities and people drinking from streams where, the goats and the cows, drink from. And, I mean, it's really bad. Ghana has to do better. Our people have to do better,
And water is, like you said, in the States, water is something that we really kind of take for granted.
Take for granted.
Every day you wake up, you just turn your water on and you expect it to flow. You expect it to be clean. Not only that, if it's not, and you have some type of health problem because of it, you could sue.
You could sue.
You could sue the government and get paid.
Yes.
So right now you have 60 boreholes, right?
Yes.
And Are you still doing more boreholes?
Yes,
Like,
we're doing more boreholes. You know, other D9 members have stepped up and you know, working with us to provide water through communities. Team CSR Ghana, we do so much more. You know,
okay. Talk to us about some of the other.
Yes.
I don't want to just, you know, skip over the boreholes.
Okay.
You know, I do want you to share some of the other things you do, but I think that the impact of the boreholes on communities in Ghana, like I said, is one to be commended. So I'm not just trying to brush over
I understand
skip over it and move to other things, but we would like to hear some of the other projects that Team CSR may be doing, and then even give us some examples of, like, what are some of the feedback you get from some of these communities that you're in? Well,
you know, when I go as an NGO to do projects, you know, when the way the people you know, are so enthused, and you know, they're, you know, blessing you and blessing your family and your children and your future, you know, it just brings more blessings to our work and enable us to get more donations to do the work that we're doing. You know, we worked with an orphanage in the central region, Village of Hope. We were able to do a borehole there. We're also able to work with Delta Airline employees that actually raised over $300,000 to build a clinic. It's one of the largest clinics there. And so, you know, we helped them with that. You know, we helped to raise funds to furnish the clinic. You know, another project that we did that was really touching and was dear to my heart. One of the projects I'm really proud of as Team CSR is the 6 kids died in the central region. They were in a school, and the village came together and tried to do a KG building for the kids.
What is a KG building?
KG building is a kindergarten classroom block.
Okay.
And so it wasn't well done, and it broke down, and it killed about 6 kids there. Yes.
So
and it was very sad, you know, when the new NPP government came in, they even visited the school and donated to the family. And so they needed help to do another classroom block there. And so I went with a friend companies that have been supporting me. Chase Petroleum is one of them. Portman Group. They came and they put up about 100,000 Ghana cedis to do a whole new classroom block.
Wow.
And so we facilitated all of that, had it done. We commissioned. I mean, when the parents came up and talked about how they wish their kids could see right now the classroom that, you know, I mean, it's just, I mean, people were in tears, you know, and it's just, you know, these are the touching stories. These is what keeps me going, you know, because in the States, you know, nonprofit is just like any other major company. They make a lot of money, but in Ghana, it's difficult. You don't make that much money. But what pushes me is these stories, you know, these seeing people's eyes. When I come to a village and the old man is there and we bring water and he's telling me how he's walked since he was 5 years, since a child, a couple miles to fetch water, and he's in tears because now his village has water. You know, it's like it's moving. They don't have to walk. He talked about him and his brother, how they used to fight on the way getting water. Once you fill the bucket up with water and you're coming back, you're fighting and playing, and it's spilled halfway before you got to go back. You got to go back. You know, and so he was telling the story, man. I mean, everybody there was just like in tears. And this. So let
me ask you this. How did your life growing up in America with Black Americans, and even the relationships that you have with, I'm going to say, non-African born Africans, like how has that influenced your work here in Ghana? And would you say that having positive relationships with the Black diaspora outside of Ghana definitely helps Ghana?
Yeah, I think that the Black diaspora, you know, is really, really a big help to Ghana. You know, I think that, you know, and it's really a change in dynamics. You know, with all of the police killings and all the other issues that's going on with the States, and people coming to Ghana and other African countries and seeing that there is life here, there's opportunity, there's love, and seeing people of your same color doing things. Now people are like, whoa, you know, hey, you know, you got another option, you know. And so, you know, when they're coming, you know, they're also, you know, seeing people and they're touched by, you know, these people fetching water and different things, and they also bring their resources to help. And so it's just very huge for us that we keep the diaspora engaged. when they come to Ghana, you know, we shouldn't just focus on tourism. We should always incorporate a piece where they get to actually see people, interact with Ghanaians, and you know, and be able to feel the need and also do what they can to help. You know, because if we make better Ghana a better place for them, it's a better place for everybody. You know, and so it's just very critical that we keep engaging diasporans and keep making sure that their stay here is great. And I think the Ministry of Tourism is doing a great job with that. That you know, year of return and now beyond the year of return. I mean, just that whole theme is just is great. You know, bringing more people. You know, and so I'm just overwhelmed by that. You know, I'm loving seeing it, and you know, I just think that we need more of those type of things.
Let me ask you this question
before
we end, because we're just about out of time. We could probably be here
talk forever
more about it. But what piece of advice, right, would you give to diasporans who are looking to come to Ghana and get involved in NGO work specifically?
Okay.
You know, share with us what advice you would give for people who may want to come and do exactly what you're doing.
Okay. Well, first of all, you have to be really committed. Number one, you know, NGO work is 100 times harder in Ghana than it is in the States, because I said there's not a cultural incentive to give. You know, you don't get a tax write-off for giving as you do in the States, and those type of things. So it's really, really difficult. If you're going to raise money, you know, initially you definitely want to raise money from the States and bring that down and help, you know, people, you know. And so don't have high expectations that you're going to, you know, just save the world, because even with me doing 60 boreholes in Ghana, I could be doing boreholes for the rest of my life and I wouldn't, you know, reach a third or a quarter of the people that need water, you know. And so it's, you know, just know that it's one day at a time, one community at a time, one person at a time. If you can change one person's life, you know, it's something. It's impactful. You know, I'm very, you know, religious. I'm a Christian, and so, you know, I look at in the Bible when it says, you know, when I was sick, you didn't visit me, or when I was in prison, you didn't visit me, or when I needed water, you didn't help me. When Jesus was talking about that, you know, he's talking about your fellow man. And so for me, it's very important that we understand that the little that you can do is big and is impactful. Yeah, and so you just have to be committed. You have to love what you're doing. Not coming in and say, oh, I'm an NGO and I'm just here to do NGO work. You got to really be committed that you want to make an impact to help the people.
Man, listen, I can't thank you enough. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you too.
And for joining us here.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Root to the brothers.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you for tuning in again to another episode of Diaspora Link, here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. Again, I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. We'll end this episode, as we do all of our shows, with some ancestral wisdom by Proverbs. Today's proverb is, don't look where you fell, look where you slipped. Take that with you. See you next time.
See how we are dressed, me and you. We have covered our balls, but we are just like goats and dogs. It should be hanging. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free.
Data has shown that about 3 million babies have been born through the in vitro fertilization process, commonly known as IVF. It is gaining popularity as one of the ways through which people can make babies artificially. What is the process like? What does it take to have an IVF? And which people qualify to have an IVF? Today I'm at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center to find all these answers for you. But before I introduce my guests, let's take a short break. We'll be right back. So you're welcome back from that short break, and I'm here with a principal fertility specialist at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. His name is Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. Hello, Doc.
Hello.
So
Yes.
today we want to talk about IVF. I know the full name is in vitro fertilization, if I'm right.
Yes.
What is IVF?
IVF, in vitro fertilization. I think before you understand what it really means, you must know what is the normal. And the normal is any couple who want to get a baby, there are certain 4 things which have to be satisfied.
Okay.
Number 1, it's the sperm of the man. 2, the egg of the woman. The egg and the sperm, they meet in the place called the fallopian tube. So egg, sperm, they meet in the tube. That's where fertilization takes place. So in normal settings, normal life, fertilization of a woman's egg is in the fallopian tubes. After the fertilization, the fertilized egg would drop down to settle in the uterus, in the womb. So these are the 4 things which are required for any couple to get a baby: the womb, the sperm, the egg, the fallopian tubes where fertilization takes place. And then it settles in the womb. 4 things, always. But for some reason, you cannot have the fertilization inside the womb of the woman. And fertilizing an egg, or the woman's egg, with the sperm outside the woman's body is in vitro fertilization. And in vitro means outside the body. It's a Greek expression for in glass. So in vitro fertilization simply means fertilizing the egg of the woman or whatever outside her body.
Right. So when are couples supposed to go for an IVF?
Which indirectly means what are the reasons for IVF? So after an egg is fertilized in vitro, we put the resulting fertilized egg, which is now called embryo, we put it inside the womb and let the thing grow, and eventually the baby is born after 9 months or so. Now, anything which will obstruct you from getting a baby may lead on to getting that fertilized egg outside the woman's body. Anything. And I group them into 4 reasons where how pregnancy takes place. So if there's a problem with the egg itself, I start with the egg. I start with then followed by the sperm, and then where fertilization takes place, the tube, and then it settles in the womb. So I simply have to go through these 4. Egg production. Sometimes the woman, you do everything, you are able to, you give all those things, you think everything else is normal, but no pregnancy.
Yeah.
So it eventually ends up with us bringing the egg out and fertilizing outside. That's doing the IVF. The next one is the sperm. Assuming everything is normal, and then the sperm is sort of deficient. It's not. If you introduce a sperm through the normal way, they won't be able to reach the egg itself. In that case, even the sperm, defective sperms, we can use the defective sperm in an IVF setup. Normally, you need 500,000 sperms to fertilize one egg in normal life.
Yeah.
But if the sperm is defective, what we do is we take the egg, get the best out of the sperm, which is good, mix them outside. So that becomes an IVF due to low sperm raising. And again, on the other hand, in certain situations, the sperms are so low, it cannot be used even in simple IVF setup. So we have to take one sperm, take one egg, and ourselves inject that sperm into the egg. And the process is called ECSI, intracytoplasmic sperm injection.
Okay, so if there's a case where maybe the sperms are the problem, the woman is okay and everything, they still have to do an IVF to be able to get a baby?
Not necessarily. If all is well with the woman and the sperm cells are not good at all, unfortunately, we have to do an IVF. But if at some stage the sperms are good, are not good, but they are not that bad, we can wash them, sieve them, and do a process called IUI, intrauterine insemination. But even that, it means we are preparing the sperm to inject into the womb for the sperm to go and meet the egg inside the tube. But some are so weak they cannot. Look, you measure sperm quantity in millions. If you do a sperm check, they will tell you the normal is 10 million per mil, or 20 million and above for the whole thing. And then, so you wonder why all these 20 millions, but you need only one sperm. And that is where ECSI comes in, or IUI comes in. But unfortunately, if you do IUI, you don't actually see the problem if it fails, if it doesn't work. You wouldn't know.
Why?
Yeah, but with IVF, you can see fertilization. You can see that there's something going on. Unfortunately, the baby is not well formed, and eventually it may not happen.
So I was asking, what's the chance when I do an IVF that it will be successful? Because it's just like science. Medicine is not always
Exactly. It is not exact. You think you are succeeding. At the end of it, the whole world is about 37% chance of getting a success with the first IVF, with a single IVF. The whole world. Not certain places a little bit higher due to maybe superior conditions or techniques or whatever. It's a slightly higher, but it's ours. We are an average of 50 point something. And it fluctuates. It depends on who you are dealing with. An elderly person going through a normal IVF, the chances are not as high compared to a younger person aged in the 20s and things. If other things are okay, but an IVF is required, they have a higher chance of, sometimes over 70%, 77% chance of getting pregnant.
Because I was going to ask what age it is best advisable to have an IVF.
The best age to have a baby in any woman is 22. Huh? 22 years is the best age to have a baby. This thing is stuck in my brain for a long, long time since I was. It's the best age. The younger you are, it's not that good for a young girl of 18, 19 to have a baby. The older you are, then it's going towards, women have an expiry date. From 35 onwards, your fertility potential drops drastically, declines. So if you are 35, so for instance, if you come to me at the age of 28 or 24, 6, and that you have an infertility problem, it will take time to go through. But if you are already 35 plus, we wouldn't give you the normal time that people expect you to get pregnant. No, we'll start investigating immediately. Because as the older you are, the less likely your fertility potential.
That's very interesting, quite intriguing. 22 years is the best
age for having a baby.
And the longer it takes, the higher your chances.
Yes.
Yes. So, how is the procedure like? Is it painful? Is it stressful?
Okay.
Is it expensive?
Let me start from the bottom. Expensive, yes, it is. But comparatively to other nations, I think we are very cheap in Ghana.
Like how much?
Normally, in the US, for instance, you spend more than $15,000 to go through an IVF procedure. Ghana is roughly about $5,000. Dollars. Max, dollars, roughly. And it depends on various units. There are some units which we all differ a bit, but averagely, in fact, I was estimating, we were much less than the $5,000, but, and because the exchange rate, that's a problem. But that's the average cost of, we don't charge in dollars, we charge in cedis. Okay. Then, in fact, I was having a headache, I was taking paracetamol, I was squeezing my face just to take the tablets. Everything is uncomfortable in medicine, but we try to limit the pain as much as possible. Is it painful? What is IVF? How do we do it? We do that by giving you a series of injections, which takes you about 2 weeks. Every day you have to take that injection. And then once you get to a level where we are putting the baby inside, there are another series of injections until the baby is well established, which takes another month or 2. So injections itself in IVF is very, very uncomfortable. People complain a lot that sometimes my buttocks is swollen and that. So that's number 1, where you experience pain. 2, when it's time to go and you've produced the eggs. You've got to collect the eggs from the woman, and that is called egg retrieval. That's the second part of IVF. And of course, we use some long needle through the vagina using an ultrasound to prick. So it's not a major operation. It's an uncomfortable situation where you use a needle to go and aspirate all the eggs. And after that, 20, 30 minutes, they are gone. They go home. After that, but the procedure is uncomfortable. So we give you something called conscious sedation. Conscious, you are sort of, but you are fully sedated, no pain, nothing, and it's a very brief period. Normally not more than 20, 30 minutes for the egg collection, depending on the number, some 10. So yes, that bit is a bit uncomfortable. So you feel some pain. Your eggs are fertilized outside, and 5 days later, we have to put the eggs into the womb. And that one, it's ideally it's not painful, just like having a normal relation with your husband. You know, you feel something being down there. Minutes, seconds, we push the baby inside.
So how's sperm collection like from the man?
How do we collect the sperm? We don't put needles and things like in the woman, but the main source is from masturbation. You know what that is?
Yes.
Have you done it before?
I'm not a boy. I'm not a man.
So they masturbate and then see the fluid coming out, and sometimes it's very difficult for the clients, the patients. And I'm sorry, I made a joke with it, but some need their wives to come and help them to do that. We resist resist or whatever you call it from having sex in order to produce the sperm. That you lose a lot, especially the initial sperms, you know. You may lose them, but that's where the concentrated things may be.
Okay.
So having sex to produce sperm, it's we don't advise. On the other hand, there are certain cases where there is no sperm. Normally, we have to dig into the testis area and aspirate some sperms. This is a special condition where there are no sperms even when they make their normal ejaculation, no sperm. So we have to find some sperm around the testis there and aspirate to use it to do the IVF.
Right. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll go for a quick break where we speak to one of the people who have undergone IVF. She'll share her experience with us and how the whole process was for her. When we come back, we'll speak more to Doc. So currently I'm with Akosia. She's had an IVF procedure and she was successful. So she's going to share with us what she went through, how the process was like for her. Hello Akosia, and thank you for speaking to us today. So I just want to know how your IVF process was like.
Oh, by God's grace, I would say mine has been successful all the time because I think I first came here 2014 and I'm in a distance marriage, so it's like, oh, you are okay, nothing is wrong, so let's give you medication, then you try your natural cycle. We tried it up till 2017 still. Then the doctor said, then let's go and do IVF. So even we've learned a whole lot of stories. When you go do IVF, first time it's not successful. You have to do multiple times, blah, blah, blah. So it's like I was scared, but I held on to my faith. So with my first attempt, like medication, first they'll give you medication. I think they said my problem was PCOS. Okay. PCOS, so they'll give you medication to boost the eggs, then the maturity of the eggs, everything becomes successful, then they retrieve the eggs. So after the retrieval of the eggs, they're expecting that within the next 5 days, you'll be fine for them to transfer the embryos. But with my first 5 days, I had something called OHSS. With that one, you bloat, then you vomit, like you cannot even eat. You feel hungry, but you cannot eat. And it's like you are not by yourself. So because of that, I cannot take it on the 5th day. So you have to treat me and wait till the next month. So by God's grace, the next month when I came, they transferred and everything was fine. I think my first pregnancy was triplets, but along the line, it's like 2 couldn't stay and left with 1. And people were saying, hey, IVF, they will stitch your womb, do blah, blah, blah. But with God's grace, they didn't stitch my womb. Everything was successful. My girl is now 4 years, TikTok girl. And I think later on, we said, oh, we want more. So after 2 years, we came back again to do the same thing again. That one too was successful. I had a successful pregnancy. But just that along the line, I had an ovarian cyst which ruptured. So now I couldn't control the pain with the pregnancy. So they have to remove the pregnancy. So with that, everything got the treatment. I have to take time before. Then I came again. So when I came again, it's like that one too. After the retrieval of eggs, because mostly it's like I go for 15 eggs, 17 eggs, but with this one I hated 36 eggs. So that means it wasn't easy. So I bloated. My stomach was like 8 months pregnancy. I was 5 cry. So they have to treat me again. And with that one, I was like always, I think I'm strong. So sometimes I even go home and come back for the treatment, then go back again. So with this one, as soon as I went home, they told me I should stay because I'm not looking well. And I saw then I said I'll go home because mostly when I finish, I drive and go back home. And he said, hey, so is that what you've been doing? It's not good, it's serious. You have to stay. So I didn't stay. I didn't mind them. Then I went home, I fainted. So that means I have to rush back. I said it's my own assault then. But I can say when I came back, the treatment, one thing I like about them is no matter what, they have time, they have patience, they will talk to you well, and they will call you to check on you. Even I can say I have almost all of them. They are anonymous. My husband too. In case of anything, even in the night, my husband will call them. My wife is not feeling fine. They will call you, come wherever the medication is. They will try and take the medication so you'll become fine. So with that one too, I had to wait again, then come and do the transfer again. And one good thing is mostly the semen they use is not fresh because my husband is not around. So mostly it's stored semen. So just imagine the owner of the hospital will tell you that we are good because imagine the stored semen that we use for it. It's a stored semen, and even after that they have to store the embryos too for like 3-4 months before they transfer. Yeah. With some people, their man will be there, the owner, they take the semen and put it in. But with my, not that, but at the end of the day, I get successful results. Me, fine, they are doing their job. But I believe in God too. I know without God, nothing can be possible.
So, one last thing I want to ask is, how was the journey like emotionally? How were you feeling about it?
It's not easy because last time I told one lady at the front desk, climbing this staircase up there, having hope. What pains me is you have to always come for injections. That it's not the medication alone that you take alone. the injections alone you take, especially before they will retrieve the eggs, and after the retrieval and the transfer, you have to take an injection again. That injection, the one giving you the injection is not painful. The injection, a drona kasana, they give it to you, and after that you could say otonya na yeah. So me, if somebody is sitting somewhere and especially you come and beat my daughter there, I'll kill you. Yes, because the pain and emotionally alone, because last year when I miscarried, it's like when I'm walking, I've been crying. Because after that, you have to also see the doctor, come again for that ovarian cyst that I had. Because of the PCOS that I have, it's likely that it will come. So it's not their fault, it's normal. The experience emotionally, just imagine somebody sitting there, the husband is sitting beside her. The lady was crying. When I got there, she was crying. I was satisfied. I was saying, it's painful. And I said, really, it's painful. Go and ask her if it is painful. How many eggs did you get? She would tell you like 10, 15, but me 37 eggs. Even if it was painful, I didn't cry. Who did I go and cry to? My husband is not here. My mother is not here. So I just keep quiet and lie down and fold my arms. So emotionally, it's not easy.
All right, thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. She says the process, even though quite painful, is worth it at the end of the day. Let's go back to Doc and conclude the conversation. We are welcome back. So I'm seated back with Doc, and this part we're going to talk about some of the controversial things that we've heard people say about IVF. What women who go through IVF are supposed to do, some of the facts, the misconceptions, and all of those things surrounding it. Doc, welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. So,
Thank you.
Personally, I've heard people say that when you have an IVF, the likelihood of getting 2 or more babies is very high. I've seen someone who has given birth to 4 quadruplets, and everybody said, well, she did an IVF, and she also confirmed that she did an IVF. So what's the chance of getting multiple babies from an IVF? And if that is very true, why is it the case?
Yes. Normally, you've stimulated, you get a lot of eggs. You fertilize them. Sometimes you get as much as 10, 15 fertilized eggs, which are called embryos. So, actually, we discuss with the patient, how many do you want to put in? And some of them who have been, yearning for a baby for a long time, they will tell you, doctor, put 5, doctor, put 4. But elsewhere in the US, UK, you are not allowed to put more than 1. Ghana, we don't have a law restricting us.
Okay.
But I'll tell you soon we will have, because we are working on it, the government and then our association. Together, we are working on a draft to regulate these things. And yes, we put, for us, not more than 3. If anybody even wants 3, they have to take special permission from me before I agree. Otherwise, we normally put 1, 2, and yes, sometimes 3. It depends on the way we see your fertility potential. In a young woman, everything seems to be okay. Maybe due to something, the male side, or we try to limit as many as we can. You put 3, you may develop all 3. And that you have the triplets. Some they insist, they really give us tough time. They want, and even for that we make them sign. They want 4. You put it and they would develop quadruplets. But to be honest, with our standard, we find it a failure if somebody has more than 2. You failed. Because 3, 4, you see it you hear it in the news and all that. Really, it's not right. Because the amount of torture the woman goes through to carry these 4 babies, it's no joke. And why they normally end up having miscarriages. So the higher the order of pregnancy is, the more likely you develop a miscarriage. There are situations where some women themselves, from their family background and all that, they can't develop the higher order multiple babies, and that is not very common.
That is to mean that maybe just one egg was put there, but they may be able to develop twins from that.
That twinning from the one egg,
yes,
is commoner and is more, it depends more on the genetics of the,
yes.
You have a person from a twinning family, it can't easily happen.
Right. So now let's talk about the do's and don'ts. When you are about to get an IVF, what should you do? What should you not do? Your lifestyle.
It's why are you going for the IVF? Whatever is preventing you from getting pregnant, if it's preventable, you should try to avoid it. Smoking, you drinking so much, even your husband always, drinking so much. And this is part of the process of not getting pregnant. Food-wise, there are several a condition which is related to diabetes, for you to have poor egg production. In that case, you have to try and, with the advice of the doctor, to try and sort of manage that situation where your egg production can be. It's a very popular situation called polycystic ovaries syndrome, PCOS they call it. And then in that case, you have to watch what you eat, so as to, limit whatever. Men, usually, when they are poor, low sperm, we encourage them to take honey. And look, see how we are dressed, me and you. We have covered our balls, but we are just like goats and dogs. It should be hanging. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free. Then pregnancy will take place. So avoiding, the root of the pregnancy, non-pregnancy causes could help in the situation. IVF is as simple as that. We promote eggs. So even if your eggs you can't promote it because of some of the conditions I've mentioned, we are not going to succeed, because even though we are doing it, the eggs won't come. Yes, we do get situations where no eggs are produced, and we have to cancel the whole cycle. And so anything which will make you, your initial doctors will tell you regarding do this or that to promote fertility, it's sort of required in general. There are no specific requirement that I'm going for IVF, therefore I should not drink tea, I should not drink coffee, and that sort of thing. I heard them talking about it, but
it's not true. Okay, so
there is no medical basis of it. It's just like the normal care pregnancy thing.
Okay. So can you choose the gender of your child?
Yes, it's possible, but unfortunately we don't do it in Ghana yet. I heard some of our colleagues, they've been trying. We call it pre-implantation genetic diagnosis. It means before the egg gets stuck in there, we manage to bring some out. You take a cell out of the developing embryo and study it for whatever you want to. Apart from sex typing, there are some medical conditions where you can diagnose this before the newly made embryo gets implanted. So they take them to the lab, remove one cell from the growing embryo and test it. Sorry. Unfortunately, sex typing, it's supposed to be common, especially with the Nigerians, but it's a very expensive way of going through doing what I just described, PGDs.
Finally, I want to know some of the lifestyle choices that young people can adopt to reduce infertility rates, because sometimes our lifestyles also put us at risk of not being able to produce.
Very much.
Both in men and women. So before you even get to the point where you need an artificial help to be able to produce, what can you do as an individual to be able to increase?
Yes, you learned something from me. I said the best age to have a baby is.
Yes.
So
22
that's
hours.
number one. You don't wait and keep it when you are 38, 40, then you come for a baby. And seriously, it seems the infertility has gone up, infertility problem. It's mainly due to the woman's aim to have her own career, and therefore a delay. You are postponing your fertility, and it's not only fertility issues. I'm sure you've heard about something called fibroids.
Yes.
You've heard about endometriosis.
Yes.
These are all something to do with not the uterus or the system not having a baby. So fibroids take over. Endometriosis take over. My mother had me when she was 46 years. Can you imagine? At that time, as if there are no endometriosis and no fibroids. Why? And after me, 46, there were three, a twin and a terrier. That was my mother. Now, from the little you have gotten from me, how did it occur? How 46 she was still having a baby? Because she started very early and continued every 2 years, like that.
So the spacing to is a factor.
I mean, we're talking of the scientific aspect of it. I'm not trying to be controversial, but it's a fact that as you delay your fertility thing, these diseases are mentioned, fibroid, and they take over because of what we call estrogens, which come up and they stimulate the growth of the fibroids very much, stimulate. And then at the end of it, you are struggling. Every year, every woman was born with a number of fixed eggs. Listen to this portion. At birth, you have about 1 million to 2 million eggs in you as a baby. Then, as you grow, 10, 12, 11, you have your first menstruation. That is called menarche. You have lost about 30% of your endowed eggs. And every month that you menstruate, about 40 to 50 eggs come out for only one to stick his neck out. It will also answer you, are there problems with IVF because you are producing more eggs? Is she going to be able to, the eggs that you lose during IVF or you make, you would have lost them anyway in a normal brusher. So yes, age at which you have your family is very important. Younger girls, you should be very careful. You should be very careful not to have your tubes damaged from miscarriages, abortions, and things like that. That's very important for the younger ones. Inordinate sex, infections down there, tubal damage, eventually no baby. If, for both sides, male and females, if you had any issues about fertility, don't waste too much time. You go and see the doctor. They will assess you. And the other thing is men, they usually blame women for whatever their problems are, but they are equally culpable. But 40% of infertility is due to men.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. He is Principal Fertility Specialist at the Accra Fertility Center, subsidiary of Medifair Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. And he has been speaking to us about IVF, the procedure, the do's and don'ts, and things that as young people we can do to enhance our chances of fertility. My name is Stella Shanelly.
At the last count, evidence suggests President Atamils, deservedly so, is the Ghanaian leader most honored in terms of monuments assigned to his name. And you heard our chairman read out the whole litany of things that have been named after him. Such a man and his memory are worthy of the utmost respect and dignity, even as he rests with his maker. It is therefore a matter of deep regret to me and many others that what should have been a solemn 10th anniversary where we celebrate this giant of a Ghanaian in history to reflect over his life and times and draw useful lessons from them, it was instead heralded by needless and orchestrated controversy about his final resting place. Any effort to give a facelift to this park called Asumdwe Park, where his mortal remains lie, and where we're holding this event, should be welcomed, as it is no more than Professor Mills would have deserved for his outstanding contributions to our nation's development and its forward march. It is, however, untenable, unconscionable, and uncanny for this to be done without recourse to his family, while involving individuals whose actions and conduct have only served to drag the dignified professor's name and memory into needless and unnecessary public controversy. It simply flies in the face of time-tested traditions and customs and all principles of decency for such a thing to happen. It is yet unclear what could have motivated this course of action. If it is informed by a desire to score phantom cheap political points, then it evinces the level of debasement that our politics is currently suffering. We can do all the politics we want, but there are some things we must hold sacred and worthy of protection. The quest to outdo each other for political advantage must not lead to this new low in skullduggery, where we are willing to dishonor the memory of a man who dedicated his lifetime to serving his country and did so with unparalleled distinction. As the good book notes, we have the right to all things, but not all things are beneficial for us. It is also a matter of some regret also that there has been an erosion of the efforts that Professor Mills made to weave a cohesive nation in place of one that has become polarized and divided severely on political and sectarian lines. His magnanimity and respect for the principles of sound democratic governance contrast sharply with the present situation that is characterized by harassment of political opponents, human rights violations, state-sponsored terrorism, abuse of power, politicization of states and independent institutions, economic mismanagement, and general misrule.
Let me be honest with you. Our country is now highly indebted middle-income country. IMIC. Our position is worse than the HIPIC days. That is where we are. I expected the minister to be truthful, candid, and be able to confront the problem head-on. But unfortunately, what we witnessed today is nothing but incompetence. We've seen incompetence at the highest level. I've never seen anything like this since I became Ghanaian. Unfortunately, our country is in bad hands. The Ghanaian economy is in a bad way, but I have not seen a government ready enough to deal with the situation. I call on His Excellency the President to conduct an immediate reshuffle so that this economy will be back to proper hands. I'm saying this not because I'm an opposition MP, but I'm saying this because I'm a Ghanaian first. And I care about the direction this country is going. If the country gets worse, it affects all of us, not only NDC or MPP. It affects all of us. So please, let's get serious here. This is people's pocket. The economy is your livelihood. The economy is your pocket. It's your child's future, and we cannot be toiling with it. This government has shown that they are not ready to govern. And I want to say that if they are not ready, they should hand over the government to some of us that is ready to deal with the situation. We can assure you that if given the opportunity, we'll confront the problem head on and take Ghana back to prosperity. We've done it again before and we'll do it again. What I've seen today is sad. I'm saddened as a Ghanaian because it's a big missed opportunity. Don't be surprised that by the close of today, our bonds in the international market will start getting worse once again, because this piece of paper needs to be flushed in the dustbin immediately. We need to shred it into pieces because it is empty and useless.
Mr. Speaker, no law that is made is sacrosanct. You do know that. Mr. Speaker, yes, we added pollution. It's one of it. Mr. Speaker, if we have to reintroduce it, and it will not be reintroduced until we don't listen. Because you have not even thought about what is intended to be done. That is why we are saying that what is intended to be done is to go the electronic way. You will not understand. That's why you're asking me what does it mean. Mr. Speaker, so the good book says, those who have eyes to see, let them see. Those who see where we are coming from know where we are coming from, and of course, because of the messianic effort of this government in rescuing us from the shambolic performance of the economy which you left. When we come to the debate, when we come to the comments on this, we are ever ready for you. We are. It's not about, we'll do it. Mr. Speaker, if I have to yield to Ato to begin it now, I will say I'm ready. There's nothing under your sleeve. There's nothing under your sleeve. This is not propaganda. We'll be talking to facts. We will be talking to facts, not propaganda. When you go out there, you can do your propaganda. Here is the facts and figures.
Asante King, who is wearing the Adwina San. That is the name of the kente cloth he's wearing.
Okay.
And that symbolizes the end of thinking or the end of knowledge.
Is just a glimpse of everything you get to experience in that beautiful edifice that has served Ghana for over 50 years. In 2015, the National Museum was closed for major renovations and was reopened just last month in June 2022. I'm going to tell you and show you why a visit to this place is a must. Welcome to another season of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. We took a little break after the first season, but now we are back. And trust me, this season will be full of surprises and fun. I'm so happy I can do this with you. My name is Wanda Amihegan. See you after the break. Welcome back from the break and thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places right here on GhanaWeb TV. Like I told you before, we are taking a tour around the National Museum. And to help us do this, we have Samuel Amega Jr. Hello. The gentleman right beside me. He has been here for close to 10 years. And he's the Senior Museums and Monuments Education Officer. He's going to help us have a glimpse of what you'd be enjoying if you visit the National Museum. Hi.
Hi.
And thanks for having us in your beautiful place.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to.
Thank you so much. So what are we expecting to see today?
Right. So inside the National Museum Gallery, you'll be seeing a lot of artifacts. And what I mean by artifacts has to do with objects of our creation, indigenous Ghanaian origin. And so you have objects that speaks to our history, objects that speaks to our culture, objects that speaks to our traditions, and objects that inspires us for the future. And these objects cut across all the geographical areas across the country. And so you have objects coming from the northern part of Ghana, the middle belt, as well as southern Ghana.
So some of the regions have been represented here?
Yes, most of the regions have been represented
here. Right. So where are we starting from?
Yeah, so we'll begin the tour from the right side. To begin the tour, actually, we have here this section on beginnings. So with the beginnings, now, per archaeological evidence in Ghana, It's estimated that about 40,000 BC, there's evidence of people who might have lived here in this present location called Ghana. And so, but historically, what we know as the first people to have been here in this country are the Guans. So they were the first settlers here. Every other tribe or every other ethnic group actually migrated into this territory and met the Guans. And then the Guans are actually spread across the entire country. From the north, they form something like something similar to a question mark on the Ghana map. So it's from the north all the way through the Bota North, through the eastern region, and then it comes into the southern part of Ghana, that is the coastal area. So the Guans are scattered all over the country. Right.
So these are like stones that represent the first
Ghanaians, how they use them and for what purposes that they use them. So we have a period coming from the late Stone Age period into the Middle Stone Age period, as well as the early Stone Age period.
Right.
So you have these few objects here. Once you observe them, you see how sharp the edges look. And these were among the earliest ones used. That is the Achillean tool, and they were used for cutting. Yes, and the more cognition advanced, or the more advanced they became in their thinking, they created other stone tools that had a lot of precision, in terms of its cut and its shape.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm interested. How were things like this, artifacts like this, found and brought here?
Yes, they were actually excavated. So there are several places that are identified where excavation goes on to retell the past.
Right. So from the Stone Age part of the museum.
Yes.
Where next are we going to?
Yes. So it moves into the trans-Saharan slave trade. So with the coming in of other ethnic groups into this territory and then interacting with the first Ghanaians, it evolved into a system where we had a barter trade where you could trade with people. Of course, everyone needed something for themselves, which others had, and then you might not have. So you needed to exchange with them to get what you want. And so beyond the barter trade with the first Ghanaians and even among the other ethnic groups, trade went beyond our territory, our modern day territory, into West Africa and even into the northern part of Africa. And so you had a lot of, kindly come this way. So this is a map showing some ancient towns and places we have in West Africa. Hausa towns mostly found in modern day Nigeria, Timbuktu, which is modern day Mali. So Ghana is also situated somewhere here. And there were some commodities that was commonly traded from Ghana with West African people, and then those commodities found their way also into Northern Africa. Three of the main ones are gold, we have kola nuts, as well as salt. Now, kola nut was so much desired because it helped traders who went across the Saharan desert, to keep up with the dryness or the dry nature of that territory. This is also another map showing some very old, or so to speak, ancient towns across West Africa. And this will lead us into another very interesting part of our exhibition, which is on the ancient Ghana Empire or Kingdom, as well as the modern day Ghana. Sometimes people do confuse the ancient Ghana Empire with the modern day territory called Ghana. And these are two separate geographical areas. This was an empire, so to speak, that had existed between the 8th and then 12th century. But by around the 13th century, it was destroyed by a more superior, a more sophisticated empire, which is the Mali Empire. And so this territory has been absorbed. It was destroyed and now absorbed by modern day Mali. But Ghana here today, or the name Ghana, was actually declared on this nation after independence, when we gained independence from our colonial masters in 1957. So our historians or our nationalists only adopted the name from the ancient Ghana Empire. And then
but
the name
they are
was,
not one and the same place.
They are not one and the same. These are two separate places. Yeah, two separate territories. Right.
So next we move to...
Yeah, so we move to an excavation from a place called Yipambongo. That is up there in the northern part of Ghana, upper east region. And these are excavations from the Komaland people or the Koma people. Now, these excavations have been dated to around 1200, some of them 1300, and some 1100. And it speaks to the society in which the objects were found. Now, these are all baked or glazed clay, terracotta, so we call it terracotta. And that shows the level of civilization or the level of innovation, the level of sophistication that this society had at the time. So that's why we have.
But what do some of these things symbolize?
Some of them represent like animals from the community or the society. Others who are molded in a form for ritual purposes. Some for funerary objects. But one interesting thing about this particular Komaland excavation has to do with the people, the Busa people, or the Koma people, as well as the object. Now, when archaeologists found the objects, it appears it's a little bit distinct from the people. And so the people, per their oral traditions and their history, don't really know how it came about or who had them. Because they were not the people that created this object, but these objects were found within that particular territory. But our historians, our archaeologists are still ongoing with their research to get the exact progenitors to this particular object. And you realize that some of the objects have been indicated on it as confiscated. Yes, we are fighting, or there's a big war against illicit trafficking of cultural goods by antiquity thieves and then being sold on the international market. So the Ghana Museums, in collaboration with the Immigration Service and other partners, once we discover any person with any cultural goods which is of national interest to us and it was not acquired legally, the objects have to be confiscated and brought to the National Museum.
Some of these were actually confiscated?
Some of these were actually confiscated from antiquity thieves.
I see.
So you can help us by,
spreading
the word and telling people about some of these objects. There's also a very interesting object here. Right up there, you see something like an image of a person who has something like wings. Yes, with something like cowrie shells on the neck. So within that society, culturally it's believed that we have spirits. And then among the spirits, we have bad spirits like witches or witchcraft. And so that is to depict witchcraft or the representation of witchcraft within that particular society. That's why you have, and it's believed that witches fly at night. I haven't seen one myself though. I don't know about you. But it's a cultural belief which, it's very peculiar to the people.
I see. Okay. Well, we would want to hold on. How many more areas or demarcations of the gallery do we have right before we take the break?
Yes, we are actually not done with the beginnings. We are still on the beginnings. We are yet to move to the state formation. Afterwards, we'll go to kingdoms, and then the final section will be on the nation after independence.
So you heard from Junior, there's more, there are more areas to explore here in the gallery at the National Museum. We want you to experience the whole thing for yourself. We'll just show you some pictures, more pictures about the beginning category after the break, and then we'll move to the other divisions where he'll tell us more about some of the artifacts and the various things we have here at the museum. But this is still People and Places. We are taking a short break. Enam will bring us facts about Ghana. We'll be right back.
And now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Ghana was initially called Gold Coast due to the rich alluvial minerals and large supplies of and markets for gold that existed there. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
We are back. Thank you for staying with us. Now, those were a few photos you saw from some of the things we have at the beginning section. Now we are moving to the state formation section, and then we'll move to other sections in the gallery. So Samuel, what do we have here?
Yeah, so in the state section, we'll be seeing some objects such as the war dress. We'll be seeing traditional architecture. We'll also be seeing some farm tools or implements that were locally manufactured or produced here. But aside that, too, we have a video that talks about iron working or iron production here in Ghana. It will amaze you to know that by the first millennial AD, iron was already discovered here in Ghana. In places like Bego, Bono Manso, and as well as Daboya. These are places that iron was first discovered. And with the production of iron into implements and tools like the hoe, the spear, the sickles, and other implements, it aided in agriculture. So the more iron you had, the more farming you could do. And then once you have a lot of weapons, the more hunting you could do and the more game you could kill. It also helped craftsmen in working their crafts.
So can you now take us through the various, you mentioned the iron tools, right?
Yes,
These are some of them.
These are a few of the iron tools that we have. Hoes, for clearing or digging. We have the sickles. It can help you in even harvesting cocoa or even cutting grass. Yeah. Now you realize that some of them have elaborate forms. The bigger and the heavier ones, you usually find them from the northern part of Ghana because the land is usually very dry and hard. And so you need heavier tools to work the land. And then you have the smaller ones which are very common and mostly used here in Saudi.
How old, an estimated year, would you say some of these artifacts are?
For these particular ones, I cannot really give you the specific date, but this should be coming from the 20th century period.
Okay.
Yes.
Quite old then.
Yeah.
All right. And then we have?
Here we have the traditional architecture. Yes, and this is very common in the northern parts of the country. Yes, where you have
it looks
buildings.
like a typical home setting.
Exactly.
In the north.
Exactly. This is for one big family. So you have a man, and traditionally the men could marry or have many wives. And then with a lot of children. The more children you have, the more farms you could work in.
And that's the farm, I suppose.
No, this is a animal quarters, a space for animals. And this is the home itself, the living quarter where the family stays together. And then the women have their rooms. The head of the family also has his room. Everybody has an activity to do within the house. And usually it's the women that do the coloring and then the painting of the building, and then the men do the setup in the building itself. Yeah.
I now understand when you say almost every region is represented, because we've seen a few items from 1 or 2 places. This is the war dress.
Yeah, this is the war dress.
Okay.
This is the war dress. Now, in time past when, we are still on state formation by the way, so in time past where people produced iron and then they had iron tools like the spear, the bow and arrow, as well as the spear, it led to conquest of other smaller areas. And so warriors that fought, to defend communities had to protect themselves from shots, arrowheads, and spears. And so they had a war dress, which is laden with charms. Yeah, so the leather pieces you see on it are laden with charms to protect the warrior, so to speak. And so it's believed that it's actually, I've not tried one though.
Okay.
Yes, but it's believed this was very potent, it was very effective, and
protected
arrows, it protected the warriors from being hit. Yeah.
Okay. But you see the difference between the two. Some of them have more of these.
More of the leather pieces, but the same function actually.
Okay.
Same function.
Okay.
Yeah, so the idea is the charms that is laden in the dress, in the costume, is what protects you, and not just the costume itself, and not just the leather. Of course, iron and arrowheads will go
through this
leather
at
easily.
any point. Right. Okay. And then we have.
Yeah. So before we move to this, over here we have the
the
weapons.
Bows.
Yeah,
and
the
the
bow and arrow,
arrows,
the
you
spear, and
mentioned
the guns. Yeah.
Right.
And then this brings us into clan system or the clans, but this specifically is for the fancies. Yeah, so the fancies, every family here in Ghana belongs to a bigger family, which is the clans. And all clans are usually represented with different symbols or totems. And so specifically for the fancies, we have this here.
Okay.
You see the Adriana, you have a dog representing them. And sometimes, it's often said that you are not supposed to eat any animal that represents you or it's your totem. Otherwise, something evil might happen to you. And aside that, too, the totems kind of reflect their character traits or the characteristics of the people.
I see.
So, like, for the dog, how very loyal a dog is. It shows loyalty. For a parrot, that shows eloquence. The parrot talks a lot.
Yeah.
And then you are very persuasive. You have the crow for integrity. The bretio, that is for the leopard. That shows a lot of bravery, a lot of boldness, courage as well. But there are several of them representing different.
Right. And these flags, what do they represent?
Right. So these flags here are for the warriors, the Asafo groups that we have here. And in time past where wars were fought, you needed a warriors organization to protect the chief as well as the community and the people. And so it's popularly called Asafo, especially among the coastal areas. So these flags represented each unit or each Asafo
you mean
group.
The people who usually paint their bodies?
Yeah, of course, they have these scarifications, they have a lot of paintings, they have a lot of sketches on themselves.
I needed to be sure
what
Asafo you were talking about.
Yes, the same people, the same people. That is to portray some fierceness, and they hold a flag, before, if it's any warfare, they have to go out for. And if it's a celebration of, now we don't have wars like it used to be in the past, so when festivals are being celebrated, to show their essence still, and their relevance still to the chieftaincy, they have their flags, and then you have the group itself.
So these two represent the Ashantis?
No, these are for Fanti areas.
Okay.
These are from the Fanti areas, so like the Chiman and some other places.
Right, okay. We are still at the state formation section, right?
Still on state formation. So that brings us into kingdoms. So once we come here, we are into kingdoms. Yes. Now, so for a representation of the kingdom, we are portraying here a traditional chief, particularly from southern part of Ghana. This could be an Asante king or chief. And then we have the queen or queen mother also seated or flanked by him. Yeah, so, beyond the state, those that had a lot of guns, a lot of weapons, were able to conquer other smaller territories and then had some very huge kingdoms or authority in terms of land mass. And so this king here is colorfully dressed in his kente fabric. So let's use this for an Asante king who is wearing the Adwina San. That is the name of the kente cloth he's wearing.
Okay.
And that symbolizes the end of thinking, or the end of knowledge, the end of the mind, literally. Yeah, so the idea is that the king must... Adwina San.
Okay.
Adwina San. So the idea is that the king must wear the most prized, the most cherished, the most complicated and the most beautiful, elegant fabric at all times, compared to other sub-chiefs.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the idea for the paramount chief.
Have you always had this structure here? I
No.
mean, before the museum was closed down and renovated and reopened.
Yeah, so we didn't used to have this. But to create, that visitor experience, to enhance our narrative, we decided to have this represented fully here.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
So that people can actually relate more
This
with it.
is
So
absolutely
for
beautiful.
our folks who have never visited any festival or haven't seen any cultural area during any festival, once you visit the National Gallery, you can have a visual impression about how our chiefs are seated, and our queens as well during any Deba or festival.
These are, just to be sure, these are Ashanti representations, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
And there's also a photograph here that is depicting how a chief or a king is carried, into
In a palanquin.
Yes, in a palanquin into
A
festival or a
ceremony.
ceremony or any occasion.
Okay.
So usually they don't have to walk in.
They are
Chiefs
carried.
very cherished, so they have to be carried shoulder high
Okay.
before they are brought in.
Right.
The queen mothers or the queens are also carried. That's a depiction right there.
But that's a smaller stool
Yes.
or chair compared to
that of the king. Yeah. So we saw a representation on the architecture from the northern part, and then we have this for southern Ghana, but specifically this is for the Asantes.
Okay.
We call them the Asante traditional buildings.
Okay.
Yeah. So formerly these were the homes of the nobility, the chiefs or kings, noblemen, the affluent and royals.
Okay.
As well as the priests, the traditional priests and priestesses.
Okay.
Yeah, so about 10 of these are scattered all throughout the Ashanti region, Besiasi and some other places. You still find these buildings there, and it's actually under the protection of the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board. These are all world listed heritage sites.
Okay.
Yeah, so anyone can visit at any point in time.
Okay. Wow.
Okay, so we're almost skipping this. So that is the traditional weaving loom. So this is where the kente cloth or fabric is produced from. Usually the kente is woven in small strips, about maybe 4 inches by 12, and then you have these small strips or pieces joined together to produce a bigger kente cloth.
Right. So how much more do we have under this section?
Yeah, this like the very last, almost the very last.
Okay.
And we'll talk about the kitchen and then we'll be done. Yeah, so this is for our northern brothers and sisters.
Chiefs.
This is for a northern chief. Yes, fully dressed, in his batakari or fugu on the smoke with his royal hat also adorned. Yes. Now it's interesting how a chief is the one that has the fugu hat standing upright.
Yeah.
That shows he has the most authority. He's the overlord of the land.
Okay.
But other people too can wear the fugu hat, but you should not be competing with it. You have to turn it to
different
other
places.
angles and other places just to represent other ideas.
Okay.
Yeah, aside what the chief, has his represented.
Right.
Sometimes when it goes to the back this way, if you go to the back, you see people folding to the back, like to forget about the past. Let's keep our focus mostly on the future. It can go to the side, to the right side or to the left side. That symbolizes peace.
I'm actually smiling because we have an episode where we visited a smoke making site, and the guy explained the whole shifting and then the various positions of the smoke, and then what they mean.
They mean, okay, that's interesting.
It's
you can share that video with the museum actually. We have here the Equiabados, which, you know, the Ashantis usually have the one with the circular head and a flat body. This is a representation of beauty. Fantis have the one with a flat head. Other ethnic groups also have DS.
Yes.
Yes. Now, in the past, it was believed that women who could not have children, or those who struggled with barrenness, would usually, you know, visit a shrine, a priest or priestess. You know, you would pour out your heart to them, and then you'll be given a doll to care for, like a baby. In the process of doing that, you trust and believe in your gods, and then you are also giving your baby.
So that's for fertility.
That is for fertility. So this is our fertility doll, popularly called the Equiabados among the Akan community here.
Right.
And so once a baby is born, it goes through the naming ceremony. Yes, and this is also very celebrated. Any newborn child is welcome into the world. You are welcome to the family, you are welcome to the community, you are also welcome and presented to our ancestors during the naming ceremony. When a child also matures, especially the ladies, you get to puberty and you are a young adult, you are ready for marriage, there's a special occasion. This depot is for the Gandangbis, where the lady is trained, you know, into womanhood. You are cultured, you are nurtured into all the nitty-gritties about being a female, how to take care of your home, yourself, your family, your husband, and even your business and so many other things. And then after marriage, you have your children, you know, the time comes when you die, and then you move into the land of the ancestors, or you move into the other side of life. Yes.
And then funerals are performed.
Funerals
so
are
basically, this section
well,
is supposed to give you like a brief history, or like it's supposed to take you through the various stages of life.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Which is celebrated or commemorated here in Ghana. Yeah, and these are actually terracotta figurines for burial of our chiefs, particularly in the Akan areas. And that is the Egusia Kurua, which is usually used in containing potions or concoctions that is used ritual cleansing of the dead chief or the body of the chief before eventually he's buried. So this will become servant in a grave and in the land of the ancestors. So it accompanies the dead body, and then it's believed that once a king, always a king, or once a chief, always a chief. So you need to be served in the next world that you find yourself. So this will become servant to the king in the next world.
Okay. There's so much to see, so many photos, so many artifacts, and so much history here at the gallery at the National Museum here in Accra. So we want to wrap up this episode, but we'll explore much more in the next episode with Samuel. Samuel, thank you for doing this with us.
You're welcome.
This is People and Places. I am Wanda Amihagan, and I did this with Samuel
Amegan Jr.
See you next time.
From propaganda and the communist inferior tactics, we are extremely far better than them. You care about the poor. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the NDC, can you compare Okada to free school? Okada policy, you will let people ride bicycles before they eat. MPP government says that we will let them go to school. Which one do you prefer? We all know that we have crisis. Do they understand the fact that our economy is import-driven? Do they know that? And once it is import-driven, we depend on international markets. Even this situation in which we have been able to sustain almost all the pro-poor policies. They could not. Even simple teachers and nurses allowance, because they failed to manage the economy well, they scrapped them. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the MPP government understands the management of this economy was. That is why yesterday we decided not to burden this house with any extra supplementary budget. We understand again. We know what we are doing. We have been able to reduce that to GDP. Mr. Speaker, let me explain this to them. If they understand the economy, anytime any country's productivity is impaired unproductively, your GDP will not grow.
Yes.
You contributed to the problem we're having in Ghana because of the seemingly balancing house. Any good policy of this government, you say you love Ghana. You say you love Ghana. Tell me, you are giving figures from mostly French-speaking countries. Please go and learn your economy well. Almost all the French-speaking countries do not have economic sovereignty. They derive that from the Central Bank of France. Go and check. So it is wrong to compare the two. You don't know your facts. Go and check. The fact of the matter is that, Mr. Speaker, even in this situation, you don't do this analysis. You do, that is why you have industry performance, continental performance, and global performance. Mr. Speaker, even it is expected as part of the projections of the world that we were supposed to grow 2.9 as a globe. Our projection is 3.7. And in Africa, it was supposed to be 3.6. Ours is 3.7. And you said that the very minister that before COVID was growing 7%. Inflation rate 7%. Interest rate came to 12%. Policy rate came to 12%. He should resign. Then for His Excellency, former President Mahama, respectfully, he shouldn't come again. Where are the Guinea fowls? Where are the Guinea fowls? So if you want somebody to resign, first, they should not bring former President Mahama. They will agree. But the fact of the matter is that under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the management of the economy, translation of it into proper policies, so that most of you, your brothers and sisters, your cousins and children, are having free school under Nana Addo. Are having free school. Put up your hand if your family member is not enjoying free school under Nana Addo. God will ask you. God. 96% of my brothers and members are enjoying free school, and we are saying that we are not managing this economy well. Mr. Speaker, we are showing them within 2.5 years, all things being equal, the very good, best, better years of the economy are coming back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Isaac Adongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's become very clear that the biggest job to do in this House is to defend this bunch of incompetent governors of our economy. And no matter how you shout, your minister only 2 days ago borrowed at 29.8%, and you are saying that people are taking interest at 23%. When your minister is borrowing at 29.8%, only yesterday. And when he was looking for 4.9 billion, he got only 1.1. The minister, as he's sitting here, he's confused as to how he get the money to pay them their money. And he's talking 1.1. So you are not even aware of what is happening in your economy. Mr. Speaker, I heard somebody say that the Bank of Ghana is giving overdraft and that the Bank of Ghana is not printing money. Why? Is the Bank of Ghana a deposit-taking institution? Is the Bank of Ghana raising money? The Bank of Ghana is obviously printing money and throwing at government. But what is worse is that, Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana Act makes it illegal for it to give money to government beyond 5% of the previous year's revenue. And we are talking about cumulative borrowing. So from Adam up to yesterday, the total, you can borrow up to 5% more than your previous revenue. You are doing over 300% borrowing from the central bank. That is illegal. But Mr. Speaker, what is worse is that we are waiting for the IMF to come and help us. We signed an MOU saying that we will not borrow a penny. We will not borrow a penny from the IMF. We are going to do zero financing. Quietly, we are borrowing from the Bank of Ghana. Now that the IMF is here, what are you going to tell them? You are going to tell them that you only deceived them, but you did not intend to follow the zero financing arrangement. That is an indictment on the credibility of our country. And this is not a matter to be taken lightly. You can suspend the fiscal rules, but you cannot suspend the monetary rules, because there's nowhere in the Bank of Ghana Act that allows you to suspend monetary rules. But when you came to suspend fiscal rules, you went and suspended the monetary rules. That is illegality, Mr. Speaker. The minister was here yesterday. He said that his income, his revenue has dropped from about 10 billion to 96 billion. That gives you about 3.7 billion drop in revenue. He says that his interest payment has increased from 37 billion to about 41 billion. Again, that gives him 3.8 billion. If you add these two, you get 7.5 billion. The minister had also forgotten that he promised COLA to workers. That COLA, if you calculate it or just without the entire compensation, works up to 4.6 billion. When you add that, you are getting a total, both in terms of additional expenditure and in terms of revenue shortfall, of 12 billion. And you are saying that you didn't come to ask for money. What else did you come to ask for? When you add that 12 billion to his 37 or 38 billion, you are getting a deficit of 49 billion. You are here asking for money. You are asking for money and saying that you are not asking for money. Mr. Speaker, if you are not asking for money, the 22 billion that you took from the Bank of Ghana, what did you use it for? It wasn't in your budget. You are indicating additional expenditures of 12 billion. You have taken an additional 22 billion that was not in your budget. And yet you are here saying that you didn't come to ask for money. Where did you learn that kind of mathematics? Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter. The truth of the matter is that these numbers exposes the Minister for Finance badly. And if he had any other intentions other than to scale back and hold himself and stay within the appropriation, the better. Because any expenditure above appropriation will be seriously scrutinized by the next government, and I will not be surprised if some people end up in jail. Mr. Speaker, they keep saying that it is Russia-Ukraine war, as if the bombs are landing in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Bloomberg own report, which is profiling countries that are very close to default, put that at number 2. The Ukraine is where the bombs are landing. It's far away in number 8. It's far away in number 8. Even those receiving the bombs are better than you. And you are always crying about Ukraine war, as if you have received one bomb. Please, it's lying at number 8. Those who are going to default, it will take a century to get to Ukraine. How for you, it can be tomorrow. And that is the problem you are faced with. Mr. Speaker, the problem we are faced with now is a group of people who have no clue as to how to manage the economy. When you advise them, they won't listen. When you tell them to review something to improve it, they say, hey, it is cancellation. Mr. Speaker, the whole world is looking up to you. As of yesterday, the capital market was waiting to see something tangible in this document. They are more confused than you yourself after you deliver this document. Because in this document, you are not telling them how you are going to bring back your capital market that is collapsed. You go to the market, even as a government, to look for 4.6 billion, you can't get it. You get only 1 billion. After you have enticed them with the highest interest rate of 29%, they say they won't give it to you. That is very serious. Serious liquidity challenge. You are almost heading towards insolvency, and you are still here trivializing this matter. Mr. Speaker, the international capital market, half of them, they don't want to hear our name. When you mention our name to an international investor, say you are enemies of our money, so they will not bring money. They are continuously downgrading us. The other day, you said that your net international reserve moved from 9 billion to 3 billion and it became a debate here. You have never achieved net international reserve of 9 billion before. So that 9 billion was gross international reserves. And you move from a gross international reserve of 9 billion to a gross international reserve of 3 billion. You know that your offshore obligation for the year will wipe off the 3 billion. So you have no reserves. That is why in this document, Mr. Speaker, the minister does not mention the net international reserves. He only talks about gross. Because things fall apart. Cannot hold. Mr. Speaker, you have a government which is still keeping the man who have destroyed this economy. The man who has shown the highest level of incompetence in managing this economy to still continue to be the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, do you have a co-president in this country? Do we have a co-president in this country? Co-president, yes. It is the only reason you are still sitting there. Minister, move from that office and give Ghana a chance to resolve this mess. As long as we continue to sit there and everybody running away from Ghana, Mr. Speaker, our situation will worsen further. And not only are we now going to be hungry, we are now going to starve. Mr. Speaker, very soon you will not have money to buy fuel for your vehicle if the minister continues to sit there, because nobody is willing to give him money. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I like to call on my colleagues on the other side that I can see your mood is very bad. You are almost in a funeral mood. But there are good times ahead. Very soon the Minister for Finance will leave and Ghana will take its proper cloth and will assist you to develop Ghana. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, now the chairman of the Finance Committee, Honorable Kweku Ajiman Kwatin, will have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I'd like to thank the Finance Minister for presenting to us in accordance with law the review of the 2022 budget statement as has been implemented so far. Mr. Speaker, what he presented to us was very clear. He informed this House that a combination of both external and domestic factors have conspired to create challenges for this economy. The Speaker, was he right or wrong? Of course he was right. He proceeds to put on the table for our consideration government solutions to these challenges, mindful of the fact that these challenges are not just in Ghana but global. Mr. Speaker, again, was it the right thing to do? Of course it was. Our task as Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is not to jubilate. It's not to jubilate that our country is facing challenges, that the ruling party is on the defensive, and therefore we have achieved some political ends. Mr. Speaker, what shall it profit a man? Mr. Speaker, what shall it profit a man if you get all the political advantage and your own country goes down? Mr. Speaker, we have seen this morning a selective use of data, especially from the minority, to create an impression of doom for Ghana's economy. What have Ghanaians done to us? Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Atifo Singh. I agree with Honorable Opoku Bobie. I agree with Honorable Isaac Adongo that not all the factors are external. That is true. Oh, Eric Opoku, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. That, Mr. Speaker, not all the factors are external. I agree with them. Some of the factors are domestic, and the minister did indicate that in his presentation to us. Mr. Speaker, it is those domestic factors that have been responsible for Ghana going to the IMF 17 times. Mr. Speaker, when we went to the IMF the 16th time, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta was not the finance minister of this country. Mr. Speaker, in those 15 times that as a country we went to the IMF for bailout, it wasn't Nana Addo Akufo-Addo who was the president of this country. So if today we have the opportunity to deal with a matter that has been worrying our economy for so long, why would people jubilate that the current government is on the defensive, or the current government has indicated challenges to which we must all find solutions? Mr. Speaker, my own disappointment with the presentations I have heard this morning is that for the average Ghanaian out there, hoping that Parliament would be contributing to the solutions the minister presented, if necessary, improving those solutions, so that the people would know that as leaders we are fighting for them. Mr. Speaker, they would watch us and see members of Parliament jubilate and cheer that the country is facing challenges. Mr. Speaker, we do not have any contribution to the revenue measures that the minister presented. The digitization agenda to reduce the human interface in revenue mobilization. Mr. Speaker, none of us has contribution to that initiative. Mr. Speaker, the expenditure rationalization measures, the cut in administrative expenditure that the minister presented, we do not have any contributions to them. Maybe as Parliament we should be asking ourselves, what is it that we ourselves are doing to contribute to the fiscal difficulties that has bedeviled this country for so long and that has taken us to the IMF 17 times? Mr. Speaker, we should be doing that soul searching. We should be doing that soul searching. Mr. Speaker, there are many expenditure rationalization measures in the minister's presentation to us. He has further assured this House that there are domestic measures that are forming the basis for government engagement with our development partners. Mr. Speaker, the least we can do is to wish the minister well, to wish the government well, and to expect that these measures would deliver the improvements we want. That the contributions we have had here, especially from our colleagues on the minority, have been completely disappointing. And it is my hope that as we go on, we will be more patriotic and focused on the solutions that will give the average Ghanaian a better life. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we have a program starting at 1. We will have to suspend sitting, go and commence the program. Some of you will be with us, some will have to come back. My deputy will take over and you move to question time. We finish and come to continue with the comments, debates on the statement. So I will, yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand the management of your time, but I was going to plead if you can give the last two speakers from either side 5 minutes.
On either side?
I said either side, but I see that the majority leader is ready for a suspension. We can suspend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, because we have our partners already in and they are waiting on us. So it's better for us to go commence, and I want to urge all of you to be there just after some major statements from our partners. I think it will be proper for you to come to continue with the program, but with questions. After the program, I'll be here to continue with the deliberations on the statement. So with this, sitting is accordingly suspended. I'm reminded that Deputy could take statements too. We have a few statements, particularly from the Minister for Youth and Sports and our colleague from New Ejubase. They have a statement on the, is it Commonwealth? Yes. So the Deputy will take questions and statements. With this, I reiterate my earlier statement that sitting is suspended.
The Ghana Football Association on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, issued a verdict on the alleged fixed game between Ashgold and Interlight, which was played in the 2020-2021 season. The two clubs have been demoted to Division 2 after being found guilty of match fixing and match manipulation. Today, we are in the office of the lawyer of Interlight, who have appealed the decision by the disciplinary committee, to speak to him on a variety of arguments in his 15-page statement. This is Sports Tech. I'm Perez as well, and after this break, we talk law. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV, and my guest today is lawyer Felix Nanose. He is the legal rep for Interlight, who have applied an appeal. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and my name is Perez as well. My guest today is lawyer Felix Nanose, who is the legal rep for Interlight, who have appealed the decision by the disciplinary committee of the Ghana Football Association to demote his club and Ashgold to Division 2. Like I've read your appeal, and I think we have over 15 pages. And
is it 15? Yeah, I think so.
15 pages, but I want us to dwell more on the particulars of the. I think that's where the meat is.
Yeah.
We have four
grounds of appeal.
Yes.
That we filed challenging the decision of the disciplinary committee. Now, the first ground of appeal, as you have it in our appeal, is the fact that it's our contention that the decision that was given by the disciplinary committee was against the weight of evidence that was adduced or led during the proceedings. Now, what basically that means is that if you consider and evaluate what actually was placed on the table by the prosecution vis-a-vis the investigations that they carried out and the case that they put before the disciplinary committee. If you evaluate it, the charges that were leveled against Inter-Allies Football Club was not proven.
But they found evidence of someone who, in quotes, self-volunteer of the club, basically colluding with some players, having interactions with some people at Ashgold to fix the game. I think the main bone of contention is who is the man in question, the Niamwa guy.
Okay, so this Emmanuel Niamwa, or aka Ni Gogo, used to be with Inter-Allies Football Club.
Okay.
Now, in the 2014-2015 season, Emmanuel Niamwa was registered with the club as the logistics officer. He was in charge of making arrangements for football pitch, getting us jerseys and everything that had to do with logistics. So after the 2014-2015 season, he resigned because he had the opportunity to serve his people in his hometown. He was installed as a chief, so he resigned. This is 8 years ago.
Was that communicated to the FA that this man no longer holds any position in
Good. Now, per the regulations of the FA, every football season, you must present the list of officials that you would want to work with. So, from 2014-2015, Emmanuel Niamwa was no longer with us. That is the more reason why, in presenting their case, they were only able to pin us down to 2014-2015. Meanwhile, the matter in contention, or the season in contention, is 2020-2021. Why didn't they get evidence to the effect that in 2020-2021, Emmanuel Niamwa was part of our club?
The argument from the FA's perspective, and I've heard a few people closer to the FA, they claim that on that particular day, in that particular game, he was present at the pre-match in the name of Inter-Allies. He traveled with the team, he was in the team's hotel. So if I'm not an official of the club, and per what I have read, you have to be an official of a club to represent the club at pre-match. And if Niamwa was there, if he traveled with the team, and if he was slept in the team's hotel, then clearly, I mean, those are grounds for a layman to assume or to agree with the notion that Niamwa is indeed an official of Inter-Allies.
Well, you see, we have it at the back of our mind. After the investigations we ourselves conducted, Emmanuel Niamwa had an agenda that he wanted to execute or to push. Because he was an ex-official of Inter-Allies Football Club, of course, he was at every point in time welcome to the club. Once we didn't have any reason to believe that there was this hidden agenda that he wanted to execute, we had no reason to distance ourselves from him. Now, it's true he joined the team bus. It's true he was with the team when they went to the hotel. But that wasn't sanctioned by management. It was on the blind side of management.
So management of Inter-Allies were not aware that Niamwa was even part of the team?
No, but then we confirmed that Niamwa joined the team bus and he was part of he was with the team when they lodged in the hotel. So after this whole issue had come up, it was very sorry on our part because the manner in which the game was played and the outcome of the football match was such that it was mind-boggling for management. So we ourselves, or Inter-Allies Football Club, conducted its own internal investigations. And I will put it on record that it was based on the investigations Inter-Allies conducted. We were able to fish out Niamwa. If it wasn't for Inter-Allies, GFA would have never had Niamwa as part of being part of this whole saga, because he was nowhere in the radar. Because the only people who GFA had their mind on, or the investigated to GFA had their mind on, were the players, and maybe the coach. If you stretch the argument, maybe the technical team. It was our investigations when we were conducting our investigation and we were asking the players what went wrong. That was how come we got wind of the fact that Emmanuel Niamwa joined the team bus. He joined the team where they lodged in the hotel. So it became apparent for us to question him as well. And because he was an ex-official of our club, it was very easy getting him. So we asked him, we interrogated him, we got report from him, and we were able to link his attitude or his actions before and after the game to this whole scandal that had rocked the entire football match. So it was our investigative report that was presented to GFA that led GFA to invite or engage the CID to trace Emmanuel Niamwa and get all the call logs or his call records and the Momo transactions that went on. If it wasn't for Interlice, this revelation wouldn't have come to light.
Someone would argue that the GFA would have also spoken to the players eventually, and just as you guys uncovered during your interrogation, they would have also discovered from the players that Niamwa was the brain behind the whole thing.
I beg to differ on that because it's based on the way we conducted our investigations that pinned some of the players down because they are players. We know how to treat them. It was the kind of pressure that we gave them, the kind of interrogations that we made them go through, that they came out voluntarily and linked Emmanuel Niamwa to the whole picture. Because originally, Emmanuel Niamwa was not supposed to be part of the team that went there. So it raised an eyebrow.
But was that the only time Emmanuel Niamwa has been on Interlice?
You see, when it comes to Emmanuel Niamwa per se, he is part of the Regional Football Association.
Okay.
He is active in the sporting world when it comes to football in Ghana. So he makes arrangements for football pitches. He contacts commissioners and all that, and he arranges matches to be played. But on that fateful day, because because he had an agenda to push, that's how come he was able to maneuver his way around and execute his agenda. Now, if you read a report from the GFA said that Ashgold was dealing with Emmanuel Niamwa because they felt or they believed that Emmanuel Niamwa was an official of Interlice. You see, it is because Emmanuel Niamwa had represented or misrepresented himself to Ashgold. That's how come they were dealing with him. But make it clear, let me make it clear. Interlice Football Club is a legal entity on its own.
Sure.
What Interlice Football Club does is distinct and different from what the officials of Interlice do. Now, let me conclude. If you would want to associate the actions of officials to that of Interlice and say that the actions of the officers or the officials of Interlice are synonymous with the club, there are a whole lot of requirements that need to be satisfied.
Yeah.
For instance, if the president of Interlice makes a declaration on behalf of Interlice, we can say that it is Interlice that has acted.
Sure.
If the managing director of Interlice makes a declaration or makes a misrepresentation or a representation, whatever, any action or inaction it takes, it affects Interlice. Now, if the members or the shareholders of Interlice during a shareholders meeting make a resolution, it is Interlice that has acted. But if officers, ordinary officers, take actions that are not sanctioned by Interlice, you can't say that the officer's action or inaction is synonymous with Interlice. That is a principle that has to do with corporate governance and the legal, separate legal entity principle.
So your argument basically is that Niamwa is not a sanctioned or it's not a recognized official of Interlice. Therefore, his actions cannot be equated or cannot be meant to be actions or decisions of the club.
Precisely. And our reaction after the game and the sanctions we also placed after the game should tell anyone that if indeed we were complicit in this whole scandal and in these whole allegations that were leveled against us, we wouldn't have voluntarily given out information. You see, one, he wasn't registered with us during the season in contention. He is not an official of Inter-Allies. That fact needs to be established clearly. And of course, when the prosecution was leading evidence and were giving their side of the story or prosecuting their case, they only said they were able to link Emmanuel Niamwa to Inter-Allies because of a 2014-2015 FIFA Connect system.
Sure.
What happened to 2020-2021 FIFA Connect system? Why would you want to take someone who was with us 8 years ago? And because he was with us 8 years ago, the actions that he has taken in 2020, 8 years down the line, should be our responsibility.
Maybe the reason could be that if he was with you guys then he still has some legitimacy, he still has some influence in the club to make certain decisions. Maybe.
No, he has no influence. And as I was saying, if Inter-Allies is supposed to act, there are 3 ways when you look at the company law that gives ways that companies must act. The company can act through its managing director. The company can act through members during a general meeting, or the company can act through the board of directors. Niamwa is nowhere near these category of persons in the company. So, as I've already said, he had an agenda to push, and to be able to execute the agenda, he had to do his homework, make sure he represented some sort of a clean sheet to whoever was his counterpart, for the person to believe that indeed he wielded some influence. But in actual sense or in actual fact, he wielded no influence. Because during investigations, some football players of Inter-Allies were not even in the known of this whole 5-1 scandal or 5-1 match betting that was supposed to go on. Some of the players didn't know. Hashmin, for instance, Hashmin, who had to score 2 own goals, he plays for Inter-Allies. Hashmin confirmed during the proceedings that Inter-Allies Football Club, before going into the game, promised each and every player 1,000 Ghana cedis winning bonus. This was before the game. So if Inter-Allies Football Club had placed this match on bet, why would Inter-Allies promise each and every player 1,000 Ghana cedis? For what? This is on record. And we are saying that the disciplinary committee, if they had attached weight to this piece of evidence, same way that they attached weight to Hashmin's evidence, and for that matter, they mitigated his sentence, they would have realized that Inter-Allies Football Club was not culpable of the charges or the offenses they leveled against us.
You argue again that the FA's ruling was based on conjecture and basically allegation. They had no foundation basically to come out with a decision they came out against Inter-Allies. On what basis do you make such argument?
Good. Now, if you read the decision, they are saying that when they interviewed Niamwa said he wasn't going to release any information to them as far as Inter-Allies was concerned. And based on that, they felt Inter-Allies was responsible and Inter-Allies was guilty.
It could be that he's protecting the big bosses who, commissioned him to undertake the...
That is the conjecture we are talking about. If you've leveled charges against me, you should be able to prove. Yeah. It is your case against my case. Yes. You are the prosecution. You should be able to gather your evidence and prove. Now, per their standard, their own standard, they are saying that the standard is one that is below beyond reasonable doubt, but then it's above the preponderance of probability. So when you balance it, it means that the standard of proof is supposed to be down, which is more than what is expected in a civil suit. So if you are saying that Inter-Allies was complicit in this whole saga, you should be able to link it up. Okay, when Niamwa was able to engage the other party, and Niamwa was sent money through Momo, he was given the money. Did he give any official or did he give Inter-Allies that money? Did Inter-Allies benefit from the transaction that went on? These are things that the disciplinary committee or the prosecution was supposed to have satisfied. This wasn't done. So how then do you pin Inter-Allies as part of the whole deal or the whole scandal? It should be linked up. It shouldn't be just based on conjecture. Because he was not able to provide you with evidence, you are saying, okay, then we are guessing. that he's withholding evidence from us, and he's trying to cover up entire lies. It doesn't work that way.
All right, thank you very much, lawyer Nana Felix Nana. This is Sports Check. My name is Perez as well. We are discussing the ruling by the Ghana Football Association, the subsequent appeal by Intala. Dear lawyer is my guest on Sports Check today. And after the break, we will dive into more issues here. Welcome back from the break. We are discussing Interli's appeal of the decision by the disciplinary committee of the Ghana Football Association to demote them to the Division 2 of Ghana football. And also earlier you made the point that Interli's conducted internal investigations. I have two questions. What were the findings, and did you sanction the players and some officials who were found culpable in this whole scheme?
Yes, when this whole issue came up, it was a big blow to the team. So immediately we were able to set up a committee, now come up with our investigations, conduct our investigations, come up with a report, and also report to management. Now, our investigations revealed that indeed Emmanuel Niamua was the mastermind behind this whole saga. Now, some of the players were also found culpable. And this investigative report that was dated on the 22nd day of July 2021, I think the incident happened on the 17th day of July 2021. We had our report on the 22nd day of July 2021. We forwarded it to the integrity officer of the GFA, and we captioned it, investigations into Ghana Premier League Mandate 34 game, Ashanti Gold Sporting Club versus Interlight Football Club. Now, let me read to you the account of management. The account of management. It says that the committee spoke with management. It became obvious that none of the management members traveled with the team, which is a norm when a team travels afar. The management, proud to departure of the team, promised the playing and technical team a winning bonus of 1,000 Ghana cedis. This promise was confirmed by all the players who appeared before the committee. The management on the account had no knowledge of any match fixing or placing the match on betting. The management were not contacted by any person either from the opposing team or betting company, and has resolved to assist the GFA in its investigations. The committee will continue its work and will make available any cogent evidence pursuant to the issue at hand. So those who were found culpable, they were sanctioned, their salaries were withdrawn, and they were dismissed from the club. Okay. Now, the period within which this our investigations was conducted and that of the GFA, it more or less clashed. So we had to, at some point, put a pause on ours and concentrate on that of the GFA. So we handed over everything that was at our disposal to the GFA. So the GFA carried it up from there, and they even involved the CID to help them with the investigations based on the leads that we give to them. But
in particular, Niamua, couldn't you guys report him to the CID yourself and say, this man is representing us, parading himself as an official of the club, but we don't recognize him and he's going to bring us some bit of shame, so we want you to deal with him? Yeah, so because we gave the whole information to the GFA integrity officer, he carried it out from there. And because the CID, we knew the CID was involved, it was just going to be more or less like a duplicity of action for us to also report the same matter to the CID. So the CID conducted their own investigation, and it was through the CID that they got the call-ups and the transactions that occurred through the Momo. That's how come this whole thing came about. So do management feel betrayed or by the FA that we collaborated with you, worked with you to uncover this plot, then you stab us in the back with a demotion to Division 2? How did they take the ruling? We took the ruling. If you've read our appeal, we classified it as a witch hunt, because
if you are charging us with some offenses that you feel we have committed, you should be able to prove that indeed we committed the offense. If you look at the charges against us, the charges against Inter-Allies was that, you read the charges, there are 2 charges. It says count 1. The club was charged for breach of Article 34(5)(a) of the Premier League regulations for instigating, commanding, and counseling its players to play a fixed match or match of convenience between Ashanti Gold SC and Inter-Allies FC to achieve a result in favor of Ashanti Gold SC, an act which the club knew or ought to have known at the time of engaging in it to be contrary to the Premier League regulations of the Ghana Football Association. This is the charge against Inter-Allies. Did we instigate? Did we command? Did we counsel our players? Are you saying that by promising our players 1,000 Ghana cedis each if they were going to win, was counseling them to play a match that has been fixed? Obviously, it didn't sit well with us. So we felt, or we feel that we've been given a raw deal by the GFA or the disciplinary committee. Now, Hashmin, who also came out to more or less voice out his frustrations on air, he's been punished. Do you think someone who sees himself as a whistleblower someday, somehow, when he gets involved in this kind of things, will voluntarily come out and voice things out? I think the issue with the Hashmin situation is that you don't take the law into your own hands in basically committed an illegality, in trying to correct an illegality. So you feel that they've planned to fix a game. You've heard of it. There was a match commissioner, there were GFA officials. You could have told them. You don't take the law into your own hands as a player, go in, score 2 goals, and bring the name of the game into disrepute. So basically, I think from you, I understand what he was trying to do, trying to make sure that what they had planned did not come to pass. But in doing so, how he did it is the main. Because I think the FA, the thing is that once you hear of it, you must report, you must take an action. And as a player and as a stakeholder, what he should have done was to report to the match commissioner. And maybe you could argue that maybe the GFA could have let him off the hook. But I feel like a 6 months ban, it's okay, honestly. Well, I'm not to argue for Hashmin, but the reason why I chipped in Hashmin's issue has to do with the fact that he was able to collaborate with the GFA. Yeah. You know, we are all here to protect the integrity of the game. Sure. You should also bear in mind that in as much as some of us would want the integrity of the game to be held high esteem, there are some bad nuts within us who also want to bring the name of the game down into disrepute. So what actions are you taking, or what actions will you take to encourage those who feel that they are here to protect the game? Now, Hashmin, of course, he took an action which everyone would believe that doesn't happen in football. He was subbed on at some point in time, I think when the match was 3-0. He was subbed on when the match was 3-0, and when Ash Gold had scored the 5th goal, he felt that, okay, the rumors he had heard was coming to fruition. So let me just scatter everything and put sand in their gari by scoring the 2 own goals. For us, when Hashmin also gave the interview, it was surprising to us because he didn't inform anyone. Management was not aware. And the whole saga was so bad in taste to the extent that as management or as top members of the top hierarchy of the club, you will sit down looking at the faces of each and everyone and asking yourself, what went wrong? Yeah. What did we do wrong? What happened? That is why we conducted our own investigations. It became very important that we conducted our own investigations, and we came up with our investigative report.
But you cashed in, Inter-Allies cashed on one of the players. The Lamte, the one he sold to Kumasi and Santikotoko.
The deal was done way before the completion of the 2020-2021 season. Inter-Allies cashes in on most of its players. When you look at the whole of the sub-region or even Africa, Inter-Allies is one of the clubs that is able to export its players to foreign clubs or foreign teams.
So you had already signed for Kotoko even before that game?
Precisely. That was the last game. That was the last game of the season. And
I think there were 2 games from match day 34.
34. Yeah. Okay. So the deal was already done. It wasn't because of that game that got what's his name, Lamptey the deal.
Okay.
He already had his plans, and he already has had his way out of the club.
So now, what do you want from the FA?
Okay.
From the appeals committee?
We want a reversal of the decision that has been handed against us. 100,000 Ghana cedis is so harsh on a club like Interlice, and also demoting us to Division 2 for an offence we know nothing about. It is different if evidence was laid or there is concrete evidence to show that Interlice Football Club as an entity did engage, as the charges spell out, did engage with Ashgo in this case to collaborate and come out with this ugly fixture. But we didn't have any hand to do with hand in it. Why should we be punished?
And if the FA refused your request, what next?
There are structures. We are going to CAS, the Court of Arbitration of Sports. That is where we would head our next journey to. That is where we will go. We believe in our case. We believe we have a strong case to make at the appeals committee. The appeals committee would consider the arguments that we have placed before them. More importantly, the dichotomy that we are making between Interlice and its officials and Emmanuel Niamu especially, who we have established, or who the disciplinary committee was not able to establish, that the season and contention, he was our official. And he wielded influence in the team so as to have actions or commit actions that would be binding on the team. Once he was nobody, he was someone who had his own agenda and wanted to carry out a secret agenda. He was on a front of his own. That's how we put it. His actions are not binding on the club.
You know, when you talk about Interlice, the first person that comes to mind, Mr. Delali Senaya. How is he taking all of this? I mean, I'm sure you've had conversations with him.
Of course, I'm in constant touch with Dela, and he's so distraught about the whole saga. You know, if you know how difficult it is to run a football club in this country, and if the reputation you've built for a very long time should be nipped in the bud just like that, it has a toll on you as a football manager. So, I mean, as much as he's taking the blow given by the disciplinary committee in good faith, he also believes in the system, and that's how come he's instructed us to appeal against the decision and go and
does it feel targeted? When I listen to some officials of Ashgo, they claim that it's because they were against Ketokreku in the GFA elections. The reason why the GFA is now coming at them. Does Delali have similar?
No, he doesn't have misgivings of that effect. He's a free thinker. He doesn't think someone is targeting him. He really feels and thinks that the decision was not applied in accordance with the law, in accordance with the evaluation of the evidence that was presented to the disciplinary committee. If the disciplinary committee had indeed evaluated the evidence correctly, we wouldn't have been sitting here having this conversation. Interlice is so innocent of the charges that were leveled against them.
So what measures is the club putting in place to ensure that they will not find themselves in this particular situation a year or two from now?
So it's very important that whoever comes close to the club is scrutinized. Now, in terms of phone handling, the club is putting in place measures that would make sure betting of any sort is not encouraged by any of the players. We have our own internal regulations or internal structures that we are putting in place to make sure that the integrity of the game is held in high esteem and is not nipped in the bud as people want it to appear like. So as we speak, the club itself is putting in place some measures that would protect the image of the club.
But this will affect the club a lot because Interlice basically it's a produce and sell club, and I'm sure your partners outside who buy players from your club will now be looking at this and say, are these the kind of characters we want in our team?
It has affected the club. The more reason why we would want to have our name vindicated. Because if we leave matters like that, it means that we are accepting liability of matters that, or of charges that we know nothing about. That is why we are using the legally acceptable channels to ventilate our frustration and also put our case forward and make sure that the decision given by the disciplinary committee is overturned. And we are 100% confident and sure that the appeals committee of the GFA will look through the charges that were leveled against us, the arguments we are making or will be making before them, and they will have a basis to reverse this decision that was given by the disciplinary committee.
I mean, good luck with that. This is Sports Check, and I've been speaking to lawyer Felix Nanao, the legal rep for Ashgo. They've appealed the ruling by the disciplinary committee of the Ghana Football Association. They feel that they cannot be held liable for the mistakes and the greed of Mr. Emmanuel Nkommo Woho, who colluded with the CEO and owner of Ashgold to fix the game between Ashgold and Interlice last season. This is Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwapal. Upon.
He is a chart stopper and a trendsetter, and undoubtedly the hottest artist in Ghana currently. In his early 20s, he has been able to chalk back-to-back success, and it's something that is rare in our entertainment industry. The whole world is singing his praises, but if I want to keep talking about this gentleman, I'll go on and on and on, and I might not finish. Let's take this quick breather. When we come back, I'll unravel my guest for you. This is Talkatainment, and I'm yours truly, Elsie Lama. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick breather. If you just joined in, this is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the new Artist of the Year at the just ended Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. We have here the Sad Boys president. Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Blacko.
Yeah, 100%.
You're welcome.
Blessings.
Hey.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. You're
Yes.
welcome. Charlie,
Yes.
the
I love to
bola,
you, man.
the bola dressing, no, it's part of your branding because most times me who are now the trousers.
the oversized.
Yeah.
I'm just how come you bola.
Say bola trousers, Anna.
Oh yeah, oversized, yeah.
I don't. Say Obi say like people are saying that you're slim in tea.
But you know sometimes I thought I'm share skinny ones too.
Me skinny jeans that.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm in positive. I'm sure. I check me Insta and the I'm sure I post my
Hey, you must say. But how many tattoos do you have?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces.
And what are they?
Yeah, these are the flames. And these are bats. And this Kokodo travel.
Okay.
And just tell my mother I love her. And this is the mountain goat.
Why that?
Yeah?
Why that?
Perseverance, man. Mountain goat. Climb, any circumstances, climbing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how are you handling the fame so far?
I'm chilling, man. I've been chilling from time. Yeah, and making music. Yeah, I think that's the fun part of it.
Is it getting to you? Did you expect it in the first place?
In what way? Getting to me in what way?
Like, are you overwhelmed with the fame?
Overwhelmed? No.
You are not? It's
No.
not too much for you?
No. I don't let it be too much for me. Yeah. You know, because it's all about balance. Everything is all about balance. I try. We all try to balance everything, you understand?
Okay. Yeah. Is that why you are not really active? I don't want to say you're not active on social media, but you don't really get into the social media space that much.
Yeah.
Is it because you don't want to be reading all sorts of things and, you know...
You know, so social media, yeah, I think the drama makes it fun. And I'm not much into drama. Yeah.
Because you want to protect your mental space.
Yeah, you understand. The drama makes it fun, trust me. Nothing about it.
Okay.
People learn. Me, I grew up on social media, trust me. Yeah, I grew up on the internet.
When the energy was gravitating towards you about, you know, the whole buzz, you know it, everybody loves Blacko. Yeah. What did you do to bring your fans closer to you?
I think I made the music, made so much to them. And I think they found Black Sheriff, like, they went behind the music too. Some went behind the music too. Like, because people, trust me, people relate to my music different ways. Trust me.
I mean,
you know,
personally,
someone texts me like, bro, I swear to God, this song you dropped saved me, bro. Bro, God bless you, bro. Someone if he texts me like, bro, this song is raging, bro, this song is messing up here. Like, the boys are just, you see, yeah. So like, it's like that. So that's why I feel like it all depends on the emotions and like what I put inside. I think I put in with my opinion, what I think I put inside the music. Because like, I think one time I should tape how I make music and like put it out on YouTube or something. You understand? How I make music is like, you see me putting myself in that. You understand? Like giving my all in that.
Okay, you are making music.
Yeah.
Very, very solid music. Yeah. But I think from my own perspective, I think you are not interacting with the fans as you should. Do you agree to that?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
think you are just focused on the craft.
On the craft.
Yes. What about your fan base?
And I'm not interacting to the fans.
Yes.
I do.
Do you have a fan base?
Yeah. I have people who love my music.
Do you have a solid fan base? Like Sack Nation, Beam Nation, do you have one?
You know, Sack Nation has been here for 10 years.
I know. I'm just using that as an example for you.
Let's see. I just pulled up. People started loving my music. I started finding my ways and finding my balances. So let's see, bro.
There have been arguments. Some people say you are A-list artist. Some people say you are a hot artist. How do you see yourself? Which category do you fall in?
Well, I don't categorize myself. I'm an artist.
Okay, you have to choose between the two, hot or A-list.
Hot or A-list?
Yes. Are you the hottest artist now?
I don't believe in all. I don't believe in the categories.
Why don't you?
I don't know why, but I don't believe in categorizing artists. Everyone is unique in their own ways. You know, you see, these A-list and categories things you do are like things that we create in our head. And we think this is, you think this is, you think this is. Someone, same A-list and things, someone has different A-list and things in his head, you understand? There are things that we create in our head. This is hot, this is this, this is this, this is this. But in all, they are all artists.
If you are saying this, then it means you're putting someone like Sarkodie and Sefa on the same scale.
I mentioned Sarkodie, I don't mention Sarkodie.
No, I'm not saying you are mentioning, but Sarkodie is...
Brother, trust me, that's what you think it is.
Okay.
Somebody no go think like that. Yeah, trust me. It's all opinions.
Let's move away from this. Yeah. When people compare you to the likes of Samini, Sarkodie, Stonebwoy and Co, how do you feel? How does that make you feel?
Well, if they are being disrespectful, that like it no need safe. You understand? Trust me, because people that really love me, that like go out on social media like, yo, go stream Sheriff's music, this, they don't do that. People that need their retweets and likes, like I've been telling you, man, will just do something to like make it sensitive for people to give it like their retweets and like get people to react back to what like his negative things that he's putting out, to get people to react saying to that. You understand? And I don't believe in that.
Talk about retweets. There have been complaints that you don't retweet
I do.
DJs.
If I hop on Twitter, anytime I get on Twitter, I do retweet anything.
Are you sure?
But I don't be on Twitter every time.
Camido retweeted your song recently.
Yeah.
He didn't get a response.
Camido?
Yeah. On Twitter.
Charlie, one or two them pretty
there have been
down for
complaints and radio stations.
I've just not been on. Trust me. And I know why I've not been on Twitter, man. See, you man don't know how that. I wish you would feel like.
I'm saying all this because
trust me, you hop on social media. I go on social media for different kinds of things. You go, you see your things, your heels and stuff, your distance, you screenshots and you understand. Now I pull up, I see Bearman pouring out there like that negative stuff about me and stuff. So you think I'm that? You think I'll be that this thing to be? Trust me, that's what I try to tell you. I've just been finding. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Trust me, I'm finding my balance in that. Trust me, because right now I'm at the point of if I don't take care of myself, I'll lose myself to like something. You understand? But you wouldn't. I wouldn't love to lose myself, because if I lose myself, I lose my music, I lose my everything.
You're certainly not going to lose yourself.
Yeah,
but let's look at this long-term effect.
I'm just giving you like
I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
But let's look at this long-term effect. Don't you think that when you don't mobilize your fans now and you don't interact with them...
Don't you think I interact with my fans? Because I feel like I do interact with them, man, a lot.
Not as it should, because now it's like,
sure? Not as it should?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try.
You should. So that one day we'll not hear on the airwaves that you people have not been promoting my works enough, as some of the A-list artists are saying now. That's just why.
Hop on my Twitter from 2019. Okay. I never complain about nothing.
Okay. So do you have an EP or album coming up?
My tape is coming soon, very soon.
Tape?
Yeah.
What's
could
that?
Be an EP, could be an LP, could be an album, but it's a tape is coming.
Your outfit at the VGMAs.
Yeah.
It was nice.
Yeah, thank you.
It was really nice.
Appreciate it.
But there were concerns about the color. You heard about it, right?
Yeah.
MTN and Vodafone clash, sort of. What's your opinion about it? Yeah.
Oh, me, I didn't know about it. Did they give any color codes? I'm not sure.
But you heard about the discussions. What's your take on it? Do you think you didn't know about it?
What were the discussions? Brief me about it.
Oh, I should brief you.
Yeah.
You must have heard it.
Brief me about it.
You wore a yellow color, which stands for MTN, on a Vodafone event.
Which stands for MTN? To you, yellow color doesn't stand for
that
MTN.
That was a discussion.
There.
On the airwaves.
That's to them man to decide. Because yellow, there wasn't no MTN too.
And the keke that you were in.
Yeah.
The number plate.
The keke, I requested for a keke. To be put on stage for me.
Okay.
When I'm done performing, make it come take me. I went there and Keke came for me. I don't know nothing about the Keke about this.
Okay, so let's just say you are not aware of those things. Okay, it's understandable. Do you have a management team in Nigeria that handles your stuff?
A management team in Nigeria? I have a team in Nigeria that work for me. In places, different places.
Okay.
Not just here. I have a team in London too.
Kweku Frimpong, have you ever been depressed?
Up to now, I don't know the definition of depression, because I like questions a lot. If you was my friend, like, you would not trust me. I do ask people, are you depressed? I say, yes, trust me. How do you feel? How does like different? I've been getting different explanations.
You don't know what depression is.
Yeah. But sometimes you do feel bad sometimes. It gets worse and stuff.
You haven't had down moments?
Oh, you do. I'm a human. I do get down moments.
How do you pass through it? How do you go through it?
I make songs about them.
You make songs?
Yeah, so like with this Kendrick's new album, there's this song called Rich Spirits. It said, don't play with me before I turn you to a song, bro. Don't play with me. Anything that happens to me, I'll go make song of you right now.
Sometimes you come on social media and you write certain things that get people thinking. They're like, "Are you okay? Is Blacko alright?" Why do you usually do that?
I don't hear that. It's Blacko alright.
Yeah.
Do you hear that?
Of course, me, I think that, and other people also do. Like you post things that get people worried.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, especially on Twitter. I think some time ago you wrote something about being overwhelmed with the fame, and you are just a little child and blah blah. Something.
I liked it more when my life was mine. Yeah. I was just walking. And I was just flashing back on my life. And I feel like right now I live in like people's faces. My life is not, I feel like my life is not mine no more. Yeah, so like that's what I've been working on, like trying to find the balance. So like it was just interesting and funny to my mind. I liked it more when like my life was mine. I feel like this is a nice line. Let me just put it on my Insta. I liked it more when my life was mine. Yeah.
So you've been robbed of your normal life. You don't go to your favorite watcher joints no more?
I do.
You can't really?
Yeah, trust me, you go see me for the everywhere I won't go.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but first if I went, my man them know. But now if I go, thousands of people know say I go by this thing. Yeah, that was just what I'm talking about.
We spoke about your down moments. Let's also talk about your happiest moments.
Yeah, I do get happy.
I know you get happy, but I'm talking about the happiest.
The happiest?
Yes.
Most of them are after I make songs, some kind of songs. Yeah, because trust me, the only place I'm happy is like when I'm close to like my speakers and my mics, and like just making music is so fun. Because trust me, it's a whole movie. I just pull my phone like this, listen to beats, stuff, and like put myself in the movie, something that has happened in my life.
Aside making music, what other events happened in your life that you can classify as this has been one of my best moments?
Best moments. A dozen.
Okay, give us 2 of them.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'll give you like 2. Yeah. Okay, so love to A.B.C. Yeah. So I had to come to Accra. A.B.C had hit me up like that was 2019, June, August today. Yeah, A.B.C writes me. I posted this freestyle, Cry For Me freestyle. Yeah, A.B.C writes me and say, "Yo, Pono won't see you. If you come to Accra the next morning." And I was just there when the man them home in Canada, like, "Yo, how you go figure Accra?" But that time, then my puppy dey Ghana. You understand? And if I went to my puppy will give me money, make I take go. But I'm not sure my puppy likes this music thing I'm doing. So I was just there like, how I go get money to that? So I just went to my auntie, my Aisha. It's like, Mom, saying I was saying, "Yo, I have to do this." It's like, go to your father. So I went to my daddy. I told him, he liked the idea. He gave me that money. So like that time when I took that money. And I think I do remember that anytime I receive something like through this music, that's the first thing that comes to my mind, like the first money my daddy gave me for the music.
You made mention that your father wasn't into part of your music career from the onset.
Not into part, but my daddy and my mommy really wanted me to go to school because trust me, I was that brilliant. You understand? And my daddy didn't trust the music idea, but he was like, they were like always trying to put it first before the music for me. Yeah.
So at what point did they come to embrace this whole thing?
At time at teaching. At teaching.
When you say teaching, what does that mean?
I left home.
Oh, really?
From Tema. Good days, Legon, me and the London.
With your friends?
Yeah.
That was at what age?
In Chayo, like 2 years ago. I was 18.
And they were worried, I guess.
Yeah, somehow, but like they used to hear of me, so like and they knew I could like Sharif is that wild. Sharif will protect himself. Yeah, but they were checking up and stuff.
Okay, I know this is getting interesting, but let's pause and take a quick breather. When we come back, we have so much more for you here on Untold Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. back from that quick breather. We are still here on Talkatainment, and I'm chit-chatting with Brakweku. What do you assemble about?
Sheriff. Black Sheriff. Blacko. Yeah, I like Blacko.
You like Blacko?
Yeah.
So be afro Blacko.
Yeah, I like Blacko.
Hey.
Blacko is fun.
You met Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah.
What did you guys discuss and how was the vibe?
Oh, I just asked him how did he like it. Cool. How if it was cool, and
how he likes it here in Ghana.
Yeah. And he told me he liked my music.
Oh.
He told him I liked this. That new album
so
is fire.
If Kendrick listens to your music, hey, when you need packets to a crowd.
Oh, like, and you know, people they watch we. And like if they come here, they try to like get much of us. You understand? Like when they drop Ghana, they listen Ghana music and stuff. They get put on new music and yeah. I told them congrats, brother. It's a bless. Like that. It was very short. Yeah.
Oh, so you didn't have the opportunity to do any business ABR with him?
Oh, it's a party. Hey, it was a party that we shall be at everybody. So, bro, I'm gone. Yeah. All that.
So the setup for the 3 Music Awards, everybody liked it. I liked it. Everybody liked it. It became a challenge, and everybody was, doing some of it.
Yeah.
And Sadiq came to state that it was meant for Sarkodie. How did you? People are criticizing him that he shouldn't have said some stuff like that. But do you actually think that? How did you feel about it? And has your respect for him decreased in any way?
Oh, brother, I knew that before I got on that stage.
Okay.
Yeah, he told me before I got on the music stage. Yeah, so I knew before you guys knew. Yeah, and like, it's just an information. Oh, then we did try bill for SAG Paradise. Just as information, just to know about that stage. I don't think I should make you get to my feelings. I don't think you should have feelings in this thing. It's just an info you should know. He thinks you should know. You understand? Because he thought I could, like, if I knew, nothing could happen. So, like, he told me. And, like, he thinks you guys should know. That's why he said it on the radio. I'm not sure this, yeah.
Which mood were you in when you were recording Quickly the Traveler?
It was just... initially, before I heard the beat, like, it was just a normal mood. But, like, when I heard the beat, it's like, man, this beat is sad. And, like, when I hear, like, sad stuff, I just try to feel in that vibe. Like, immerse myself into that vibration, you understand? And, like, write something, like, put words together. Because I'm good at putting words together and, like, turning, like, real-life stories or, like, stuff I've heard, like, to songs, like, to make them make sense. That's how it is. I was just chill and writing.
Why are you so much engulfed with sad stuff to the extent that you have to name your fan base or whatever sad boys? Is it that you also believe in the fact that we live in a country where, like, Charlie, is it that? Was that an inspiration for you?
I think that one is like a basic thing or like a reality you should know, I should know. Like for here, you for make it out. Like it's not easy, you understand? Yeah. And like to me, you guys should look out for my album. Or like my tape or like my EP I go drop, like the tape I'm dropping next. Yeah. I'm not sure if it will be an EP or like an LP or like an album. But
you haven't answered my question.
Yeah.
I said a sad vibration.
Yeah, and because I'm not sure we'll have the time to like discuss the whole stuff.
Just give me a gist.
Yeah. Okay, there's nothing. I felt like there's nothing to smile about in this life, brother. Let's start up there. Let's start up in there. If I smile, if I sad, same thing. Obviously, like men just start up in Bronx. Yeah, because I can't be coming laughing to this one.
Why do you always talk about marijuana in your songs?
Yeah, marijuana.
Is that a motivation? Like,
no, no, it's not a motivational salsa. I just love to spice it up. You understand? Yeah, cause I grew up in Konongo Zongo. No be today marijuana they come. I see marijuana as a kiddie. I see people, right, smoking the marijuana for the street dancers. So if I'm talking, like, I've seen it, like, like if I'm writing, flashing back to, like, where I grew up and stuff, those things come to my head, I spice it up, drop it. Yeah, man.
Some people say you are overhyped. What do you have to say about that?
That's their belief. That's not my reality. I don't believe I'm overhyped. That's what someone believes. I can't trash it. I can't trash it.
You lost the Artist of the Year to Kitty.
I didn't lose it.
You didn't lose it?
Yeah, I didn't lose it. Mr.
What
Kitty
happened?
deserved it. I deserved it. Everybody for that side deserved it. I'm a big fan of Lord Sugar. He knows. Big love to you, Marshalla.
So are you going to be doing something with him soon?
Oh, trust me. We go to drop songs.
Mm.
Yeah, we go to collaborate, they drop. Yeah, trust me.
Blacko, what's your kind of woman?
I don't have a kind of woman. Yeah, this question is pointing you.
You didn't see it coming?
Yeah, Blacko is the kind of woman. I don't have a kind of woman.
Well, anything goes?
If you see, you love her, you go love her. Trust me. If you see her, you love her, you go love her.
What does that even mean?
You see, you know the bar pigeon?
I understand, but...
If you see him, you go love him.
Okay.
You go love him.
So...
If you see him, you won't love him. Way you go like love him, you go love him. If you see him, he be him, you go know.
Please break it down for me.
If you see him, way he be him, you go know.
Okay, so have you seen that that you are talking about?
This question's big.
Hey, Blacko.
Like this question,
hey.
It's big. You big for my top. I don't know how to like answer. It's a very big question. Blacko, what's the kind of your type of woman? And I say I don't have a type of woman.
You said when you see him, you go love him or whatever it is.
And what was the question that I said this to you? What was the question?
What's the question?
That made me say if you see him, you be him, you go know.
What's your kind of woman?
Yeah, I say if you see him, you be him, you go know. Like I'm just giving like
so have you met her
yet? I'm giving a free game to the man them. If you see him, you be him, you go know. Make nothing threaten your mind. Make no pressure, no pressure, peer pressure pull you. Say. If you see him, you be him, you be him. It's a free game I'm giving to the man them, not my reality or something. It's a free game everyone should know. I think you should know too.
How you go know? Is it the intuition?
Yeah, intuition. You go tell you. Yeah. So I don't know. So if I see you already, or if I don't see, that one I don't know. But it's a free game I'm giving to the man then. I don't have a type of woman, but if you see your type of woman.
So you've not met her yet?
I don't know. Okay.
Or your mind no day there?
Plenty questions.
Oh, Blacko.
Plenty questions.
Make you no do that.
I wouldn't love to talk about that, man.
Hey, Blacko, you're in love. The way you're behaving.
In love with who? Tell me. I'd love to know. Because you guys ask these questions like you.
We want to know, We just want to know.
I don't have a girlfriend.
You don't have a girlfriend?
I think that's what you want to know.
You are denying, or should we believe?
Denying who? That's what I'm saying. You're asking me this question like you know. So like, let me know if you know my girlfriend. Let me see.
Okay. So how do you handle female fans?
I do reply to their DMs. Say hi, like liked stuff, their stories, and reply to their, like some congratulate me, like yeah, Blacko this, and like some send prayers and stuff. Yeah, those varieties of messages, like just reply to them. Thank you, love you, bless you. Thank you, love you, bless you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and they'll tell you, my female fan, then they will tell you.
Yeah, we hear you if you say so. If you are to date any female celebrity, who will it be?
I don't have a celebrity crush. Not a celebrity crush. Yeah.
Ghana internationally.
Not a celebrity crush.
Blacko wants to come clean. Yeah, too why?
Come clean as in.
We are currently on this segment.
I don't know what to tell you about again.
We are going to be playing some game here. You have to pick, and then you ask whatever question, you answer whatever question that you choose. Sorry for that.
Front or back? Hey, Charlie, what be that? What be front or back? What be front or back?
Front or back? Are you a boobs person or you're an ass person?
We're women, boobs and ass. I they like us.
Okay.
Yeah. How they like us.
So can I have that?
Yeah. I have front or back.
Sorry?
Yeah, I like this.
What is your manager whispering?
What is the naughtiest thing you've ever done?
Black hole.
You man are trying to be naughty. So the naughtiest thing you've ever done. Can you tell me the meaning of flirt? What's flirt?
Okay, so flirt is like you're not an item with a person. Like you're not seeing the person, but you just like it could come as a compliment. It could just come as you guys are just goofing around.
Yeah, I think I've done that like more than twice. Flirt. That flirt.
That's the naughtiest you've done.
Yeah.
Flirt.
More than twice. Yeah, flirt.
Black hole.
Like that you don't know that dark flirt song.
Hey.
You don't know that dark flirt. You don't know dark flirt. Yeah,
You no wahala.
Bro.
Black hole. So your last words to your fans.
Yeah, my last words are always appreciation. So I love you guys so much. Thank you for supporting me and my music. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for telling someone about me. It's only up from here, trust me. And I love you guys so much. The tape is coming, and keep supporting Black Hole. I love you. When it's on, then it's on. You can't stop till it's done. Sikadam na me bo. Abranti amasi swo. It's a great smile. Campaign kuana mechi. It's a great smile. It's a great smile. Tida. You go see me for the roadside. Talking to the most high. Wow.
Remember, you know a traveler.
Yeah, you so.
I
Remember,
am
you know a traveler.
The name is Kweku the Hustler. It's been far away chasing.
True word too. Remember, you
what's
know a
Gualala
traveler.
though?
The name is Kweku. Guala. It's like Gualala.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Guala and La.
Okay.
Guala.
That's fine.
Guala is dough.
Oh, it's money.
Guala is dough, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm chasing Guala from time.
Okay, so here's where we wrap up on this edition of Talkatainment. I hope you liked every bit of it. We come your way another time. Until then, stay blessed and stay safe. We are out.
At the last count, evidence suggests President Atamno's deservedly so is the Ghanaian leader most honored in terms of monuments assigned to his name. And you heard our chairman read out the whole litany of things that have been named after him. Such a man and his memory are worthy of the utmost respect and dignity, even as he rests with his maker. It is therefore a matter of deep regret to me and many others that what should have been a solemn 10th anniversary where we celebrate this giant of a Ghanaian in history to reflect over his life and times and draw useful lessons from them, it was instead heralded by needless and orchestrated controversy about his final resting place. Any effort to give a facelift to this park called Asumdwe Park, where his mortal remains lie, and where we're holding this event, should be welcomed, as it is no more than Professor Mills would have deserved for his outstanding contributions to our nation's development and its forward march. It is, however, untenable, unconscionable, and uncanny for this to be done without recourse to his family, while involving individuals whose actions and conduct have only served to drag the dignified professor's name and memory into needless and unnecessary public controversy. It simply flies in the face of time-tested traditions and customs and all principles of decency for such a thing to happen. It is yet unclear what could have motivated this course of action, if it is informed by a desire to score phantom cheap political points, then it evinces the level of debasement that our politics is currently suffering. We can do all the politics we want, but there are some things we must hold sacred and worthy of protection. The quest to outdo each other for political advantage must not lead to this new low in skullduggery, where we are willing to dishonor the memory of a man who dedicated his lifetime to serving his country and did so with unparalleled distinction. As the good book notes, we have the right to all things, but not all things are beneficial for us. It is also a matter of some regret also that there has been an erosion of the efforts that Professor Mills made to weave a cohesive nation in place of one that has become polarized and divided severely on political and sectarian lines. His magnanimity and respect for the principles of sound democratic governance contrast sharply with the present situation that is characterized by harassment of political opponents, human rights violations, state-sponsored terrorism, abuse of power, politicization of states and independent institutions, economic mismanagement, and general misrule.
Let me be honest with you. Our country is now highly indebted middle-income country, HIMIC. Our position is worse than the HIPIC days. That is where we are. I expected the minister to be truthful, candid, and be able to confront the problem head-on. But unfortunately, what we witness today is nothing but incompetence. We've seen incompetence at the highest level. I've never seen anything like this since I became Ghanaian. Unfortunately, our country is in bad hands. The Ghanaian economy is in a bad way, but I have not seen a government ready enough to deal with the situation. I call on His Excellency the President to conduct an immediate reshuffle so that this economy will be back to proper hands. I'm saying this not because I'm an opposition MP, but I'm saying this because I'm a Ghanaian first. And I care about the direction this country is going. If the country gets worse, it affects all of us, not only NDC or MPP. It affects all of us. So please, let's get serious here. This is people's pocket. The economy is your livelihood. The economy is your pocket. It's your child's future, and we cannot be toiling with it. This government has shown that they are not ready to govern. And I want to say that if they are not ready, they should hand over the government to some of us that is ready to deal with the situation. We can assure you that if given the opportunity, we'll confront the problem head on and take Ghana back to prosperity. We've done it again before and we'll do it again. What I've seen today is sad. I'm saddened as a Ghanaian because it's a big missed opportunity. Don't be surprised that by the close of today, our bonds in the international market will start getting worse once again, because this piece of paper needs to be flushed in the dustbin immediately. We need to shred it into pieces because it is empty and useless.
Mr. Speaker, no law that is made is sacrosanct. You do know that. Mr. Speaker, yes, we added pollution. It's one of it. Mr. Speaker, if we have to reintroduce it, and it will not be reintroduced until we don't listen. Because you have not even thought about what is intended to be done. That is why we are saying that what is intended to be done is to go the electronic way. You will not understand. That's why you're asking me what does it mean. Mr. Speaker, so the good book says, those who have eyes to see, let them see. Those who see where we are coming from know where we are coming from, and of course, because of the messianic effort of this government in rescuing us from the shambolic performance of the economy which we left. When we come to the debate, when we come to the comments on this, we are ever ready for you. We are. It's not about, we'll do it. If I have to yield to Ato to begin it now, I will say I'm ready. There's nothing under your sleeve. There's nothing under your sleeve. This is not propaganda. We'll be talking to facts. We will be talking to facts, not propaganda. When you go out there, you can do your propaganda. Here is the facts and figures.
This is the Kakum National Park, which is located in the central region of Ghana. It's about 4 hours drive from Accra and is the most visited park in Ghana. It has 7 suspending bridges and a long canopy walkway, which is about 27 meters above the forest floor, from trees that are over 300 years old. On my last trip here, I slept in the tree house here at the Kakum National Park. We are going to Kakum. I've been to Kakum several times, but I had to go back again because this one hasn't really been there as an adult. She did when she was a child. So we are going back to Kakum and I hope you enjoyed this video. Let's go. So guys, I'm currently at the Kakum National Park. I've been here several times. This is like my 9th time. So I want to give a quick shout out to West African Design for this beautiful bag. I'll leave all her details in the description box. So let's go. Say hi to Richard.
Hello.
So Richard is going to be our tour guide and I'm here with Henrietta. Henrietta, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good.
So this is Henrietta's first time here, like apparently.
As an adult.
As an adult.
Stop shading, I've had enough, okay?
We're about to start hiking. Today I didn't come with the appropriate shoes because I didn't think I was going to come here. I'm wearing slippers, but I will not advise you come here with slippers. Yes, so it's 25 cedis for locals. So we are local girls. So we
are
paid,
local champions.
Yeah, we paid 25 cedis and it's 60 Ghana cedis for foreigners. So any other nationality you pay 60 Ghana cedis.
We are climbing a hill on stones.
Oh, okay.
And that is about 250 feet high above the sea level.
Okay.
Sometimes climbing is difficult, and for that reason, we have 3 rest stops on the way. So at a point, you need a rest or a break. We draw the guide attention, or you draw my attention. We have enough rest before we continue. Yes.
Okay. So does this lead eventually to the canopy?
Yeah, to the canopy.
There's some fresh palm wine.
Okay. Take a first stop here.
Even though there is palm wine around, I will not advise you to drink palm wine before climbing because palm wine has the tendency of making you slow.
No doubt.
So you don't want to put yourself in that situation. You can take the palm wine after the trip. Wow, I'm so tired. I thought I had kappa. But then yes, I have kappa.
Yeah.
I just have to take a little water and continue. So let's go. So Richard, how long have you been working here?
I've been a guide for the park almost 7 years.
7 years. And how long do you walk to the canopy walk in a day?
On holidays like yesterday, I do tours up and down 5 times.
5 times?
5 times a day.
Then that's like working and exercising at the same time.
So because of that, climbing and then that exercise, I always look like this. I don't go fat.
You don't go fat?
I always like this. Slim like this, yeah.
Okay, this is so exciting.
Days, on the normal working days, I do 2 to 3 times tours every day.
Every day?
Every day. Yes.
Oh, okay. So if you guys may know or may not know, I came here the last time and I spent a night at the tree house. And if you haven't watched that video, go back, watch the video. It was so exciting. At night, I could hear the monkeys. Yeah.
The tree haras.
Yeah, the what?
Tree haras.
Tree haras.
Yes,
They're not monkeys.
The tree haras look like monkey.
Yeah.
But they are not. They don't have tail.
Oh.
You see, monkeys are having tail, but the hare doesn't have tail. They make a loud noise every night.
Yes, and it sounds like they were mourning.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was telling Henrietta.
I was so excited about that part.
It's like, and it was, if you are someone who like can't sleep with noise, you really have a problem because the noise was so loud. It felt as though they were close to you. Yeah. So it's exciting. If you are an adventurous person like me, I think it's a must try whenever you're in Ghana. It's a must try whenever you're in the Cape Coast. It's a must try whenever you're in the central region.
So we are now at the entrance of the Kakum Canopy Walkway. And we have 7 bridges to cross or to do this afternoon, which height ranges from 11 to 40 meters. And 40 meters is the highest point, and that's about 131 feet. So in case you are not used to heights or you're not okay with height, we say do not look down whilst you are walking. So that's very simple for you.
So we are starting the canopy walkway, and this is the first. And this is me, Stella Shanelly, doing this again and again and again. Hetty, you good?
I'm coming.
Okay. This is the first bypass for people who are scared. Hi, how you doing?
Doing good. Yeah.
You're also a tour guide here?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So for people who are scared, this is the first bypass.
Yep.
You only use 3 of the canopy walk, then you exit. For people like us, we are going to use this. It extends to this side. And there are 7 in all, right?
Yes, 7.
7 rope courses, and we've done 1, so we have 6 more to go. And the one we did was the easiest. I mean, one of the things you don't get to see in Accra is a beautiful forest like this right here at the Kakum. Look at this. Have you visited Kakum National Park before? If you have, let me know in the comment section. So this is the last rope course, and this is very easy, and it's so close to the land. As you can see the ground from here, and the tall trees. Yeah, this brings us to the end of the experience. we are going to hike down just as we came, and yeah, I'm waiting for the rest, Henrietta and our tour guide Richard, for us to go.
After crossing all seven.
After crossing all seven.
After taking all 7 bridges to the end or to the exit points, we say congratulations for able to survive all the 7 bridges of Kakum.
Yeah. For conquering
your fears. And I hope it has been a good experience for all of us.
Yes, it has.
We'll be happy seeing you here again next time.
Sure.
Join us to take the Kakum canopy away once again.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So coming from Richard, he is hoping to see you here the next time. Haiti, what's your experience?
Oh, it's been great, guys. I was a little scared in the beginning, but I really enjoyed this. Yeah.
Yeah. So easy for people.
Yeah. And the good part is descending down the hill is not as difficult as climbing up, ascending. So yeah. After the long day. Cheers. So guys, just where we ended the tour, look at that. It's about to rain, but yeah, we're leaving here now. Let's see what they have at their store, African store. After seeing the Kakum National Park, we got a bus to Hans Cottage, which is very close to Kakum National Park. So we are going to see crocodiles. I'm super excited. This pond has crocodiles in them, and I've been here before. This is my second time. I have a full video of this place, and so if you want to check it out, you can. They also have like a floating restaurant. This is how it looks like. We paid 30 Ghana cedis each to see the crocodiles. So these are the crocodiles. Yeah.
Reels or pictures?
This is the crocodile. So this is how the crocodile looks like. How old is this one? God is so wonderful. Look at how they look. And this is the oldest. Okay, you can press that one. This is the oldest. He is 45 years old. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here at the Kakum National Park. Until next time on my next video, go show some love to Henrietta.
Yes, head over to my channel and watch more amazing travel videos. Yes.
This is to us and more trips.
Yes. Give me 5.
prophecy that I'm going to have twins. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. We are back again. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm currently here at Tafi Atome in the Volta region, and I'm here to see the monkeys, and I know you're also excited just as I am. And so yeah, we just got here, we just made payment, and of course I'm taking you along. So come, let's go, let's see the monkeys, let's buy some banana, let's feed the monkeys, let's enjoy their time here. And this is one of the activities to do here in the Volta region. So I hope you enjoy, like and share. I love you. Tafi Atome Monkey Sanctuary is located about 3 hours 30 minutes drive from Accra. Before getting to the Monkey Sanctuary, we picked a bus from Hohoi, which cost us 15 Ghana cedis after seeing Wule Waterfalls. We alighted at a town called Logba and continue with a motorbike, which is 7 cedis. So yeah, all of us ready? For tour here, it costs 20 Ghana cedis for Ghanaians and 50 Ghana cedis for non-Ghanaians. And you also have to buy bananas, which cost us 5 cedis. We were told we need to tip the tour guide. So I'm super excited. He's going to get the banana because they are out of banana now. And yeah, so if you have your own bananas, bring them. If not, then you have to buy a banana from here, which is going to cost 5 cedis for all of us. So yeah.
Once again, welcome to Tafi at the Monkey Sanctuary. And these particular monkeys are called Mona species or Mona monkeys. Yes, the reason being called Mona monkey is that when you take a critical look at their back, you can see 2 white dots at their back. That makes them different and unique from the other monkeys. And also they are into families, and we have 8 different families. And each family has its own territory and leader. So sometimes when bananas are brought before the entire family, the leader, which is called Grandpa, he needs to eat and get food
before the children.
All right, so aside this banana, they feed on pawpaw, mangoes, berries, and sometimes nutritious leaves in the jungle. Moreover, they don't bite, they don't scratch. Yes, so their relationship is limited to holding food. If you don't have food, no friendship.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is friendship by food. This is not fair.
Right, so today we had a lot of tourists, so they are full.
Most of them are full.
Yeah, most of them are full.
And we are late too.
We came late, so but I will make my possible best so that you can get them.
The big ones.
Yeah, the big ones.
Okay. So far, look at the little babies, the young ones. How old do you think they are?
Yeah, normally their lifespan is 36 to 40 years. That is their lifespan. But this one is 7 years old now.
How do you know? How do you know the age?
The face. The face, okay. Yeah, and the breast. So that one is older than this one. That one is 8 years older.
Oh, yes. Because he has a longer breast.
Yes. Yeah, so that's the leader making that sound. Have you heard the sound?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the leader.
Oh, okay.
Because he has been fed, so now he will allow the little ones to feed. So as I said it earlier on that they don't bite, they don't scratch. So the only thing that you need to do is, please, you have to hold the middle of the banana tight in your palm like this. And they will climb you. Have you seen?
Yeah.
Yeah. The moment they climb you, please, you keep holding the banana tight. Otherwise, they will take the banana and walk away from you.
Okay.
Yes. That's the only strategy that we have for them.
Okay.
If you want to feed them, yes.
Okay.
Please make sure you hold it tight. Tight. Good.
This is exciting. He's eating. Pictures.
Okay. So the moment.
The moment he's done with you, he got.
Yeah. So look, as soon as he finished eating, he just left me. Like, that's cheating. He cheated on me. All right, another banana, please.
Yeah, yes.
Oh.
No, don't shoot them.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, there is a secret behind. 2 monkeys on you at the same time. There is a secret behind it.
Really?
Yeah.
He's enjoying. Did they eat the skin?
No, please.
They've left it.
So this is just a family.
Okay.
This is just one family, and I said earlier on that we have 8 different families.
Okay. Over the banana?
Yes. So we are entering into a different territory. I mean, different family.
So what we first saw is a first family. I hope they are bigger than these ones, though.
No, these are their sizes.
These are their sizes, all of them.
Oh, yeah. In the family, the biggest one is the leader.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the leader. So these are their sizes. They don't grow bigger and bigger. They don't grow like baboons and chimpanzees.
Yeah, I think monkeys are supposed to be small.
So if I want to buy these monkeys, would you like sell them to me?
No, please. Please, these monkeys living here, they are not ordinary monkeys. There is a spirit that is controlling them. You know, we Tafis, our gods are the monkeys, so they are the messengers to our deities.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they are the messengers to the deities. So normally when something strange wants to happen, the monkeys will bring the message from the deities to the community. We have a fetish priest in the community. Whenever the monkey make a noise, the fetish priest interprets to the people in the community.
Wow.
Yeah, so they are not ordinary monkeys living here.
Oh, okay.
So they can't be sold like pets.
Oh, I see.
Right.
You learn things
So that's
every
why
day.
they don't live here. They don't run out.
Yeah, they are always here. This is their area.
This is their habitat. Is this forest?
Yeah, that's 337 square acres.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's been surrounded by the people in the village.
Oh,
so
okay.
when you set a draw, you can see that the community live at the center of the forest. So it's been surrounded by the people in the village.
Wow.
Yes. They normally come to the various communities, mostly when they are thirsty.
They're thirsty.
Yeah, they do come and take water and go back. They don't disturb the people in the community, and we don't disturb them because they are friendly to us. We are also friendly to them. Yes.
I mean, that's how we are also here exploring. If they were not friendly, I guess they could easily attack us.
And also, they don't eat salty food. All food that is prepared by the people in the community. Yes, yes. Unlike other monkeys that sometimes they go to the various community and go and pick food and eat. These particular ones are not like that. These particular ones are not like that.
I think they are disciplined monkeys, you know.
They are bougie monkeys.
Bougie! So I'm wondering, how did this tree fall? Because it fell from the roots.
You know, as I said earlier, that these monkeys, they are not ordinary monkeys. So they are, messengers to the gods, to the deities. So, you know, because they are not this thing. They are not ordinary monkeys. There is rites or performance that they normally do each year in February. Because Christianity became popular, so they refused to perform the rites again. So the gods or the deities were angry, so they are trying to destroy the forest. That's why they brought, like, it was a heavy storm, and it caused a lot of tree that has fallen down.
Oh wow! And guys, I noticed something. Not only this tree, but there's another tree which is in the same line of this tree that has uprooted by itself. Wow.
Yes,
Wonderful. And this is like very powerful and strong.
Yeah, it was very powerful.
Wow. When did this happen?
That was 4 months ago.
4 months ago. That's recent.
That's very recent. Recently, yeah.
Guys, let me show you the roots. We just passed there earlier. This is it. Look. You could clearly see that nobody had cut it. It's uprooted by itself. And you can tell that the hole here is not that deep. So it means it's uprooted like, wow, not so big, but a whole tree uprooting by itself. Wow. Interesting. This is really interesting.
So this place is called Tafi Atome. And we Tafis, we are not typical Evers. We are Guans. So we migrated all the way from Asinfo, that central region. You know, that was over 600 years ago. My forefathers were living there. So when they were living there, there was nothing like Christianity by then. So the monkeys were also living with them peacefully. And one day, message came from the gods to them that they should migrate because the land on which they are is no more fertile. So they should migrate. And they also decided to migrate, so they packed everything, including the monkeys, and they started a journey. So they worked for several years, and when they got here, they realized that the land was so fertile, so they can settle. So that's how come the monkeys were. So they settled here and put these monkeys into this forest. So this how come the monkeys were here.
Wow, they were able to travel with the monkeys.
Yeah, so they walk all the way. Those days too, there was nothing like car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have to walk. It takes them several years to get here. Yes. So that's how come the monkeys.
Wow, this is another tree that got uprooted recently. Okay, this is not a big tree. See that people have signed, people have left their signatures here. I can see people have left their signatures here. I can see Raskobi. Wow. Since a lot of tourists have registered their name, I'm coming to register my name here. The next time you come here, look for this tree. You see my name, Stella Shanelly. It requires a lot of strength. If it dies, will it come?
Yeah, what? You mean?
Like right now, it's not so visible.
Yeah, so when it dries, it becomes bold.
Bold.
Yeah.
Okay, Stella Shanelly, you won't be able to see it now, but when it dries, it becomes bold. You are next.
Yeah. Where this is the place that the monkeys take their water from. So the stream is called Dedi. Dedi means small stream in our dialect. Yeah, because we are in rainy season, so as you can see, it's flowing. But whenever it's in during
the dry season,
it dries up. Is there the monkeys come to the various communities to take water.
Okay.
Yes.
Where is the source? Where is it coming from?
Amejope. The source is from Amejope, yes.
Okay. At least I know Amejope. Cheers to me.
I also know Amejope.
Yeah.
Cheers to us.
Yeah, mostly this stream contains crab, fish, mudfish, mudfish and snakes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When two monkeys been or you, there is a secret behind that.
What's the secret?
There is probability that you might get birth twins.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh wow!
I want triplets.
This is not the first time somebody is saying this to me, and so I take that in good faith because two monkeys ate from the same they fed on the same banana. So this is interesting. It's a prophecy that I'm going to have twins.
So how about my case?
So I think we came in late. It's currently around 4 or 5 there. And tourists have been coming here since morning, feeding all the monkeys. So we are super late on this. But then, I mean, we got to feed them earlier on and exploring the forest. So I'm super excited. So let's go back. Let's feed more monkeys before heading back to Accra. Let's go. The views in this forest is really beautiful.
Right now, I can see that they are.
Hey, do you know that it touched it?
Yeah.
That's your last meal. He wanted to steal it. Oh, this one has a baby. Oh, he's running away. I mean, we had a good time, but she was so scared.
Yeah.
How was the experience?
A little bit shaky. Like when I finished, like adrenaline was pumping. But I mean, yeah, different strokes for different folks. It just wasn't working for me.
Show her some love by subscribing to her YouTube channel.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Vanessa.
Hi.
How was the experience?
Son, it was amazing. I don't know why I love monkeys. Or I have that whole confidence around them. I think mostly because growing up, I used to say monkeys.
Okay.
So when we go to my mom's village, there are monkeys. So we'll go out to the forest and we see that. So yeah, I've used to that. I think like multitude of them here is amazing. I've had a lot of fun. I cannot wait to get back, basically.
Please do want to subscribe to her YouTube channel too. So guys, until next time on my YouTube channel, I want to say right here from the Volta region, right here from Tafi Atome in the Volta region, I want to say I love you all and I hope you enjoyed coming along with me. I hope you enjoyed the history around why the animals are here and the forest and all that. Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Mwah. Bye bye to the monkey sanctuary. We leaving. Favorite region. Come, let's go. So meet my friends
Ondiro
and
Vanessa.
And guys, we are going hiking. I'm paying 90 cedis. So you pay more if you are going to go to the upper falls. So the lower falls is how much? 15 cedis. Oh. Waterfalls is the highest waterfall in Ghana and the tallest in West Africa. It's locally called Agumacha, which means allow me to flow. It's located in the Volta region, about 4 hours drive from Accra.
45 minutes to the lower falls.
Okay.
And we're crossing 9 bridges on the way. And Evely Falls is the highest waterfalls in West Africa. And we are if we talk about the height, we are the 3rd highest waterfalls in the world. If we talk about the big or the size of it, we are the 4th biggest waterfalls in the world. We have the 1st highest waterfalls in the world. It is in Venezuela, called Angel Falls. Then we have the Victoria Waterfalls between Zimbabwe and Zambia. Then we have 3 waterfalls over here. But if you talk about the biggest one, we are the 3rd. We are the 4th, because we have the Niagara Falls between America and Canada. Very big, very
wide, yeah.
Then we have again we go to the Angel Waterfalls and we come to the Victoria Waterfalls. So if you talk about the height, we're the 3rd. You talk about the size
width.
Then we are the 4th in the world. And the height of the lower falls is 143 meters.
Okay.
Not above the sea level, because we are already at the top. You know? If you watch the Ghana map or you study Ghana map very well, it starts from here all the way from the north down to the coast. So we are already at the top. Yeah. And both waterfalls is having a swimming pool, which you can swim inside. And at the lower falls, we have the fruit bat, 1,000+ of them hanging on the rocks over there. A lot over there. And then when you go into the upper falls, it's hiking, and you're going to sweat a lot like pregnant fish. I always say this. Yeah. So when you go into the upper falls, you'll be taking a lot of pictures as
we go.
Yeah, as we go.
For somebody who has been here several times, this place doesn't get boring. And it's in the rainy season, so this is the best time to even come. The whole place is green. How long have you been doing this, Wisdom? Anyway, guys, this is our tour guide. Can't you see how handsome he is? He's called Wisdom. And Wisdom, how long have you been doing this?
9 years now.
9 years now. Wow. And guess what? We are all in sneakers. This is my shoe. And look at him. He is wearing slippers. Why are you wearing slippers? Oh, you're used to it.
Yeah, first of all, I'm used to it.
He's comfortable with the slippers. So, yeah, let's go. Are you excited?
Yes, I'm gonna test, like, this is where I become a Kenyan. This is where my Kenyan genes come through. I have to show the Ghanaian and the Nigerian that Kenyans are runners.
All right.
I am representing a whole country.
I like the energy. Vanessa.
I'm the Nigerian, I'm the lazy one, guys.
Okay.
I'm excited about the waterfall, but not about the hiking part.
Okay, let's go.
It's about to be exciting.
Yay! So the place has changed. This is the recreational facility here for kids, for sitting. This is the second bridge. So we are going to use another route. There are so many routes to the upper falls. We are going to use one of these routes, and yeah, this is how it looks. This is like a small trail from here, and I really like the sound. Guys, listen closely.
It's so calming. It has a calming effect.
Oh
God.
It's
really
so
excited.
calm, relaxing, and yeah.
Turmeric.
Turmeric.
Yes, I know turmeric.
This is turmeric.
This is turmeric plant?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen it before.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So, guys, this is what.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Fresh turmeric.
Yeah.
I'm taking this
I'll
home.
need it.
Okay.
I put all of this.
Very,
We
very,
call
very.
it tear gas.
This is pepper. This is a young one.
Very, 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 very hot.
It's not young, oh. This is ripe already.
It's not ripe. It's
And then this one is not planted by anybody, by the birds,
Okay.
by animals. Yeah. Very, 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 very. Hey,
Very
joke.
spicy.
Don't joke. Don't joke with it.
So we've really started hiking. We keep going higher and higher and higher. And yeah, the trails are so beautiful. The fact that you get to see so many vegetables, fruits, and yeah, this is a palm tree. So we have sticks to help us. Here, take one. And this is what we are going to be using.
So they give us walking stick.
It's not easy at all.
Oh my goodness.
We are now starting, and it feels as though this is the view from here. How do you feel?
Good.
She says she feels good. Let's go, guys. This is our first rest stop.
Don't follow.
And the view here is so beautiful.
Get here. Just raise it like this. Go down.
So take this up, and yeah, there we go.
Nigeria cannot carry last. The Kenyan is the last one.
The Kenyan who's not even using a stick. The Kenyan who's not sweating. The Kenyan who's taking their videos. This lady's okay.
Just to the top.
So we are almost there.
Yeah, we're almost there. And then the rest are not difficult again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Stella.
About some 10 minutes walk are not difficult. From here, it's difficult to get to the top over there. But the rest, about 10 minutes walk is not difficult. Then from there, if you still have the capacity, then you start the rail.
Wow, this is amazing.
It's amazing.
Just look at the view behind me.
Oh my goodness, I'm seeing this for the first time.
Yeah?
Since I've just been looking for
This is so beautiful.
Oh my God.
Very breathtaking.
Oh.
Is this worth it? A big yes. We are almost there. This is the view. Because look at the distance we've been able to cover. We came from the town here and we've been walking up the mountain. And now we are here. Cheers, guys! Hey! Time for a water break. Cheers, guys. I needed this that much. I could drink water all day here. The view is breathtaking, and the fact that the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. I love it here. I'll encourage everyone, anytime you come to Blue Waterfalls, don't only go to the lower falls, climb up. Because, yeah, if you're a hike person, this is a must. So after an hour hike, we made it to the first upper fall, but we couldn't continue to the upper falls because we were all tired. The upper falls is going to take another extra 1 hour 30 minutes to get there, depending on how fast we are. We couldn't make it. We just had to stop here and enjoy the view. We are heading back to the lower falls, which is going to take another hour depending on how fast we go. So guys, we are currently descending back. I really like the atmosphere here. The place is so beautiful. So if you are a really hike person, you can go to the upper falls. This is like the first upper fall. There's another upper falls where you see the shorter waterfall, and then you can swim. But we are not so much of a hiker, so this is where we ended up, and the place is so beautiful. If you can't do the upper, I encourage you to do what we did. It is stressful, but not that stressful. You can do it. I did it. You can do it. So let's go back and head back to the waterfall. I hope you're excited. I hope you're enjoying this vlog. Let me know so far if you're enjoying this video. Let's go.
I can trust you guys enough.
So we are descending, and I've decided to take you guys along. The view is, I just keep saying, the view is breathtaking. The view is. Let's go, guys. Let's go. This is also a cassava plant if you haven't seen some before. Yeah.
This is coffee.
This is coffee?
Yep.
Oh, this is how it looks like?
Yep.
Oh, is it matured enough?
Yeah, but when it's ready to pluck, then it will turn to something like red.
Red. Oh, okay. So for all the coffee lovers, here you go.
Okay, this is coffee. Yeah.
Ah, I'm not really a coffee person, so you won't get me on that.
I hate the smell of coffee.
You hate the smell of coffee?
Yeah.
Ah. Waterfalls, and it's so beautiful. So I'm changing into my bikini. You guys remember this bikini? I rocked it in Bali. So I'm here about to take some pictures and enjoy nature. Come along, let's go. And oh, mind you, the water is so cold. It's so cold. Even though this is the best time to come, it's also so cold. Able to fly the drone here. It kept giving me bad signal. So yeah, this is Blue Waterfalls, and I love it here. Woo! But guys, this is not a swimmable waterfall. There are a lot of rocks here, so you might as well as come here with your rock shoes. So yeah, I'm ready. It's time to go back, and it's going to take another 30 to 40 minutes more, depending on how fast you go. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. So all too soon, we are heading back to where we started. And yeah, this is the first bridge we have just crossed. 8 more to go. Catch you on the other side. How many? Ah, that's the second one. Oh, so we have 6 more to go. Yeah. Brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. I'm done. I had some mangoes. I also have here some boiled granite, and yeah. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know in the comment section which part you enjoyed most. Until next time on my next video, I love you all from the Volta region. Mwah.
Hello guys, we are back again, Charlie, as Stella Shanelly always says. Yes, we are meeting Stella Shanelly today.
It smells of catty cake. No, it's not catty cake.
Yeah, I feel catty cake. I had to meet Stella, and you know, she's one of my best travel vloggers around with, okay? And yeah, don't forget to subscribe to her channel by the end of this video. And guys, let's get into the video. So guys, we are going to meet Stella Shanelly. Mayra Safena. Ya bishi ya oba. Oh no. Hey, oh Mayra sa. Aya peka ne class for the buy.
She's lost in Accra. How can you be lost in your own country?
So guys, yeah, Stella Shanelly. Who didn't say Shanelly?
Stella Shanelly.
Where from this big name?
Pacho, it has come to stay. Brandon.
Shanelly. They say anything high in your country. So we are going to Makola.
Makola, yeah.
Wow. So guys, we are with Stella, and she's so beautiful. Like no. Hey, boy, yeah.
I saw Tatiana and I told her that she should stop being local because, my God, skin moon.
Moto no crime I enter the Abekano.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Makola.
5% recommended. 5%. Madam, every shot is expensive.
Hey, you can say I'm
radio station.
And so who's that today?
Don't have your that.
Hey, Stella, boys not feeling well. I'm not feeling well. I talk for Mama. I'm feeling Stella.
Oh, good son,
Sama ya watu. Hey. Yeah. All this for Stella Shanelly. All this for this girl, no, this pretty lady. So guys, this guy is in love with Stella Shanelly. How much? Why are they acting? I told you though. I saw. Missy make a video. Back here, say. Mamba kwe. Thank you. So guys, this is our first meal. Our first meal. And then the milk of Rokumo. Oh, but it is good. I'm very strong. It tastes really good, but I'm going to benefit. Accra. I'm ready for some about Accra.
Wait, most of them is from Takrady, Cape Coast, and I'm about Takrady.
And Sura. You are from Sunyane. So guys, tell us something cancer. It tastes really good. Like yes, makola. You're gonna say meat pie. Okay, we have check. Okay, so guys, you're going to buy meat pie, right? What's my back one? My back. Back here, say. Egg here, 2.5. Fish, 2.5. Hey, your egg, me fish. Me pay fish.
It's tuna. Sometimes.
Hey, when you are
it's nice. I tried that.
Really? I've never tried it.
But I can try back one time. And try back. So this is how it looks like.
Okay.
Just like meat pie.
Just like meat pie, but it's fried.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, Stella.
It's good.
I like it. So guys, immediately my first time trying it. Vegetables.
I sent to a fridge in the morning.
It tastes really good. Debbie, how would you have? Guys, when you come to Makola, we run frustrates shopping mall. No, would you have here? Reggie, we want it. It tastes good.
Tatiana has found a new boyfriend.
My new boyfriend?
Yeah.
I'm here. Guys, we have monk, but when you come to Accra, you need to try some things from here. Nice. So it's been fried, right?
Yeah.
Fried. So guys, Stella, Mamio, I'm already full.
We have a lot of more street food to try.
Really?
Yeah.
After there's fish.
Fish. We are yet to try. So we are yet to try asana. Yeah.
To me, feel about asana. That we didn't try anymore. About powder. So guys, what's your pen? Mentio. Banfobis. Apiti. Apiti. Like I say. One city. How much did I know?
Maize.
So they use maize for this.
Maize and granite. So
the granules.
Yeah.
But this one is just maize.
Yeah.
Wow. This thing is just like in kati cake.
No,
it's just
it's a unique taste. It's like maize and granite. It's nicer when you eat it with the granite together. So get the part that has the granite. It's an acquired taste. So if you don't like it, you don't like it.
I don't like this one.
But I like it. This will go well with maybe some malt or some asana. Yeah.
Alone
So if you like this, let us know in the comment section.
What's your friends like? Banfo Bessin.
Or Akiti.
Well, it's crunchy. And I like the how it tastes.
And it has a good, like the smell is nice. It smells of
Nkati cake.
No, it's not Nkati cake.
Yeah, I feel Nkati cake. Maybe I feel Nkati cake.
Because of the granite, that's why you taste Nkati cake. Because
they're hot for you, mama. They're hot for you. Let's taste another thing. Yes, I have me. This one there now.
You're supposed to see. Mommy, you mobile money.
What's the mobile money?
So, one thing you should also know is in Ghana, we do a lot of mobile money. So if you don't have cash in your account, I mean, there's no bank around. So the only best solution is to use mobile money. So there are mobile money vendors everywhere. So I'm going to take 100 Ghana.
Okay, so guys, because we're talking about mobile money, use tap send, download it.
App Store. That's a market stay for in Nana.
So guys, just download tap send on Google Play and App Store. Then you just send money through mobile money here in Ghana, okay? Ask of the number, just ask of the number and the name.
The name, yeah. Then you receive it.
Yeah.
So in situations like this that I'm short of cash,
yes,
simple. I'm just going to use mobile money, take the money.
Exactly.
I don't have to go home all the way home.
No. So just download Tap Send, okay? So if she hadn't had money on her mobile money, I would have sent her money.
What if you didn't have money?
Money, yeah. No more be asking if you are travel. Tap Send. Just use my promo code TATI, okay? And you get a promo of $10, £5, and €5, okay? And it's really convenient, and the rate is also
very good. Yeah.
So let's go and get the money.
People are just staring at us, so
and they are looking at us side. Asana tu mi fiva o.
Bonum kakrevi.
Benum ba de chemo se mi fiva ba.
Mama se my one city.
Bonum bi. On the milk.
Dabi.
Is it cool without milk? I've never tried it without milk.
So this is locally called
Asana. Mama, they brought within the say. Well, when you my back count. So guys, this is my Asana. It looks like Coca-Cola, so local Coca-Cola. It's a little bit bitter.
Nothing is going to change.
But with sugar, bitter with sugar, right?
Yeah.
I'm also
try the one with the red, like this one.
Okay, why?
Yeah.
Why with this one?
This one looks more ripe.
Okay.
So wash it. You can wash it with water.
Guys, this is my
Alasan, yeah. It's seasonal. It comes only during December, January, February.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But is it really was like?
Yeah, it's just the
they're chewing gum.
Yeah. No, you don't eat it like that.
Hey, how?
Hold on. So we're about to try Alasan. Cheers.
Cheers.
Then you bite here.
The bottom.
Oh, bite it dip like this. Then you can lick the.
And you know, I should throw it away.
Lick it. Yeah, you can throw it away.
I should lick what?
The seed.
How did you do it?
Like this.
You know. This thing is way better now.
Sour, yeah. So some are nice, some are not nice. Maybe you are just not lucky to have the good one today.
But it's okay. Just that. I don't say first time there.
Yeah.
Is it cooked?
Oh no, it's a fruit. That's really? It looks like, yes.
But they said it will turn into a chewing gum.
Yes, usually if it is fresh, when it's very bitter, and when you continually chew it, it becomes like a gum.
Which one? The seed?
No, this.
This one?
No, inside.
Inside. Yes. The inside turns to a chewing gum.
Yes. Some chewing gum companies use it to prepare to produce chewing gum.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
But it is good, eh?
Tight.
You want it tight?
I see it in the MSC. Spices. Yo. What about this? Alright. I didn't know trophy board. A trophy. Trophy them jai pride board. So share. That's right. How is it?
Very good. This will go very well with yam.
With yam, man.
Fried yam.
I mean, this is good. Mama, is it? Oh yeah, Mama is the shit. Yeah, that's
it. So we'll try it with black pepper.
I'm for you. This is running by GhanaWeb TV now.
Allez, parti.
Guys, we are done, okay? So Stella got me all this.
I also got a lot of things.
So thanks for watching, and
please subscribe to my channel and show me some love.
Please, when you go, I tell her set at Naina brought you there. What's it? And subscribe to her. Ciao.
In the 80s and the early 90s, when many nations abandoned Ghana because perhaps we are not a democracy, Japan stood for Ghana and he played a role. Mr. Speaker, it is time for us as a country and for us as political office holders to take our security much more serious than we think. Mr. Speaker, if you watch the video, they are perhaps taking things for granted, thought that everybody would act as reasonable as they expect in their society. Japan never expected this to come their way, and it's very sad. So, Mr. Speaker, I call on Parliament to invest in the security of members of Parliament. I call on the Executive to invest in the security of the Executive. I call on all arms of government to take interest in the security of public office holders. Mr. Speaker, the time has also come for us to go the extra mile to communicate with our constituents. Because, Mr. Speaker, the situations that people find themselves lead them into behaving in a certain manner. It is important that even in our discourse as politicians, we don't encourage hard-line views and extremist views to take precedence of a very liberal and moderate approach to our public discourse. Sometimes we may get people to misconstrue how we think of each other. And when they take themselves as messiahs, we would be at the receiving end. These are matters we would have to consider.
really, I had the opportunity to meet the late Honorable John Ndebugri. Was in the 80s in Boku at the community center when His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings had attended an annual, I think, Farmers' Day or Cultural Festival, Saman Pit Festival in 1991. And it got to singing the national anthem or something of that sort. We were children, so I quite don't remember the details, but it was a national anthem. And everybody stood up, but John Ndebugri, in protest against something that he had with Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, refused to stand up and remain seated. And at the end of the anthem, Rawlings signaled his security, and there and then we saw them go and then, lift John Ndebugri from his seat and dragged him to the nearest police station and locked him. That was the first time I was seeing him from a distance. Even though as a child I had heard his name and about how controversial he was as a person and how radical he was as a leader and all the things that Kosasis had to say about him because of his role in the chieftaincy issue in Boku. And the other time was when I was a law student. I had the opportunity to meet him. And then when I finished law school and then later on in politics, I got closer to him only to find out that he's such a fine, excellent, very accommodating gentleman. So I was beginning to wonder whether it was the same John Ndebugri that as children were hearing of. He had radically transformed into quite a moderate peacemaker, as Honorable Cletus Avoka has indicated. And I recall one day he called me aside and said, I worry about you every day. I wouldn't have recommended that you should be MP for Boku Central, because this Boku problem, it would really create a problem for you. And indeed, what he said has come to pass. And when he became a lawyer, and I recall as recently as when I had my problem with the Office of the Special Prosecutor, he was one of the very many people who called and asked me if I could come to his office, and he was willing to be one of my legal counsel in the matter. And he has continued to be a fatherly figure until I heard of his unfortunate demise. We from Kosa, we from the Boku area will deeply miss the guidance, the support, and the inspiration he inspired many of us as young people.
At KNUST. John never stopped assuring me, Sophia, I promise to take good care of you when I complete school. True to his word, when his feet were planted after graduating from school, he never reneged on those promises. He took exceptional care of the children, and I through his life after school. John's love for me was so strong that no third party could come between us. 5 years after marriage with no child, John brushed aside relentless family pressure to seek another woman for children. We eventually had our first daughter in March 1976. My marriage to John will always be my greatest accomplishment in life. He taught me a whole lot. How to carry myself in public as a lady, how to eat at the table, and how to speak English, and much more. He performed his fatherly role very well. He was so much dedicated to me and the children. He loved his children so much that he would not trade their education for anything else. At their younger ages, he never missed their birthdays, always calling them with gifts and throwing birthday parties however small. He was such a straightforward man. He never missed his words. He stood for truth and would always say things as they were. We had our own challenges along the line, but through it all, the love we had for each other pulled us through.
What we are not going to tolerate, however, is activities of persons that would intentionally and unduly delay the process, because the Constitution has granted us sufficient powers to proceed once we get a critical number of branches complying with the law. We can proceed and leave you behind. So it is in your interest and our interest that whatever issues have emerged, you will cooperate and we will cooperate so that we deal with the issues, so you can join the race and then we carry you along. If we come to realize that because of some non-cooperation, the process in your constituency is unduly delaying, what will happen is that we'll proceed and leave you behind. And the implication is that nobody will have the right to vote in subsequent elections up to national level until the issues in your constituency have been dealt with properly.
When you want to break the 8 as a government, you work hard to make sure that most Ghanaians are happy with you. Now, when you are a leader, sometimes your follower can be happy with you, not because they are not going through a difficulty, but because you've taken the pains to explain to them the situation. And we have a tough job, we have a defined job, which is to let people explain what is happening globally now and do well to make sure that they understand us and come with us. We have what it takes to get out of the difficulties. And you don't only work to get people out of the difficulty, but you must explain to them what is accounting for all this. And I think if we get very united, we get calm and modest and explain what is happening, I have strong faith that Ghanaians will understand the situation and support us to break the 8. But bringing the economy back to life is like a doctor trying to bring a patient at the ICU back to strength or full life. It's not an event, it's a process. So if you have a patient with a liver problem, a kidney problem, a chest problem, it will take some time for that patient to start walking and joining us at a conference like this. If because the patient is not yet walking, you go but you don't know how to bring people back to life, it means that you are in a hasty situation. Look, let's all be honest with ourselves. Before COVID hit this world, Ghana was one of the most celebrated economies in Africa here. We were the #1 destination for investments. All these things are true. So I know it's politics. Our opponents will try and tell you that, don't blame COVID. Nothing has happened to this country. But the reality is that almost all of us have been vaccinated. Why did you get a vaccine? Because there's something unusual which has happened in the world. People should not be in a hurry to be so excited by what the criticisms that this government is facing. Please, be sober and ask yourself, the one criticizing, what is their solution? Are we saying that tomorrow, if NDC is in power, fuel prices will drop to the lowest figure? Are we saying that all of a sudden everybody's gonna get a job? Are we all saying that all of a sudden, there will be no complaints? No, that's not the situation. The opposition themselves know that what is happening is a global phenomenon, and you need someone who is skilled to steer you out of the problem. I sympathize with Ghanaians. I go to the same market. But I want to remind all of us that when you say no to the incumbent, you have to go for someone else. Who are you going for? Today we are at IMF. People say, oh, but you've gone to the IMF. Where were we before Akufo-Addo became president? The NDC administration had taken us to the IMF. So you should know that your alternatives are not any better. And I believe strongly that if we had to make sure that most of us, if not all of us, get the jobs we are looking for, the payments at the schools become very regular, and together we'll have a prosperous country.
Mr. Speaker, I met Mr. Antamni there on 6th May 2022 at Zevila in his house. Nde was a peace setter, a record setter, and an achiever. Nde was intelligent, forthright, honest, charismatic, and affable. Nde was combative, proactive, and resilient. He was a peacemaker and a nationalist who fought against indiscipline, corruption, cheating of all forms of abuses, sometimes to a fault.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana has lost a statesman among few public servants who was not in public life or in public service for purposes of enriching himself. Mr. Speaker, and they didn't just walk integrity, he acted with integrity. Mr. Speaker, he was forthrightly courageous, and his integrity in public life not paralleled.
In 2005, we all met in Parliament for the first time. I was a one-term member of Parliament, and they joined us in 2005. In fact, when the honorable member came to Parliament, although I was a senior, I learned something from him, which has kept me to date. He's a man of principle, and he was not afraid of anybody. He will tell you as it is.
Personified everything contradictory in politics. For those who did not know,
Prof was so humble as Vice President to President Rawlings that the President had no hesitation in endorsing him as the NDC presidential candidate for the 2000 presidential elections in what became known as the Swedru. Okay. Fill in the blanks for me. Indeed, in the Akam proverb, and here let me digress and speak in Chi. A sopo or pekasia aye, tin or da from, said the Sunyina Bishia Boom. Loosely translated, is because the ocean wanted to be the biggest. That is why it accepted or chose to remain at the lowest portion. is power. Prof's life of humility and love was successfully put by Her Excellency Mrs. Banda, former President of the Republic of Malawi, in the 4th John Ivan commemorative lecture, which she delivered at the University of Cape Coast on 25th July 2016. And in memory of this great man and epitome of humility. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, shall we hear the name for him as he takes his seat? I'd like to introduce these personalities to you as we move along. In representation of our we have Dr. Mills. And those family, if you can raise your hands for us to see. The chairman of the Heritage, Dr. Alexander, President Alexander.
Pronouncing such figures in billions, and I want to remind you that I didn't even know how to translate them into OPPP.
Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, please welcome Dr. Samuel Ofusampo. And then we'd like to hear it for General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Johnson Asedum Ketia. Of course, the hard-working, affable, smooth talker. They say that you cannot help but admire him when he speaks in Parliament. Let's welcome the Minority Leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. And this one they call the Chairman's Chairman. Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Mr. Adekuka. Ladies and gentlemen, the next of many parts. When it comes to business, when it comes to finance, economics, when it comes to sports, whichever field. He's a former president of the National House of Chiefs. He's a president of the Asogli traditional area, the Agbogbo Mafia of the Asogli state. Ladies and gentlemen, he chairs the Heritage Advisory Council. Let us welcome Dogbe Afede 14.
Good afternoon. Nana Chair, Chairman of the Council of State, Nana Oto Serebo, representative of the President of Ghana, Nkommo Woho, our very distinguished speaker for the day, Mr. Chachuchi Kata. Our distinguished Chief Imam, Dr. Sheikh Osman Nuhu Sarbutu. Nananum, Nime, Name. The Advisory Council and Board of the GhanaWEeb Mills Heritage, Your Excellencies of the diplomatic community, honorable members of Parliament, current and former government appointees, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. 10 years ago, on the 24th of July 2012, we lost a true gem, a national icon. President John Evans Mills, our sitting president, passed on. It was a Black Tuesday for Ghana, a dark day we wish to erase from our memories. 10 years after his demise, we are gathered here as one nation. Chiefs, queen mothers, academics, sportsmen and women, politicians, the clergy, market women, and persons of all walks of life, to reflect on his life, to remember his values, to interrogate the truth, and immortalize his memory. As chair of the Advisory Council of the GhanaWEeb Mills Memorial Heritage, I warmly welcome each and every one of you to the 10th John Evans Mills commemorative lecture themed The Man, John Evans Mills, 10 years on. We are here, representatives of our two former presidents, His Excellency John Nkommo and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. The family of John Evans Mills, led by Busabening, Dr. Cadman Mills. Representatives of the government of Ghana, Diplomatic Corps, Nananum, Neme, Name, and the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs, led by Professor Odaifo Welenchi, Paramount Chief of the Nungwa Traditional Area and Vice President of the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs, our traditional spiritual leaders, Awolome. You are all very much welcome. The judiciary is ably represented, political parties, labor unions, professional groups, old Ashimotans, University of Ghana, the sports fraternity, student leaders, and of course the advisory council, the board, and members of the heritage. Welcome you all to this national gathering to celebrate and remember true, loyal, patriotic son who died in service, a visionary, a Messiah, an incorruptible tower of strength and resilience. A man of integrity, truth, and honesty, with a strong Christian faith. Nana Kobina Kechia, the fourth chief of Esikado, who was chairman at the launch of the Memorial Heritage. The era of President John Ivasata Mills as President of Ghana was an era of inclusiveness. When we had a man of character as president, thank you, and a man of morality and sincerity, and because of that, he cut across many political divisions. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 10 years on, the common thread that runs through all the tributes in memory of President Mills is his unique style of leadership. As a lecturer, in public service as the Commissioner of the IRS, as Vice President, and as President of the Republic of Ghana. For over 5 decades of public service to Ghana, President Mills remained true to himself, his values, and principles. He remained humble, modest, focused, with integrity to Ghana above self. President Mills abhorred corruption. He was very honest and would never waver a hair's breadth from the path of strictest honesty. He was blind to tribe and sought to unite all of us as Ghanaians. To him, altruism is the best form of egoism, or selflessness is the best form of selfishness. That was why he boldly, invariably would have led to a shrinking of his own powers as president. Now, more than ever, Ghana is once again at the crossroads of nationhood and nation building. Ghana is polarized. Institutions need strengthening. Resources need to be shared more equitably among all citizens, irrespective of social status. As Dr. Esther Ofei-Abaje, Vice Chair of the Diversity Council, put it rhetorically, what would President Evans John, what would President Mills have thought about this? What would President Mills have said? And to add, how would President Evans Mills address our current situation as a state? Would it be the geophyism approach or something else? We are here to seek answers for the way forward in our nation building. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the biggest tribute we can pay to this fine gentleman is to promote his values of hard work, humility, empathy, and honesty. If we are to succeed in private and public life, in closing, I want to ask all Ghanaians to help shape the leadership of our country. Let us not be apathetic bystanders. And in this regard, I want to remind all of us about the words of Plato. In public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You're all very welcome again. Miawezo. Thank you.
He worked in the University of Ghana for over 25 years. He was a lecturer. He was an avid sportsman. He actually played in the Ghana national hockey team. He transformed the Internal Revenue Service into the Ghana Revenue Authority.
A father, brother, husband, grandfather, as well as an ultimate.
We have to admit that Brother Fifi indeed had many families. His Legon family, his Hasselfolk family, his hockey, the veterans family, his NBC family. Did I miss out Achimota family?
His legacy gave birth heritage. This was a group of people who had love for him, felt that the values and principles that he had lived for and died for should be inculcated into the new generations that were to come.
The approach of the memorial heritage was to ensure that the family of President John Evans Atta Mills was also involved in immortal tributes read at to ensure that the legacy of President John Evans Atta Mills lives on. And so we have Dr. Cadman Mills as a member of the Advisory Council. He is the brother of President John Evans Atta Mills, Member of Parliament, as a board member of the Memorial Heritage. Together with other family members, we are all continuing to work to ensure that the ideals of President John Evans Atta Mills, his values, his principles, his servant leadership, the value leadership that he instilled in us, his mentees, would continue.
We first looked at his values, we looked at his principles, and we decided that we would have lectures to ensure that across the 16 regions of this country, the things he stood for, his works, and what he had been able to achieve in 3.5 years as president.
We are in the works of President John Evans Atta Mills. So all his speeches at the United Nations General Assembly during his 43 months as president have been documented and will be published. In addition to that, all his State of the Nation addresses will also be published, and all the comments will be published. We are hoping that we will be able to publish all his literary works. We want to ensure that the youth, every Ghanaian, learns about the ideals of President John Evans Atta Mills, and we, at the end of it all, would have a better society and a better Ghana, as his mantra was.
Whether they voted for me or not,
that unlike the previous or in the past, prior to his 10th anniversary, there had simply been annual lectures. We decided that we would have lectures in every region, but we would cluster the regions. We had a northern cluster made up of 5 regions. We had the central and western region made up of 2. We have the Volta and OT made up of another 2. We then have the Bono, because we always have an annual commemorative lecture. And so the annual commemorative lecture, which we are at today, doubles both as the Greater Accra Regional Lecture and the annual, the first 2 and Western Lecture were resounding successes, and we are quite off the JEA Memorial Heritage are being met.
The GhanaWEeb Mills Memorial Heritage has come to stay. happy you're here with us this afternoon to commemorate the 10th anniversary of President John Evans Atta. We would like to take this opportunity to the growth of the memorial heritage. And we know that when we call upon you in the future to assist us on this to be part and parcel, guys. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to acknowledge these personalities, in fact, these members of the board and the advisory council in no particular wave. The Honorable Mills, Mr. Dr. Cadman Mills, Mr. Henry Martin Newman, Mr. Kwame Pienin, Ahmed Van der Poy, Ms. Kate Mumundi, Mr. E.M. Commodore Menson, and Mr. Kweku Bramlabi. I also thank you for it. And currently the special representative late professor's death would like to have a message from the wife, the former first lady, and to do us the honors, we're going to invite the honorable member of parliament.
Nana Chairman, Nime, Name, the clergy, the chief imam, members of parliament, distinguished invited person of Professor John Evans Samuels. I'm reading on behalf of Mrs. Nadu Mills. It has been 10 years of solitude since then suddenly we found ourselves in public limelight with its accompanying opportunities and challenges. Fifi was tea, honesty, qualities I loved about him, the better. In this regard, I believe posterity will judge him well. Therein lies my consolation for the many sacrifices he had to make. Fifi, through the love of God, all is well. Continue your rest in the bosom of your Maker. Thank you.
Evans Atta Mills presided over Ghana at a time when world economies had just been plunged into the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression of the 1930s. Through visionary leadership and direction, he was able
what he wanted to do for Ghana. The importance that he played altered the lives of people in build productive social amenities to help improve
Pleased under the program Corporation. We do our reviews on a regular University of Ghana, where he completed
many personalities here. As and when my eye launches on you, I acknowledge you. If I don't see you, please forgive me. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. CPP flag bearer in the 2020 elections, Mr. Ivor Greenstreet. And all generals of the Ghana Armed Forces who served under Professor Mills. If you're here, thank you for coming. To all members of Parliament, both serving and former, thank you for coming. Former ministers, deputy ministers of state, thank you. Chief executive officers of the state, former, thank you for coming. National and regional executives of the party, thank you for coming. And of course, all other members, cadres, everybody, put your hands together for yourselves. Before I call our next speaker, I'd like to inform you that tomorrow, telling the story of the NDC, you got to be there. I'll give you further info as we are leaving here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite now to the podium Dr. Cadman Mills to give us his remarks.
Nana Chairman, I would like to ask your permission to stand on existing protocol because there are so many people here, distinguished, that if I try to acknowledge them all, I am sure I will not be able to do justice to it. I'm here to talk about family. However, Atta Mills, the family man. Talking about family, there are a few people, though, that I would like to especially acknowledge. Number one, family. Professor Mills's very close collaborator, who served as his chief of staff, the man responsible for Professor Mills being called President Doolittle. Because I found out that whenever President Mills wanted to do something that Henry John Martin Newman didn't like, he said, "Fifi, let's pray over it." But whenever Fifi wanted to do something that John Henry Martin Newman wanted, it was done immediately. So blame him for Fifi not doing that much, at least in his first year. And blame him also for the high achievements that Fifi had in his presidency. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize another family member called Nana Jane Obokwajiman. I didn't know this when I met her in Dakar, Senegal, as a young, bright student studying at the University of Dakar. She used to speak French very well. I don't know whether she's forgotten it. It's only later that I found out that she was actually one of my mother's pets. She would come to my mother's shop, bookstore opposite the post office in Kisii, knowing fully well that she'll be getting some toffees from my mother. I was delighted, therefore, when she became the running mate of John Dramani Mahama. She is truly a family member and a sister. There are also a number of greedy bastards here. And one that has a special name, the little tweet. I'll be talking about them later. But I would like to thank them, I would like to acknowledge them, because I know that they were very key in Fifi's presidency, good and bad. I unfortunately have not seen the chief greedy bastard here, and that is Senior Atu Ahoy. I've seen Kwame Pepra, I've seen others, but I understand he's not doing that well. I send him my prayers, and please let him know that we love him and will come to visit him very soon. Now, please let me introduce myself. My name is Nana Kojo Esiao Dofo I. The Ebusia Penyin of the Nkrumah Cherba Trinidad Ebusia of Cape Coast.
I said it much better than my sister would have said it. I listened to her. She really muffled it up when she gave the vote of thanks the other day. Behind me is the Deputy Ebusia Penyin, Dr. John Atram. I think they chose him only because they wanted a doctor, as the representatives of the family. And of course, behind me also is Mr. Ni Ayi Thompson, who is the chairman of the Nkrumah Cherba Trinidad Ebusia. They are standing behind me to make sure that I don't say the wrong thing. If you see that I'm lifting my leg, it's because they've kicked me from behind. But it's all in a normal day work as the chief honcho of the Nkrumah Cherba Trinidad Ebusia. Let me tell you something about the illustrious Trinidad Ebusia of Cape Coast that have actually produced a number of people who have made contributions to Ghana. You people boast about the sports prowess of John Fifi Atta Mills. Believe me, he is nothing compared to Africa's #1 goalkeeper, Robert Mensah, of blessed memory. It's a family also that produced the person that I call my nephew with the voice of honey, Amanziba Nat Brew, a great musician, It's a family that produced Ambassador Kwesi Brew, who was not necessarily of the same political persuasion as we are, but was a very prominent person that served Ghana in his role as ambassador. We have in the family also the Adakways, whose claim to fame is that Kofi Annan of United Nations is the direct maternal uncle of the Adakways. More recently, in terms of national service, of course, we have the not so honorable, not so Asomdwe, the man who has been in the news all over the place in this last week. By the way, I call him not so honorable, not because of him, but Kwame Pienim told us not to call any member of parliament honorable. And therefore, he's not unique in that sense. Samuel Atamils, the nemesis of Kuku Ahido. I am standing before you here because I think I've also made my contributions to this nation. For one, I was a senior presidential economic advisor to President Mills when he was president. As the role of advisor, of course, I take credit for all of the achievements under President Mills. And I refuse credit for all the failures because he didn't listen to me, which is always the case with Fifi. My other titles is that I was almost the Minister of Defense. And I don't know whether you know it, but I was also almost the ambassador of Ghana to the United States. In fact, it was publicly announced, only for John Dramani Mahama to tell me, well dodged. I have not been able to live it down. The greedy bastards and Ludwig Klotze spend all their time calling me the disappointed defense minister, the disappointed ambassador. But in truth, I was the economic advisor, and that I'm very proud of. Then finally, of course, the illustrious, my brother, John Evans Atta Mills, who we are here to celebrate today. So as you can see, it's a family that has made its contributions, and it's a family that I'm really, really, really proud now to be leading. As a family, we treasure a lot of things. But above all, what we treasure are situations like this, commemorative lectures, that remind us of Fifi, who he was, what he stood for, and make us realize that maybe he may be dead in terms of his physical presence, but Fifi will never die. And Fifi lives on. Now, I had really wanted to be the person to give the 10th anniversary lecture. In fact, I had been lobbying Professor Kwamna Hoy to suggest to those in power who were going to nominate the person to make me the person to give the 10th anniversary lecture for my brother. As usual, he promised me that he will do everything that he would do. And I had actually prepared my address when Ludwig Klotze came and told me that it doesn't look good, Cadman. You may not very well be the person to give the lecture. And in anticipation of becoming Ebusiapeng and knowing that I wasn't going to be the one to give the lecture, I was determined that we were going to boycott this lecture if I wasn't the person. Just like we boycotted the other thing, right? And then they told me, we are sorry, but it's Chachu, who doesn't even deserve a second name, who is going to give the lecture. As they say in Fante, Efize Namisafium. Chachu? They couldn't have made a better choice, Chachu. And I had to call off the boycott immediately. Chachu was with Fifi in 2004 when things didn't go very well for us. Chachu was with Fifi in 2006, I was there, in South Africa, when Fifi was contemplating his future as a politician. Chachu has always been there for Fifi. Chachu did a lot of things that actually, at the time, I didn't realize, but later on, got to know about it. If anybody other than me, of course, is to make the commemorative lecture, it should be Chachu. I don't want to spook you out, but I'm really looking forward to it. And thank you for accepting to come and speak. In that same vein, let me thank the John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Heritage. We'll get to that. Why are you so impatient? For organizing the series of regional lectures, and in particular the Accra lecture to commemorate him on his 10th anniversary. You would note that actually immediately after Fifi died, Mrs. Mills and I got together and very rapidly registered the John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Foundation in order to get a foot in the door and make sure that we use the foundation to raise resources and funds in order to support initiatives such as that which is being done by the Atta Mills Memorial Heritage. Because for Mrs. Mills and I, it was very important to make sure that Fifi's legacy was not bastardized by anybody, and that Fifi's legacy and the custody of the legacy rested in the hands of the people who truly loved him, who were truly committed to him, and who truly wanted to use his name to advance his ideas and his values and his principles. Now, I am told, I'm not told, I've become aware of other initiatives, and I will not beat about the bush. The Atta Mills Institute, run by Koku Anyidohu, and which was responsible, apparently, in mobilizing support for refurbishing Asumdwe Park. I went there yesterday, again, because I wanted to be sure that I saw what I really think I saw. The Asumdwe Park and the work that was done there, differences, of course, in aesthetics being acknowledged, I'm sorry, is obscene, to use a very strong word. I did not recognize Fifi there. It was the very first time that I went to Asumdwe Park that I was not emotional. The place, of course, is called Asumdwe Park. There are his pictures everywhere, some quotations of him. His name doesn't appear in any of the quotations, except, of course, the logo of the Atta Mills Institute. I saw his grave. There his name appeared a little bit, except that it was spelled John Evans Atta Mills with a hyphen between the two, for somebody who claimed to know him very well, even though the person who has the name himself has never put a hyphen in that name. Otherwise, everything was about them. And they used this so-called refurbishing to promote themselves, to promote their institute, and to promote their paymasters. That's not what Fifi stood for. Fifi hated people who self-promote. In fact, when Fifi said of a colleague that he is full of himself, and he would emphasize the word full of himself, or infante, meaning he has a foul smell in his nose, then you knew that that colleague has been written off in Fifi's mind. and you would never pay any attention to him because it's all about themselves. Fifi was somebody also who never really took himself seriously. In fact, he was a master of self-deprecating humor. He often laughed at himself because he thought it wasn't necessary to take himself too seriously. But by God, he took Ghana seriously, and I agree with you. And above all, he took Ghanaians very seriously in the future. In view of the fact that Atamil's Institute is being used as an instrument to sow division, to sow controversy, for self-promotion, as an instrument to insult elders. In my capacity as the oldest living sibling of Professor John Evans Atta Mills, as the person who Professor Mills designated in his will to be the executor of his will and also the custodian of his legacy. And now in my capacity as the Ebusia Penyin of the Nkommo Woho, the family has decided that we will contact our solicitors to make sure that they explore all avenues to stop the Atta Mills Institute from operating. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. In fact, Chachu, I thought of making a call to you to be part of the team, but I'm told that your record with the current judiciary is not very good. Because of you, there's always the unanimous 7. You may be a legal luminary, but please stay out of it. But finally, we will not just simply rely on the courts. I would like, therefore, to make an appeal to the court of public opinion, which I think is the only court worthwhile. I would like Ghanaians to know that the so-called Atta Mills Institute is unauthorized. It is also unsanctioned. It is unappreciated, and it's most unwelcome. I repeat, I know I'm speaking too long, but I think this is important. I want the Ghanaian public to know that the Atta Mills Institute, so-called, is unauthorized, unsanctioned, unappreciated, unwelcome. May God be with you, my brothers and sisters.
be no golu. O so be ya ba yo we no gole. Be no pala we nyalende. O so be ya ba yo we no komyo. Anya ba kona ya we no ko. O so be ya ba ne. Ya we no ko. Be no pala we nyalende. O so be ya ba yo we no ko. Ya we no ko mi. O so be ya ba ya we no ko le. Tata kula we nyalende o. O so be ya ba ya we no ko jane. Anya ba kana ya we no ko. O so be ya ba ne ya we no ko. Tata kula we nyalende. O so be ya ba ya we no ko. Bena pala we nyalende kona. O so be ya ba ya we no ko. Anya ba now I for hande ya o kori. Gana be ya ba kona wa for mande ya ne. Kaja ba kona babe. Ata ina kona nasi ne wa ke mano ya o kage. Ole kaja ba kona babe ba. Ata ina kona nasi wa ke mano ya. Lingba na o isi trukale. Tato kwa mande lo bada. Ata sabi la ke o. Lingba na o isi trukale. Kwa mande lo bada. Ata sabi la ke o. No e ane wa nu fie. Wa nya ya no gege. E ane wa nu fie. Wa nya ya no. Ole. Atare gbe no na gbe bo wa na ko be jaswi bo no ya ka be ne bo ya bi ya jan o atami sile gbe no na gbe bo wa na ko be jaswi se bo no ya ka be ne bo ya bi ya wale gana bi yen pa na wa afo amande ya o you know heba anya bakona now
whilst the Hour Group is performing, our distinguished Archbishop of Accra, Catholic Archbishop of Accra, would like to take leave of us, please. The Archbishop of Accra, Archbishop Bonaventure Kofi, would like to take leave of us, please. Thank you.
Lingmina isi truka, tato pamane labada, atas amilake o, eju nyela. Lingmina isi truka ma, tato pamane labada, atas amilake o. No ya na wanu fie, aya no. Lana wa nu fie wa nya na Ghana be nye pa na wa fa ma de o Babila nya ba ko na wa fa ma de o Ghana be nye pa na wa fa ma de Mamoda Ghana be yaba now for mania Ole Kajaba kona babe Ata ina kona dasi like Manuel no Kajaba kona babe lele ata inomlo nendasi ilake manoewe lingane wa isi trukale tado kwa manela bata ata sami lake lingane wa isi truka tado kwa manela bata ata sami lake nyale nono ehane wa nufie wanya anoja lana wa nufie wanya ano Ghana binya ba na wa apa mania wa mama ta do kwa mande bloyali nyenu ole le jabinya mama ta do kwa mande bloyali gege ta do kwa mande bloyali mbo enga mindo la tata kwa mane bla mi danga mindo kaka bla ko gana de ma fi loko joma nyama bla bla nanga de ma fi loko joma nyama bla onya mi amona amofu la eja konya mi amona amofu la yo tata kwa nya e ma halo ma tado kwa mane bla ya yo ah mama tado kwa mane bla ya yo ole awa binya e mama tado kwa mane bla ya yo la tado kwa mane bla ya mi ba danga mindo ah tado kwa mane bla ya mi ba danga mindo le bloko gala de ma fi loko jo ma nyama blo bloko ma de ma fi na wa ko ma nyama blo ko nyami amona mo fun la ilu ko nyami amona mo fun la eja abinya e mama tado kwa mane blo ya le tado kwa mane blo ya.
All right, Ada, our group, we thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that we're live on Metro TV, Adum FM and Adum TV, Radio Gold, Wizard TV, thinknewsonline.com, TV XYZ, Power FM. Once again, we're live on Metro TV, Joy News, Adum TV, Adum FM, Radio Gold, Wizard TV, thinknewsonline.com, TV XYZ, and Power FM. At this stage, I would like us to meet those of us who haven't seen him before, and this is the first time. I'd like to introduce to you the son of our late president, Kofi Sam Atta Mills, and his beautiful wife. Thank you, and I have a few personalities here as well. Mrs. Anna Enin is also here. Thank you very, very much. Ambassador Victor Beho, thank you for your presence. Nana Yajantwa, thank you very much for coming. Yes, and I have Comrade Bernard Mona. Thank you, Bernard. And of course, my mentor in journalism, the Venerable Kwesi Pratt. At this stage, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, this is the main event. This is the main event of the evening. Indeed, a lot has been said about this person by the respectable Dr. Cadman Mills. But we know without doubt that he is an academic, he is a legal luminary, what our friend in Nigeria would say, a colossus when it comes to the law. He is indeed an avatar of the law. And some people even think he is the law. Ladies and gentlemen, for our commemorative lecture, I would like us to give a resounding round of applause as I invite the Honorable Distinguished Lawyer Chachu Chikata. Let's hear it, let's hear it, let's hear it, let's hear it, let's hear it. Thank
you. Nana Chairman and Togbi Chairman of the Advisory Council. I believe the Archbishop of Accra and the Chief Imam are gone, but I would still like to acknowledge them and acknowledge Ebusiapenyin Cadman, who now has to become the Asumdwihini. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be asked by the President Mills Memorial Heritage to speak at the 10th anniversary event, commemorating the passing of a remarkable human being whom I was privileged to have known from our days at the Faculty of Law, University of Ghana, Legon. He was 3 years my senior when we were students, and we later were colleagues when teaching. He was president for just over 3.5 years, having served earlier from 1996 to 2000 as vice president. President Mills earned global respect as an exemplar of integrity in political leadership. I want to suggest that the impact of his leadership goes beyond his lifetime, and that now, more than ever, his legacy is critical for our nation's future. We can recall how in death he brought the nation to a unified acknowledgement of his stature in a manner that has been without equal. Even political opponents of his could not help acknowledging what he represented for the country and how his character had been an important stabilizing and moral force for our collective good in that period. I'd just like to ask us at this stage to recall in our minds the national acknowledgement when news of his death broke, right up to the solemn funeral attended by international dignitaries, including the presidents of neighboring Cote d'Ivoire and Togo, Mr. Kofi Annan, and the then US Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton. In death, the strength of Professor Mills' personality and his stature as Asumdwihini brought this country together in grief in a very powerful way. I've been excited to learn of the countrywide nature of the memorials that are being organized to honor President Mills and the long-term plans of the memorial heritage. This is because I am convinced that his stature will grow bigger and bigger in the years and decades ahead. I have that conviction because of the outstanding legacy of integrity that he has left behind. That is what I've chosen to highlight today under the theme for these memorial events, the man John Evans Atta Mills, 10 years on. I believe that his legacy is even more vital today amidst the travails of our nation, as well as what I see as a global crisis of leadership. Today, more than ever, we can appreciate the importance of the human qualities of the man John Evans Atta Fifi Mills. So I would like to start with some remarks about the man. I will then consider how he got into his roles in politics and proceed to outline a few of his important achievements as president. It will not surprise you that I will dwell a bit on achievements in the oil and gas sector and highlight the relevance of those achievements for the future of that sector. It will be my thesis, broadly, that the life and work of President Mills represent a gold standard of leadership which our nation desperately needs. I will be insisting that, especially for our youth, President Mills shines a clear light for our nation's future, which we cannot just applaud or even just claim to be inspired by. Our honoring his memory is not so much about raising physical monuments to him, but more about ensuring that his legacy of integrity is given full meaning in our nation and in what we demand of our leaders as well as ourselves. Since Sunday morning, 24th July 2022, we have seen at Asomdwe Park, President Mills' resting place, that what is now inscribed over his grave and under his bust does not even have his name. Was he really the one being honored in that event where this inscription was unveiled? But I can almost hear him, after listening to me utter those last two sentences, saying calmly, "Oh, Dama, mankasa why? Oh, really, don't bother about them." And then asking me to move on to the more important subjects that he and I need to discuss. President Mills aspired to a better Ghana. That is undoubtedly a shared aspiration we all have as Ghanaians, unless the circumstances of our absurd partisan politics make some refuse to share that aspiration because it was espoused by someone from a political party other than the one they belong to. We shall look at how even his short time as president saw some important steps he took towards that better Ghana agenda. And more importantly, how his human qualities can help our quest for a better Ghana, our resolve to make our nation great and strong. Let me stress from the beginning that I do not seek to idolize President Mills, because that would not even be fair to him. He was a servant leader who never sought to be idolized, and he would not accept that. He was indeed a human being and had his limitations and weaknesses, just like all of us. What I'm interested to do on this occasion, commemorating the 10th anniversary of his death, is to distill from his life qualities that are worthy of our attention and emulation. President Mills was a man with a deep devotion to Ghana and to public service. From his days as a lecturer in Legon, teaching both at the Faculty of Law and the School of Administration, his subjects being company law and tax law, through the time of his involvement in the reform of the country's revenue agencies, and then his becoming vice president and eventually president, his life was one dedicated to the country. He did not seek to enrich himself or his family or friends in the cause of any of his commitments to serve. His simplicity, humility, and modesty, combined with his integrity, meant that he was fundamentally seeking the public good and not his personal benefits. As president, he would often sacrifice personal comfort and convenience to spare the nation undue expense on himself. He was frugal about expenditures at the presidency and thus set an example for his staff and for his ministers and other public servants. It was never about his entitlements, but rather what the people he was dedicated to serving were entitled to expect from a leader like him. Sadly, some believe that politics is all about winning power with no moral boundaries. It's all about enriching oneself. President Mills was the polar opposite of that mentality. On the 18th of June 2008, speaking at a forum, yes, you know what happened on the 18th of June 2008 to me. Speaking at a forum organized by the Institute of Economic Affairs, he said with deep meaning, and I quote, "There can be no doubt that the 2008 election is also about leadership and character, about the human qualities of the person into whose hands the people of Ghana are going to entrust their future. I, Atta Mills, bring to the table the core values of truth, honesty, and humility which have guided me through life. I believe political leadership and decency are not mutually exclusive," unquote. Throughout President Mills' political life, he maintained his human decency. This was, in fact, an important part of his political capital. He did not need to make promises or proclamations about his integrity. He lived integrity. The fire of integrity was evident in his famous encounter with customs officials at the Tema port when he was calling the officials to order over the corruption among them that was eroding the revenue base of the nation. He could express himself so vehemently and categorically because he himself embodied the virtue he was demanding in others. President Mills angrily turned away anyone who tried to make approaches to influence him with money. I recall an account he gave of some business people soon after he was sworn in as president, making overtures of arrangements which they indicated they previously had, which they wish to continue, involving making monetary provision for his needs. He drove them away fiercely, with a warning that if he heard that anybody in his government was accepting any payment from them, they and the recipient of the payments would be in serious trouble. We all know that it could never be said of President Mills, whether by the chairman of his own party or anybody else, that he himself was receiving everything at the castle and not allowing anything to come to the party. He valued the peace and unity of the country so much that he would not be goaded into seeking political vengeance by making people in the previous administration targets of persecution during his presidency. Though he was under pressure to expose wrongdoing that had taken place previously, he considered that his priority was to focus on the development of Ghana and the well-being of her citizens within a framework of unity. President Mills was not one to orchestrate the jailing of people he considered political opponents. He absolutely meant it when he said, even before becoming president, that he was going to be a president for all Ghanaians, irrespective of political party affiliation. He said in the speech that I quoted earlier, he said so in these words: "I'm committed to a decent, honest, humble, and truthful government to mend the broken trust between government and the people. I will be president for all Ghanaians, not the NDC, not my family, not my friends. I want to leave an enduring legacy of a peaceful and united country where there is opportunity and prosperity for all. And I want to be remembered as a president who restored honesty, truth, and sincerity to government," unquote. These words, spoken with conviction and absolute sincerity, reflected the fact that his character was a major part of what he was offering the nation. They reflected his assurance to us that he would not be succumbing to the temptations of political power. He lived up to those declarations totally. He was a father for all, as indeed a president should be. That may not exactly have been music to the ears of some NDC faithfuls, but President Mills said what he believed was the right thing to do, and he meant every word of what he said. The accolade Asomdwene, King of Peace, conferred on him by popular acclamation was a recognition of his preoccupation with the peace and unity of the nation. That was also his nature, his temperament, peace-loving, soft-spoken, but make no mistake about it, he was firm in his convictions and would not yield to the dictates of others. When after the 2004 elections, there were calls on him to reject the results because of the way the role of the chairman of the Electoral Commission was usurped and the collusion between certain officials in the Electoral Commission and the incumbent government, he insisted that it was not worth spilling a drop of blood in the country simply because he was being denied the opportunity to serve as president. However flawed that result was, he decided not to contest it. He obviously believed he would live to fight another day. That was disappointing, even unacceptable to some, but that was his conviction. Being such a peacemaker was not a weakness. It was a mark of wisdom and maturity in a very polarized country. Those who thought his peaceful nature meant they could have President Mills do their bidding soon found out to their chagrin that they could not have their way with him. A hockey teammate of his has used the word grit to describe to me how focused President Mills was on the hockey pitch, especially within that half moon in the opponent's half. That grit was to serve him well in his leadership roles and as a person. Of course, he was a great team player and always paid attention to the perspectives of others. This was also very valuable to him when he first got into the NDC and during his service as Vice President and Chairman of the Economic Management Team. Even as President, he relied on his team in his role as the striker. President Mills had a tremendous work ethic. He applied himself tirelessly to whatever assignment he was undertaking. He could never be accused of laziness. Even in the period when he was not in good health, he kept pushing himself to work right until he had to be taken to the hospital. He knew how to face tough times with a determined spirit and with a focus on what he considered the essentials, an aspect of the grit that was his hallmark. He was insistent on being punctual and would not accept the typical excuses we often make for starting meetings or functions late. Here again, he led by examples. All these attributes of President Mills, his integrity particularly, were anchored in his Christian faith, which clearly gave him the inner strength to be himself and to stand his ground. His faith was a matter of the heart and not about outward appearances or symbols. He understood the words of Jesus Christ in John 4:23 to 24. But a time is coming and has now come when the true worshipers will worship the Father in spirit and in truth. For they are the kind of worshipers the Father seeks. God is spirit, and his worshipers must worship in the spirit and in truth. As president, he held a small gathering of worship and prayer on Sunday afternoons in a room between the president's living area and the castle and the office, and that became known as the chapel. There were those who ridiculed this and said he had turned the castle into a prayer camp. I'm told he was at that gathering on the Sunday, 22nd July 2012, before the Tuesday when he died. For President Mills, to live is Christ and to die is gain. Philippians 1:21. He strove to be Christ-like and chose to build for himself treasures in heaven and not on earth. He remained humble throughout his life, never assuming superior airs over others, always giving thanks to God for his life and recognizing that he was a creature just like others. When he was invited in 1996 by President Rawlings, may his soul rest in peace, to be his running mate, Professor Mills had not previously sought national elective office and had also not been involved in the political arena. He was an academic lawyer, not a politician, and certainly not involved in partisan politics. He was not somebody who sought political office. Rather, he was sought after to hold political office. Mill's integrity, as well as his humility and his dedication to public service, were clearly all character traits which attracted President Rawlings. He was sought after because of the contribution that he was thought he could make for the country and for the person, that is President Rawlings, and the party, the NDC, on whose ticket he was going to run. The choice of running mate, at a time when those opposed to President Rawlings had been given a boost by his own former vice president joining their ranks, was obviously an important one. Bringing in Professor John Evans Atta Mills proved to be an inspired choice that enabled President Rawlings and the NDC to retain the confidence of the electorate in the 1996 elections. Mills went on to prove himself an able, dedicated, and exemplary vice president. Professor Mills' character and personality, a person of integrity, someone who was peace-loving and not out to seek vengeance against political opponents, were huge positives. And his soft-spoken and gentle manner were an effective complement and balance to President Rawlings, whose own integrity and passion for the welfare of the ordinary man were obviously what made Mills accept to be his running mate. We must not forget, of course, that Professor Mills, as he was then, identified himself as an Nkrumahist and sometimes referred excitedly to the orientation that he received at the Kwame Nkrumah Ideological Institute while a student at Legon. He was therefore very much in tune with the political orientation of the NDC and fitted easily within the tradition. At the time he was announced as the vice presidential candidate, I recall that many of his contemporaries would say of him that he was a good man, and then quickly go on to doubt if he could succeed in what they regarded as the dirty world of politics. I will demonstrate that President Mills was a success in politics while not allowing himself to be tarnished by the dirt. He sought to clean up the politics of our nation. By the end of the second term of President Rawlings, he was clear in his mind that the mantle of leadership should pass on to his vice president. There were, however, others in the NDC who thought otherwise, and Professor Mills had to face leadership contests, which now gave him the opportunity to show his political mettle. I believe that a key part of what made him such an attractive presidential candidate for the NDC in the 2000 elections, as well as in 2004 and then in 2008, had to do with his character, precisely his integrity, modesty, and humility. For his selection as the NDC candidate for the 2008 elections, Professor Mills had to withstand the challenge from a number of more established NDC personalities. And his success showed the clear grassroots backing from the delegates throughout the country for the person who they had not just seen operating as vice president, but whose personality and character had been exposed to them through the 2000 and 2004 election campaigns, and who they now viewed as beginning a new era for the party. So from a situation in 1996, when he could be described as a political neophyte and definitely a newcomer within the NDC, President Mills had become not just the leader and flag bearer of the party, the new face of the NDC, but he was the person who took the NDC from 8 years in opposition back to the presidency at the beginning of 2009. That was no mean political achievement, especially when we recall that he did not have at his disposal a fraction of the material resources that the party in government poured into their campaign. He could not do anything about the abuse of incumbency. He could not afford the huge, expensive billboards of his opponent. True to character, Professor Mills then launched what he called a door-to-door campaign, preferring direct encounters with the people whose votes he was courting through the length and breadth of the country. This was derided at that time by those in power. It was poor boy politics. But it has since become recognized as an important strategy for political campaigning in the country, even if large, expensive billboards are still, unfortunately, dominating our political contests and defacing our environment. Curiously, ahead of the 2012 elections, President Mills faced a challenge to the renewal of his NDC flag bearership from none other than Mrs. Rawlings, backed by her husband. The overwhelming success of President Mills at the party's Sunyani Congress sealed his position as the leader of the NDC. Two things often stand out in my mind about that Congress. The first is the deepening of the support of grassroots representatives of the party for President Mills. That he did not have the backing of President Rawlings on this occasion did not matter to them. The second thing from that Congress that I cannot forget is the speech of his vice president at that time, Vice President John Mahama, who he had selected, you recall, as running mate at a time when others had other preferences. While backing Mills in that speech, Vice President Mahama offered a resounding message, couched in a wonderful storytelling style about the need for the unity of the party. President Mills was the person around whom a unified party now rallied. John Evans Atta Mills achieved political success with what I have called the charisma of integrity. Lack of integrity may seem to be politically successful for a time, but sooner or later, the deep human need for honesty and integrity breaks through. That is what we saw happen in Ghana in the election of John Evans Atta Mills as president in the 2008-2009 election. His integrity enabled us as a nation to call time on a previous era in which corruption was explained away as being as old as Adam. He was the option that exuded honesty, integrity, modesty, and all the character traits we have earlier outlined. At a time when corruption and political vengeance and the abuse of power were on full display from the incumbent government, and when Ghanaians were tired of the cycles of vengeance in our politics and disgusted with all the corruption, with natural resources being squandered for personal enrichment, Professor Mills was a breath of fresh air. Not only did he show that a good man with integrity as his banner can win in politics, but his election showed that character and virtue remain at the heart of human aspiration, and that even in politics, integrity matters. Deep in our hearts, most of us admire good men and women, and we aspire to be like them. Good men and women like President Mills are desperately needed in our politics to rescue us from the mire into which we have sunk. We have a responsibility to shape our politics so that good men and women can serve. Mills not only had the charisma of integrity, but also the aroma of integrity.
I want to remind you, when you are pronouncing such figures in billions, and I want to remind you that I didn't even know how to translate them into when you are pronouncing such figures in billions, and I want to remind you that I didn't even know how to translate them into
is more costly to the youth simply because they have a longer span of the future ahead of them. And what is squandered from national resources today leaves the youth with less resources to fix the country to be the country we want, such that we can live the kind of lives that we all aspire to. It is not only in Ghana that the yearning for leaders of integrity is being expressed with more and more urgency. Throughout the world, lack of integrity in leaders is being exposed as unacceptable. Leaders who lie, some repeatedly and pathologically, or who are full of empty words that they do not mean. Leaders who are merely flamboyant and pompous, but do not seriously address the needs of their people, are being rejected and seen for who they really are, and not what the political propaganda says of them. Even at the highest levels of global leadership, we have experienced such leaders, including one who lies persistently about an election he lost, and who has obviously provided an example for others about avoiding the truth in dealing with the electoral process. I was recently quite struck by how, in a debate amongst candidates for the leadership of the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom, when a question was asked directly, is Mr. Johnson honest, with a request of a yes or no answer, only one person heeded the request, answering no to applause from the audience. The person who answered no, I must point out, is no longer in the leadership race. None of the others could answer yes. They danced around the question with talk about mistakes having been made and so on and so forth. The person they were talking about was none other than the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, who had led his party to a massive electoral victory only 3 years ago, and yet whose character traits there have been issues about for decades. He's on his way out at last because his colleagues were apparently no longer comfortable with the lack of integrity. One of those colleagues has spoken about how attending a parliamentary prayer breakfast was the moment of truth for him. He says, I was listening to Reverend Les Isaac talking about the importance of integrity in public life. And just focusing on that, I made up my mind. I went straight back to my office and drafted the resignation letter and went to see the Prime Minister later in the day. Those were the words of Sajid Javid, a former member of the cabinet of Prime Minister Boris Johnson. And in his resignation speech in Parliament, he spoke again about the prayer breakfast and about Reverend Les Isaac speaking about, quote, the responsibility that comes with leadership, the responsibility to serve the interests of others above your own and to seek the common good of your party, your community, and above all, your country. Integrity was again his highlight. The public expects all of us, he went on, to maintain honesty and integrity in what we do. I have concluded that the problem starts at the top. We have also been seeing images recently of the crisis in Sri Lanka, which also tells us that there is a limit to the patience of a country after a long period of tolerance for a country that had been run as if it was a family business. And that had failed to address the dire living conditions faced by the people. A once very powerful president has had to flee from his country amidst the angry protests of the people who he had taken for granted for so long. The fact that in recent assessments of risks of debt default globally, Ghana and Sri Lanka are mentioned in the same breath means that we cannot be complacent about our situation. We can perhaps be spared that kind of tragedy in our nation if the commemoration of the life and legacy of President Mills signals us or signals to us a need to follow his example of leadership. I would not be doing justice to the memory of President Mills if it seems that his moral attributes are all there was to the legacy of integrity that I'm talking about. In being elected as president, he undertook to make a difference to the real lives of the people of Ghana. And so it is appropriate to consider how he fared in that regard. We must start with the recognition that President Mills inherited an economy that was in disarray, with the previous government living beyond its means and recording large fiscal deficits in 2007 and 2008. This led to high levels of inflation in those years. The debts owed to two energy sector institutions, VRA and TOR alone, by the end of 2008 were almost 2 billion and rising. Rather than any measures being taken to address the economic imbalances, it was regularly claimed that the economy was doing very well. To compound the situation for the incoming government, commitments had been made to the single spine salary adjustments for public servants without any resources being available for this, nor a real plan for revenue generation to meet those commitments. It is to the credit of President Mills that the single spine salary structure was implemented, providing most public servants the benefits of improved remuneration. He was committed to those improved conditions of service because he knew the sacrifices of teachers, of doctors, of nurses, of policemen, of soldiers, judges, officials in the judicial service, all the security service, and public servants generally. The implementation of the single spine salary structure was achieved through improvement in economic management under President Mills, particularly the prudent fiscal management, which also enabled Ghana to experience significantly lower inflation from January 2009. From a level of 16.5% in 2008, inflation came down to single digits, 9.7%, in the very first year of Mills' administration, 2009. In 3 of the 4 years from January 2009 to December 2012, Ghana had single-digit inflation. 2 successive years of single-digit inflation were recorded in 2011-2012. Such lower inflation, by protecting the value of personal incomes, itself improved the well-being of the citizens. Fiscal responsibility was clearly practiced under President Mills. High growth rates were also recorded throughout the period of the Mills administration. Ghana's growth rate in 2011 was among the highest growth rates in the world that year. Some seek to attribute the impressive growth rates and the economic performance under President Mills simply to the onset of oil production from the Jubilee field. No doubt, growth in 2011 was elevated by the new revenues, but even non-oil growth in 2011 was higher than growth in the previous years before the Mills administration. And this is shown very clearly in a report. I don't know whether these figures are being displayed to you, but there are clear records of the effect of the oil and the non-oil growth, which we can refer to. But it is also interesting comparing the level of oil production and associated revenues during the Mills administration with the significantly increased levels in the years from 2017 to date, because this also gives us a perspective. The oil revenues earned in 1 year, 2018 alone, under the current government are only about $8 million less than all revenues in the 2 years under President Mills, 2011 and 2012, when oil began to yield revenues. About 57% of all Ghana's oil revenues since 2011 have been available to the current government, as against 12% that was available to the administration of President Mills. More oil revenue was obtained during the 2017-2020 first term of the current government than in the term of any previous government. Despite these high levels of oil revenues, growth rates under the current administration have been consistently lower than under President Mills. Clearly, it is not the amount of oil revenue that matters. It is how that and all other revenues are managed for the benefit of the country. Credit cannot be denied President Mills for the improved economic performance, especially in terms of growth and inflation, as against what he inherited and compared to the current government, even though the oil revenue inflow during his period was so limited. There's a disturbing reality about our oil production that we need to pay more attention to than we have been doing. Since 2019, when a level of over 70 million barrels annual production was attained, production has been in decline. In 2021, just over 55 million barrels were produced. Significantly, it was the pipeline of oil and gas development projects from 11 new discoveries that were made during the 3.5 years of the presidency that led to the oil and gas production from the 10 and Sankofa and GhanaWEeb fields. It is because of these that the level of oil revenues escalated from 2017. A similar pipeline of appraisal to development projects is urgently needed to reverse the decline in oil production that Ghana is currently experiencing. Ghana is still at a very early stage in uncovering the wealth of our oil resources. And there is every reason to be confident that the decline in production can be reversed for the good of the country. It will, however, require careful, well-thought-out, technically sound plans driven by what is in the national interest. More immediately, of course, we are faced with the issue of how best to utilize oil resources to enable us climb out of our current predicament. The passage of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, was among the important legacies of President Mills. That act set limits to the amounts of revenues from oil production that are expended as part of annual budgets. A stabilization fund was established based on the recognition that some of the revenues needed to be saved to cushion the impact on or to sustain public expenditure capacity during periods of unanticipated petroleum revenue shortfalls, as it was expressed in Section 9 of the law. Such shortfalls in revenues from oil could arise from a plunge in oil prices or similar unexpected event. A heritage fund was also established with the stated object being, quote, to provide an endowment to support the development for future generations when the petroleum reserves have been depleted and to receive excess petroleum funds. Transparency and accountability in respect of oil revenues and their utilization were also among the key objectives of the Act, and Section 8 provided for publication of data on petroleum receipts as well as petroleum output lifted and reference prices. The savings arrangements have already proved valuable to us, as a withdrawal was made from the stabilization fund during the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. Under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, investments of the Ghana Petroleum Funds are also required to be made in a manner that insulates them from being spent in annual budgets. Thankfully, therefore, the first half-year 2020 report from the Bank of Ghana that was published as required by the Petroleum Revenue Management Act on 21st July 2022, the birthday of President Mills, records a closing value of 1,223,699,493 dollars from investments of these funds. In the midst of ominous concerns about possible debt default and debates in Parliament about commercial loans with interest rates that are much higher than the interest being earned on our invested petroleum funds, is it too much to ask that in the spirit of President Mills and in his honor, urgent, good faith, cross-party and non-partisan consultations are held to enable all our resource pools to be drawn on for the benefit of the people of Ghana. I have no doubt that this is what President Mills would have done. Important issues about the major oil discoveries, Mahogany and Shedria, that became the Jubilee Field development, were on President Mills' table from day one of his administration. And I will now go on to discuss how he handled them. I will do this to demonstrate further that what President Mills did with handling issues and decisions related to the oil and gas resource, what he did provides valuable reference points for issues that we are faced with today in the sector. The critical and urgent matter of approval of a development plan for the Jubilee Field required urgent attention right at the outset of the Mills presidency if national expectations of significant oil production were to be met. Though the Jubilee partners had not yet formally put forward a plan, discussions had been going on that provided outlines of their intent. In particular, the focus of the partners on oil production led to proposals being put forward for an independent gas processing facility whose investors would offtake the gas at the wellhead and then sell to Ghana at $4 per standard cubic foot. There was pressure for this to be accepted quickly, but President Mills would not proceed without a thorough technical evaluation of this and all aspects of whatever was going to go into the development plan. He was in the process of appointing as Minister of Energy Dr. Otinga J, who he had confidence in to undertake the task. Not long after the appointment of the minister, Cosmos Energy, on behalf of the Jubilee partners, formally submitted the proposed plan of development. It was apparently their expectation that there would be almost instant approval. Indeed, at a famous meeting at the ministry in early May 2009, the then chief executive of Cosmos Energy rudely told the minister that he, the Cosmos Energy CEO, had decades of experience in the industry and he did not understand why the minister could raise issues with the plan. The first account I had of this behavior at the meeting was from a representative of one of the other partners who had traveled into the country for the meeting, and he indicated that he and the representatives of the other partners were embarrassed by the behavior and utterances of the Cosmos Energy CEO and really impressed by the minister's calm authority. Even as Cosmos and partners mounted pressures, including through their diplomatic missions in Ghana writing to the president, effectively requiring a rubber stamping of their proposed development plan, President Mills firmly backed Minister Otinga J and ensured that concerns raised about the plan were addressed and ministerial approval only granted after the plan satisfactorily advanced Ghana's national interests and in accordance with the laws of Ghana and international industry best practice. In the end, most significantly, as part of the negotiations related to the development plan, the Jubilee partners agreed that rather than their earlier plan in respect of the natural gas, they would supply the first 200 billion feet of gas of their share of gas from the Jubilee field to GMPC free of charge.
I want to remind you that I didn't even know how to translate them into opipipipip.
The least that I can do is to work hard in order to help all of us achieve a better Ghana.
We have now come to the end of the road.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for joining us on this special edition of Straight Talk Africa.
Well, thank you, Shaka, for this opportunity.
I have to say, frankly, that I'm profoundly honored.
When you are pronouncing such figures in billions, and I want to remind you that I didn't even know how to translate them into.
While that was obviously appropriate, there is no doubt that his backing as president was critical in empowering the technically competent personnel to do their work. President Mills would never agree to a situation in which he accepted the proposals of the Jubilee partners and then required the technical personnel to act accordingly. The arrangements to have GNPC responsible for the gas infrastructure led to President Mills on a state visit to China securing financing from the China Development Bank for the construction by Sinopec of gas processing facilities at Atuabo and a gas pipeline to the plant. All this was truly part of the legacy of President Mills. Another challenging issue that soon faced President Mills before the beginning of oil production from the Jubilee field was when Cosmos Energy and ExxonMobil publicly announced that they had reached agreement for ExxonMobil to acquire Cosmos Energy. This was something that, by the terms of the petroleum law and the agreements under which Cosmos was operating, required approval of the government. Yet, it was presented initially as a fait accompli. It soon also emerged that without the knowledge, much less approval, of GNPC, contrary to the law and the petroleum agreements, Cosmos had provided data from their exploration activities in Ghana to ExxonMobil, as well as over 20 other companies in the industry. It was again the expectation of ExxonMobil and Cosmos that their transactions should be rubber-stamped and issues about the illegalities overlooked. As U.S. companies, ExxonMobil and Cosmos brought the full weight of the U.S. government to bear on the government of Ghana to support their position. The U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Johnny Carson, and others weighed in on President Mills to give in to the U.S. companies. Cosmos also hired a lobbyist to work on their behalf and to wage a campaign. Nasty articles surfaced in the U.S. press, notably the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Times, and Forbes, against the government and individuals believed to be against the transaction. Famously, a visa was denied the chairman of GNPC, Mr. Atuahoe, who was to have traveled to the U.S. for meetings with Blackstone Capital, majority shareholders of Cosmos Energy. Not being intimidated by all this campaign, President Mills made it clear to the U.S. officials that he had nothing against the U.S. companies, but that the laws of Ghana must be respected, and that he, as president, would pursue the national interests of Ghana. He set up a committee headed by a distinguished Ghanaian economist at the World Bank, Dr. Gobin Nankani of blessed memory, and others. The committee was tasked to evaluate the various options of partnership open to GNPC, including ExxonMobil, as well as a consortium featuring BP and the China National Offshore Oil Corporation. Based on the work of the committee, President Mills again backed the minister and GNPC in pursuing a rival offer for Cosmos Energy that matched that of ExxonMobil. In the end, however, ExxonMobil, after Cosmos Energy shareholders sought to get more out of the transaction, announced that it would no longer proceed with the planned acquisition. Cosmos Energy also soon announced that it was no longer for sale, but was rather going to do an initial public offering on the New York Stock Exchange. Prior to the start of oil production from the Jubilee field, Cosmos reached agreement with GNPC on the government on the on the issue of illegally sharing GMPC data with third parties, and they paid $23 million, even though they refused to admit liability. I should just add a little footnote to the lobbyist that I mentioned, who was hired by Cosmos Energy to wage their campaign to try and get their way in connection with the ExxonMobil acquisition. She was the same person in 2016 hired by the campaign of then candidate Akufo-Addo for the 2016 election. And she uses her engagement in that campaign as a case study on the website of her company with the title Unseating the Incumbent in Ghana's Presidential Election 2016. You can read that case study at their website, krlinternational.com/case study Ghana election. The integrity of President Mills, his reliance on rigorous technical evaluation of options, his empowering of technocrats and the relevant institutions such as the Ministry and GMPC at the time to do the groundwork that was needed for sound government decision-making, his relentless pursuit of the national interest, all served Ghana well. The onset of significant oil production could have accentuated corruption and self-seeking at the expense of the nation. President Mills would have none of that. If our efforts to achieve the best for our nation from our resources are to succeed, the clarity of focus on the national interest that President Mills had represents a constant lodestar for decision-making. It is not my intention today to deal with every aspect, every area of significance in the Better Ghana agenda of President Mills. I will only deal briefly with one final area that is currently under discussion from a variety of perspectives. That is the issue of review of the Constitution. A high-powered Constitutional Review Committee was set up by President Mills, chaired by Professor Albert Fiajo, a distinguished academic. It is unfortunate that the important work of this committee is not informing much of the talk of constitutional reform. I have no doubt that it will be beneficial for those concerned about constitutional reform to benefit from the important work not only of this review committee, but also the work of the committee under the chairmanship of Nana Dr. S.K.B. Asante, which worked on the 1992 Constitution and presented it to the Consultative Assembly. Nana Chairman, I recall that you were a member of that 1992 Consultative Assembly and that you were also a member of the 1979 Constituent Assembly that drew up the 1979 Constitution. So you are eminently qualified to speak with authority and to draw attention, for instance, to how much work on the 1992 Constitution took the 1979 Constitution as a starting point. I humbly request people like you to speak up because there is, I have to say, some very uninformed talk about the 1992 Constitution that gets an audience. When I hear a call for review of the Constitution that is based on the wholly false premise that it was a constitution just designed for Flight Lieutenant Rawlings, I wonder if it is just ignorance or brazen falsehood or perhaps a toxic combination of the two that is on display. You, Nana Chairman, played a history-making role together with others in respect of the Constitution. and I hope, therefore, you will not be offended by my request. Many aspects of our current predicament as a nation, in any case, are not addressed by constitutional reform. When we're dealing with corruption and its negative impact on our development, when we talk about the weak institutions that we have, or the complicity in wrongdoing of people supposed to play important roles to check abuse of power, changing provisions in the Constitution will not resolve those issues. When we talk about issues concerning remuneration for Article 71 office holders, it is not really an issue of constitutional reform. It is an issue of what a state with limited resources should pay to various people in public service and the relativities of different levels and contexts of service. The single spine salary adjustment process involved some consideration of relativities, which will always be important. It is understandable that concerns arise as to why part-time work as a member of the Council of State should go with a level of monthly remuneration that is about 20 times that of a full-time teacher, and with an end-of-service package as well. More especially when a number of the members of the Council of State retired on their salaries as public servants. In all this, we each have our personal responsibility for assessing what is the right thing for the nation. It is the essence of the legacy of integrity of President Mills that it was never about himself, but always about the welfare of others, the good of the nation. Discussions for reform of the Constitution are important and necessary, but they must not distract attention from pressing issues about harsh living conditions, issues about the crisis of the economy and excessive borrowing and so on, nor be a way of taking the focus away from addressing the corruption that is rampant in our midst. I have chosen today to use the memory of President Mills to call attention to the fundamental need for integrity in public life, in politics, in those who seek or hold leadership positions. I believe that we pay a heavy price for our failure to insist on integrity as a necessary qualification for those who seek high office. It is unfortunate how we shut our eyes to corruption when it is from our party, and so we lack the moral authority to confront corrupt practices by others. President Mills built on his personal integrity to deliver leadership success and initiate the Better Ghana agenda. He showed that integrity mattered to deliver economic benefits, because it is the integrity deficit that regularly gets translated into fiscal deficits. He was effective in delivering on governmental goals because of his integrity. At this critical time in our nation's existence, at this time of economic crisis, of social unrest and political disaffection, President Mills, as the standard bearer of integrity, beckons us all to establish better governance as the basis for a better Ghana. Better governance is about making our institutions work effectively and not just for our party members. It is also not about coveting power for an individual or for the party. It is about serving the whole polity. That is what President Mills meant by being a president for all and not just for members of his party. I quote some further words of his in that June 18, 2008 speech, which have a chilling resonance. He said, "Is it not ironical that 7 or 8 years is long enough to make some elected officials and their families fabulously wealthy, and yet they say 8 years is too short a time to solve problems of poverty for the generality of the masses?" End of quote. President Mills beckons the youth of this country especially to make a foundation of integrity the bedrock of our nation building. The youth recognize starkly that their current existence and their prospects for the future are jeopardized by the lack of integrity in our nation, by leaders who frankly have less of a stake in the future that lies ahead, but who make fulsome promises for electioneering purposes. Today, President Mills' integrity, his good judgment, his wisdom can still guide us in making the right decisions that the oil and gas sector, for instance, that I discussed at some length, can be a driver of national development and well-being of all Ghanaians, and not a source of corrupt personal enrichment. The legacy of integrity of President Mills is so important today in Ghana. Integrity matters. Speaking the truth matters. Character matters in nation building. Indeed, integrity, honesty, speaking the truth, virtue are fundamental to human existence. And so they are important in political life and in political systems. Without these basic human qualities, there is no trust among members of society, and we risk a descent into anarchy. That is why the legacy of President Mills needs to be embraced and become a guiding light for us. I encourage the memorial heritage to propagate the message of what President Mills stood for and the relevance of his life and legacy to our country. His integrity, his humility, his modesty, his sheer decency, his hard work are all worthy of emulation if this country is to rise up to its promise. I'm really touched by the message from First Lady Nadu Mills to us today. Allow me to quote her as I end. Fifi was often battered and bruised on the battlefield of politics, but he held firm to his personal values of truth, simplicity, honesty, and abiding respect for all. These are the qualities I loved about him. To Fifi, serving at the highest echelons of government was an opportunity to help change the character of Ghanaian politics for the better. In this regard, I believe posterity will judge him well. I believe so too. The legacy of President Mills lives on. I miss President Mills. Thank you.
pronouncing such figures in billions. And I want to remind you that I didn't even know how to translate them into OPPPP.
The least that I can do is to work hard in order to help all of us achieve a better Ghana.
We have now come to the end of the road.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for joining us on this special edition of Straight Talk Africa.
Well, thank you, Shaka, for this opportunity.
I have to say, frankly, that I'm profoundly honored and exceedingly humbled to have had the opportunity to host.
The least that I can do.
When you are pronouncing.
Indeed, we have come to the end of the road. A lecture delivered by lawyer Chachu Chikata for almost 3 hours. We will go back to the center to, get the closing remarks and all that's going to be happening in the final session. So it is also being honored by Nana Oto Sribo, who is the Asante Jabin Traditional Area Paramount Chief, who is the guest of honor, and Chachu Chikata lawyer was his guest.
Or two, and then we'll go over to our chairman. Thank you. Please remain seated until the end of the program. Thank you.
Asante King, who is
as Vice President is quite different from what you experienced when you were President. But at least the foundation helps. So let's say that it's very humbling to find oneself as president. Very often you ask yourself, why me? Have I taken the right decision? What can I do for the people? So I think that every time, what comes to the fore is a responsibility that has been thrust on you.
Such figures in billions. And I want to remind.
Should have brought my court criers here. Would have had to call you to order. But unfortunately, this being a civic function, I didn't think it prudent to bring them. Next time when you invite me, I'll bring them along, so that order will be restored in a traditional sense. After a brilliant keynote or lecture, the chairman has to have a very difficult task. And what I may refer to surely can be described as a footnote, and nothing further than that. Not the footnote that Mr. Chajujikata referred to, but my own footnotes. We have been treated this evening to a very brilliant lecture by a brilliant person. Just the week before last, there was a caption in the Mirror going back to history. And in that Mirror report, there was a story of somebody having obtained first class in law at the age of 20. And if you are commemorating the demise of Professor Mills, I think it's just as well that we should also remember that about 52 years ago, Chatu obtained a first class in law from the University of Ghana. At the tender age of 20, I think he's still a young man. We've been treated to a whole aspect of the life of Professor Mills, his moral attributes, the structure of his governance, some landmarks in his administration, the implementation of the single spine, his prudent management of state resources, his establishment of a heritage fund, his reliance on technocrats in the national interest, and putting country above self and detail. A personal challenge, a personal invitation was thrown at me, not a challenge. A personal invitation was thrown at me, and even though we are not in court, and who am I to contest Chachi in court, I would attempt to not give an answer or to give an insight into what is being done. It is true that I played a part in the 79 and the 92 constitutions. And in the 92 constitution, some of my very eminent classmates were the Honorable Johnson Asiedun Katia, who was a member of the Business Committee. And a time was when there was a motion, and Asiedu had to get up to support the motion. And he predicated his statement this way: Mr. Speaker, I want to put my full weight behind this motion. And since, unfortunately, the weight was not existent, the motion was lost. And other classmates of mine were Honorable Collins Dauda, Honorable Mohammed Mumuni. I think I've seen him in the screenshot. Oh, you are here. Yes, he used to sit at the back and be throwing, at us. And Martin Amidu, and a whole host of them. And we had, our own differences, not of a political nature, but as regards our convictions on one aspect or other of the Constitution. Surely, we did not all agree on all the articles. In fact, there were instances where key articles which were voted upon were won by a vote or two, and we had to go into a division. So we could see from the very onset that the vehicle that we're designing
if it were put in the hands of a driver, the driver would immediately report about faulty brakes, poor transmission, lack of carburetor, fuel ratio in the carburetors and all. But that's notwithstanding, a start had to be made. And I'm happy to report that since becoming chairman of the Council of State, I've initiated actions and moves to have some aspects of the Constitution looked at. Honorable Harun Naidusu here will bear me out that at the Speakers Forum in Kumasi, I gave a very spirited opinion as to why we feel that some aspects of the Constitution should be looked at one more time. And since then, we've been working assiduously towards getting a consensus on the way forward. And to that end, the Council of State is currently in active consultations with the Africa Center for Economic Transformation, ACET, led by Dr. Kewa Mwako. In fact, just last week, 2 members of the council were in Peduasi Villa Lodge to have a day or 2 consultations with the greater group. We are giving notice. Come September, we are going to have a larger consultative body comprising the executive, the legislature, judiciary, traditional authorities, faith-based organizations, labor, organized labor, civil society organizations, probably in this very hall, to look at key areas of convergence so that we can all move with one voice and with one step, in unison. Because surely, if you don't examine some of the processes, they may detract from achieving the set goals that we have. We want to look at charters like the Directive Principles of State Policy, which though are very, very effective and very pungent and very pertinent to our national discourse, are non-justiciable, so that we sort of sweep them under the carpet. But if in this polarized political atmosphere, we all stuck to the principles enshrined in the Directive Principles of State Policy, we may go quite far. We're getting too much problem with adversarial politics in this country. And I think the time has come for us to sit and jojo, as the Speaker said. We need that type of Professor Mills attitude where it is not for me, but for us. And if the country is, if the present is very well prepared, then the future will be easy for posterity. Because we need to devote a lot more time to ensuring that some of these key things are done. So very soon we will be getting an invitation from the Council of State. We are coordinating all these activities, and we hope that the views that you bring on board will be thoroughly discussed before we go to the general public, and it would not be owned by a political party, because we have if I were at the palace, I would have thought that was in Tahra. So that we should all own them, and not make it seem as if that since it was said by Mr. A, and I'm on the other side of the political spectrum, whether there's merit in it or not, I'm going to reject it. I don't think it will bode well for the interests of our country. And we have a lot more years ahead for the youth than we elderly we would spend probably on this earth. So we need to put aside our political gaps and look at the country as one whole, the country which God in his wisdom planted us into, and make sure that it becomes a better Ghana, and it becomes a country which will serve us and which also we also shall serve.
the best intentions and with the best of spirits. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Such figures in billions, and I want to remind you that I didn't even know how. When you are pronouncing such figures in billions, and I want to remind you that I didn't even know how to translate them into